It can also do some magic in the startup space, but yeah, it is a next innovation with Japan. That is very, very critical for us. And this is an initiative that we started in 2020, expand, given the situation that we are in. I don't want to assume so much that all of you understand JICA. Yes, our chief representative has touched upon what we do. We are the executing agency of official development assistance for the government of Japan. We have footprints in 150 countries out of 195 countries of the world. So you can see really we have networks everywhere. As of now, as we speak, in our last annual assessments, we had dispatched to Uganda. Next, please. Yes, the key word in our vision is trust. We treasure trust with our partner countries. Mutual trust, I might say. We do not take advantage of our partner countries, and we expect exactly that in reverse. Next. Yes, Ninja. This program that was born in 2020 looks at the creation of new industries or driving the existing industries in overcoming the social challenges largely that were brought about after 2020. And this should be done with Japan. That's the key ingredient of our Ninja program. Next. Yes, the major areas that we look at, as you can see, is human resource and technology, funding, data. Data is critical, as well as supporting or touching upon the policy discussions, which are very key. So that is the cocktail that we have in our Ninja program. Next. Yes, we've had 2 cohorts so far, and that was the first cohort that our chief representative was referring to, where we ran a business competition in 19 countries, and our very own MSCAN became the continental champion. Next. Just for you to appreciate a bit more on the statistics, look at where Uganda is in terms of the applicants, and I just want you to compare with the big 4 of Africa: Nigeria, Ethiopia, South Africa, and Kenya. You can really see that in terms of potential, not only potential, but as well as quality, because by the time we took on the champions of Africa, it means we have the potential, we have the quality, we have the numbers. I just wanted you to appreciate that. Next. Yes, as part of the program as well, we did some analytics to understand now a bit more on the ecosystem, having identified that potential. And these are a few things that we identified. There's a lot of data that we gathered, but I just picked out these. And we wanted to identify, yes, we have the numbers, we have the quality, but why and our business is growing into impactful businesses. And these are some of the things we identified. I'm sure they are not new to most of you. Most of these have been discussed today in our session. So we go next. So just look at that. On the other side, we are starting from pre-seed to seed to Series A. And here we are seeing is how do we expect to grow this ecosystem to compete or to equate with the big 4 or to be part of the big 4 of Africa? And how are we able, or how do we cohort 2, we specifically touched upon the growth stage startups, because we realized that's where it is possible. This is some of the impact of $1.3 million. We've seen startups in our program extend market or approach or enter markets outside of Uganda, including Japan. And we've seen some of them scale. The hows, the what are the main menu. I beg to stop here. Thank you so much.
Accelerator with operations in Uganda. June was a member of the JICA task force for the Ninja program that Ivan has been speaking about. June?
Good morning, everybody. As introduced, my name is Jun Shiomitsu, and Arnold Mugaga, Managing Director of Zetu. Please give him a big hand. And then from the Ministry of Trade, we have an honor to invite Mr. Stephen Mbogo Kirwa, Assistant Commissioner at Ministry of Trade. Uganda. And last but not least, we have C.K. Japheth, Team Lead at the Innovation Village. Uganda. All right, so thank you to the panelists, all of whom are very, very busy people. So I myself, I've been in Uganda for about 6 years, and I still remember the very first time I stepped down from that plane and looked around Kampala. The first thought that went through my head was, man, there is so much opportunity, I can smell it, for startups. And my friend said, yes, it feels like the entire city is constantly under construction. But of course, there are still many challenges to be overcome in the startup ecosystem especially, and one of them is around the area of technical know-how and technical support. So that's what this panel is about today. So JICA wants to continue supporting high growth stage startups in Uganda. We have various definitions for today. And these startups are key to continue to need in order to achieve their goals. And I believe these questions will highlight what JICA and the public sector, represented by Mr. Stephen, and JICA can do together in the future. So let me begin with starting at the very far end. I just got my eyes LASIK'd so I can see you all over at the other end. Arnold from Zetu. Now, just straight to the point here, how did the Ninja support impact your business? And if possible, could you also describe your success that followed? Ask Andrew Lima to kindly...
I can hear me. My name is Arnold Mugaga. I'm the founder, team lead at Zetu Africa, and we are a local manufacturer school bags into bamboo classroom furniture. Now, our story started with the seat pack, this little school bag that turns to a classroom chair with a writing surface. And at the time, we were doing this with aluminum for the chair because it was light and strong. And it allowed us achieve the weight we needed. And when the facility came in, the JICA, the idea was to concept test. And so we interpreted that through the lens of continuous improvement. And because there was a pandemic going on and we were locked down and borders were closed, we were importing these aluminum parts, and that was no longer possible. So the facility was critical for us to make the move from using aluminum to bamboo and to setting up our entire production line locally, 100%, and testing this. To give an idea, with the facility, we went through, with the seat pack, which is the school bag, we went through 5 models of improvement. and we applied in our first 2 districts with the facility. The biggest contribution being with the facility and this continuous improvement, we cut our cost of production by 50% per unit because we were now doing things locally, 100%. It's the same continuous improvement with production that with the facility and the Innovation Village and Motive, we tested our capacity to produce locally and started our improvement with local talent. How do we onboard capacity to make at the highest quality? And once we were done with that, again, with constant back and forth with the Ninja facility, with the JICA team and the team at the Innovation Village, we've focused a lot on our channels. At the time, we were making products and distributing in one country, Uganda, in no country actually, and then we were distributing in Uganda. And now we have outlets in 4 countries, 9 cities.
Wow.
And I think this kind of collaboration that is very technically oriented allows you to focus on where do things work. So instead of trying to look good and feel good, you start to deal with actual issues, and you dig into, okay, what do systems look like? If we're producing, we have to make a product. The people that make that product, they have to relate with each other and with the product. What does the culture look like? And once the product is ready, it has to go into the hands of customers. What do the channels look like? And so I think technical support is the kind that gets you well-oiled for proper growth.
Thank you.
Very quickly.
Thank you. Let's give him a big hand. That's great achievement. That's really incredible. And you've pretty much answered all the questions I wanted to ask you, so I leave you with this one. So it's amazing. So you started to sell a lot, you know, after Ninja, you got orders for hundreds of bags. You started selling in different countries and so forth. So let me ask you, what do you think, if you were going to say this is the secret sauce of Ninja JICA?
It lends into a what works. Okay, then how else? And how else? And how could it be better? And how could it be better? And at your thinking, well...
Thank you. A company that handles a lot of gears inside Matatus. Now, Easy Matatu, Andrew Lima, my understanding is that before Nin, huge hand for his achievement. Now I see it all over the city. Wherever I go, I see an Easy Matatu, and they all drive very, very safely. And so I really appreciate that. Congratulations. So.
Yeah, thank you, June. Good morning. As you said, it really came at a very opportune time for us at that time. And that's really one of the key things that, we got out of that accelerator, the ability to refine our business model. When I said it was bespoke, it's really because we had an opportunity to have these one-on-one conversations and really just dive deep into the business model, into the unit economics. And a lot of these conversations really helped us to strategically reposition the business because at the time, when we got that bit of funding at the time, we decided to use that for a pilot around the business model pivot. And that funding really helped us to prove that pivot, and eventually we turned the whole business in the direction of that pivot. So the accelerator really gave us that opportunity. I don't think if we hadn't had that opportunity, we would have, which at the time, of course, was much smaller than what we were raising. But then, as I mentioned earlier, we were at this time where we were looking at our business model and trying to understand whether it could scale and thinking of different solutions of how to scale that business model. So when that 18,000 came, it funded a concept that we had around our business model that really unlocked the growth that came for us. So we were pretty much switching from using the Matatus on a gig basis to
excuse
becoming
me, on a
to
what basis?
on a gig basis.
Gig basis.
Yeah, gig
Okay,
or
yeah.
ride-hailing basis.
Yeah,
Basically, the Matatus would come, do their trips, go do their own thing.
Yeah.
And we wanted to experiment what it would look like if Easy Matatu really unlocked the growth. So we went.
We had hoped that the money will be spent. You know, nobody's going to give you equity or debt to experiment in this way. And so, thank you for sharing that with us. View and position on how MTIC should support startups.
Right. The Uganda Vision 2040 actually defines the future we want. It promotes, of course, for example, the proud Uganda brand. Then there is also the what you call access to finance, which we're trying to promote. Now, a number of SMEs have the issue. I mean, like you can say, how do I access finance when there's a long list of requirements? Model. We had even the COVID-19 relief fund. And in the COVID-19 relief fund, are you participating in the policy? Perhaps it's because of awareness creation. We have the empty portals, and there's a lot I would like to talk about, number of policies. But what I'll summarize here by saying is, take advantage of the ministry trade portals to see what is going on, to see where you can take advantage of government programs. There are a number of programs. For example, we initiated there are 25 or 30 industrial parks which are being built around the country. In those industrial parks, we are building 21 SME spots where there's going to be like common user facility centers. You guys can come out and take advantage of such common user facility centers to reduce costs, to make better production. I'll stop.
Come to get it. So a big clap to the Assistant Commissioner. But I'd like to drive the technical side. And, you know, there are good private sector enablers. One of us sitting right here, the Innovation Village, Hive, Outbox. How could, if you don't mind, maybe you could shed some light on that.
I didn't quite understand your question. The employers to make sure the trainees or the trainers have access. It makes, you have a lot of students coming out from tertiary institutions, but when they go to the training section, you won't expect an employee to give hands-on on their training machines, because their machines are very expensive, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000, which they can't afford. So you have trainers or SMEs coming out of the training section without the practical skills. So how do we get these funds to incentivize the employees to make sure that trainees get enough training and they can come out and begin companies? Another thing government is doing is under the cooperative innovation which is coming in. For example, recently there was the big drought which took place. I think you must have heard about the grains because of post-harvest losses. Because of the aflatoxins. So one thing we can do is, how do we give to like institutions or incubator centers such that we can promote technologies to fight against aflatoxins, to fight against such causes. So there's a number of ways that the government is intervening in terms of activities to fund. So there are a lot of funding projects which are out there. There's, as I said, the Myoga funding, which already exists. There was the COVID-19 relief fund, which already is out there. It's $100 billion. There was I kind of listed a few of them out. A number of funding projects which existed. All you have to do is apply and take advantage of that. I hope I've kind of touched.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
And more specifically now in closing about JICA and the Ministry of Trade's connection or future collaboration with JICA. I understand that there is some good news that the Ministry of Trade has submitted the application for startup advisory projects to the government of Japan through a diplomatic line. So perhaps you could quickly, just very quickly, because of I think we're running out of time. Yes. What's the intention behind this?
Yes, as the representatives said this morning, I think you must have had this conversation. JICA has a number of projects they are doing, and one of the greatest things is, I think the SMEs have actually stressed them out here. They got an $18,000 fund just to initiate their project. So one of the reasons that we applied for this is this project helps to strengthen, first of all, the ecosystem. It also shapes the business models and tries to, and helps gain access to the market traction. It also boosts profitability and business growth and also competitiveness. One of the biggest things it does, it creates training programs. Like it prepares SMEs to go and meet business investors. Like a number of SMEs go and meet business investors, but they have no records. They have no documentation of their records. How do they expect to get access to financial facilitation without all these records, without properly presenting themselves? So this project helps present business development services in all these aspects, especially creating more avenues for SMEs facing the challenges of today. I think one of the greatest things you have to know is that there's a famous saying. I had a teacher who was back in Japan. He told me that in the absence of constraint is the death of innovation. To break it down, he said, if there wasn't any constraint, there wouldn't be innovation. So because the COVID-19 situation existed, because of that constraint, 80% of Uganda entrepreneurs are innovating. Okay, so what are we doing with all this innovation? And that's where we're taking advantage of programs like in Japan to build up this ecosystem, to grow this ecosystem. Because remember, 80% of our 49 million population is youth who are hungry for entrepreneurship, who are hungry to create business. So that's where that's why we are actually in process of reviewing the national entrepreneurship strategy, which I do encourage all of you to be part of. I don't want it to come out tomorrow and you say, where did this policy come out? It came out because of you, and it's because of you that we actually. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner. Thank you very much. And as a Japanese myself, and I also consider myself half Ugandan because, you know, they say you are what you eat, and I've been eating katogo for 6 years. I cannot wait, and I really hope that this comes to fruition. Thank you very much for shedding more light on that. And now, last but by no means least, one of the most recognized faces in the Ugandan startup ecosystem, Innovation Village team lead, CK. Let's give him a big hand. Now, TIV and you yourself have been a real champion, you know, pioneering for Uganda's startup ecosystem. And we all know that. And you must have seen and partnered with all kinds of different, you know, funders, supporters. We know, you know, the most publicized one is MasterCard Foundation and others. So I'd like to ask you, how did the collaboration with JICA and under Ninja support impact the way you deal with startups? Has there been something special there that you would like to mention?
Thanks, Jude, for the question. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. That's more like it. I'm very excited to be here this morning, and thanks for that question, because it represents what we need to be building for entrepreneurs, for the ecosystem. I'd like to also take this opportunity, you know, to recognize all the builders in the room, because they are that's why we're here. That's why we do everything that we do, and of course the entrepreneurs are up front here.
Excuse me to interrupt, CK. There are voices or hands in the back saying that perhaps you could turn your mic a little bit more towards
Yeah.
your face.
More
Thank
like
you.
that? Right.
Yeah, there we go.
Yes, so I was saying, I think for me, I'm very excited to be here this morning because this very room is a celebration of entrepreneurship. It's also just recognizing every builder and the supporters in the room, and that's just context to how we ended up working with JICA and the outcomes of that. For those who have been here, for a while in this ecosystem, what we call Innovation Week now, started as a small initiative happening in a small room somewhere. Now, for me to sit here and see it, in a big space like this, over 3 days, so many participants, so many partners, it's the culmination of why we're trying to build this ecosystem. I see, so many people who have been standing with the Innovation Week right from the start. Richard at the back, John, Startup Uganda, and for me that's the spirit of the ecosystem that we need to be celebrating. Now, I'm not just calling out these names because for the sake of it. It's because I know how hard it is to build a startup. I call it 26 hours a day. So when Arnold says outlets in 9 cities, everybody will clap, but it really is almost, I call it death by 1,000 cuts. So we as builders, entrepreneurs, entrepreneur support organizations require collaboration from different stakeholders, government, international partners, to ensure we're all pushing towards that single direction that ensures we're the best place to be entrepreneurs as a country. So our initial work with JICA started as a surprise. I'll tell you, when we first got that opportunity, and we had not been used to seeing JICA in the startup ecosystem. And, introduction came in, and it came in with flamboyance of the word ninja. We all associate ninjas for different things. So it was, okay, this is interesting, and this is different. And I was happy to see that at first, the opportunity came, and we did bring in some startups into the participation. They did benefit from the relief fund, and like you've heard some of the stories, go on to build the companies that they built. And typically, as a builder, we are used to initiatives happening once, and we'll say, okay, till next time. But again, I was pleased to see, the emergence of Ninja 2, as if Ninja 1 wasn't enough. And this time, the key difference was also targeting at a growth stage, beyond competition. But how can we offer more handhold support to a growth stage entrepreneur who's looking to go further in places? But that wasn't enough. We took it a level up in the collaboration to make sure that there's participation with various players in the ecosystem. And thanks to June for the vision for that. That it's not going to be an initiative that's only led by one incubator, but it's going to be co-created and participated with a number of incubators, which also goes down to strengthen how we work as an ecosystem, and drive more collaboration, drive more participation to ensure we're all winning and we're all growing at the same pace. This is one of the first we saw, and the results are here. We can already see talk about that. And I think with the address on participation of the ministry, I'm happy to see that that's even going a notch higher to explore how do we begin to tackle issues at a policy level, at a national level, that are affecting, how we're supporting entrepreneurs. So personally, I think it was a much appreciated contribution to the ecosystem that moved from first level of just a best competition, next level of driving ecosystem-wide collaboration, and I'm happy the conversations we're currently having at policy and at a national level for the benefit of entrepreneurs.
Thank you very much. Collaboration, cooperation, these are words that I think in Japan corporate culture, Japanese corporate culture, are valued very, very highly. And so it means a lot to me to hear you trump that as one of the hallmarks of Ninja. As they say, no man is an island, in the famous words of Google. And the thing is that we really wanted to bring all the key stakeholders together to do this together. And we hope to continue to do so. And so thank you very much. That means a lot to us. Now, I think we're coming to the end of our time. And so I wanted to make sure that in one sentence, you all get like parting shots. And when I say one sentence, I am deeply apologetic. I mean one sentence. Is there something that you would like to tell this room of aspiring entrepreneurs and investors? Why Uganda? Perhaps we can start on this side of the row, starting with Easy Matatu.
Yeah, thank you, June. Yeah, really just to re-echo some of the things that have been said. Yeah, building a startup is hard. Building it in a developing economy is harder. And we definitely need all the support, all the technical support that we can get to level the playing field. And so, accelerators and opportunities like this really move things along, as is the case with Easy Matatu. And we look forward to more startups actually getting the same opportunities that we have had.
Thank you very much. And from Zetu, Arnold.
I would love to say thank you for listening and for sharing, and remind myself and each one of us that the distance between Uganda, Africa, and Japan and Australia is the same illusion like the distance between you and anyone else in this room. We're all building. You're not alone, in the same sense that if you took the water away, the land is the same. I hope I'm clear. That is to say that there is no such thing as an island. When you peek out in the water, beneath the water, it is one land. We are all connected, so I encourage us to remember that this distance is an illusion. We're building together. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you very much. And moving on to CK Japheth.
Yes, thank you. I think you asked why Uganda.
Sorry?
You asked why Uganda.
Why Uganda would be one of the main things in my mind right now.
All right.
Yes. Yes.
I normally answer that by saying, why not Uganda? And
why not
now?
Uganda?
Yeah,
why not Uganda?
Why not Uganda?
Yes, there we go.
I think we are the last explored destination in the region. I normally say lots of saturation down Nairobi, lots of good PR down south, but Uganda offers the freshest opportunities for anyone who's serious about building, and it's initiatives like this inspired by Startup Uganda, Jean, I see her right here, Kenneth, and the rest of the team that are making those opportunities available for everybody. So why not now, and why not Uganda?
Powerful. Thank you very much, CK. And Assistant Commissioner.
Yes, I think what I'd just like to say is that with now the 5IR or 4IR coming, that's the fourth industrial revolution, e-trade is practically genderless. I mean, today, if you are trading, you're not concerned about who is at the end of the line, whether it's a woman or a man. All you're interested is my sale credible? And do I have a good deal? So remember that in trade, we have this African Continental Free Trade Agreements. We have the EAC agreements. So, and this is a market of over 6 billion people, 6 million people. So market is there. So this is what I was just trying to tell you in terms with the influx of the 4IR, there's a lot of market access. You just have to continue innovating and take advantage of government portals to be incentivized. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to the close of this first plenary session. I do hope that all of you will be able to join us for the second one, which is about finance. But I just wanted to say thank you to Andrew from Easy Matatu, Arnold from Zetu, CK from the Innovation Village, and Assistant Commissioner from the Ministry of Trade. When I go around Kampala, a lot of people ask me, oh, you're from Japan. Do you still have samurai and ninja in Japan these days? I say, no, but you'll find a lot of them in Kampala. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure why our moderator left. I thought he was doing the second panel as well. Yes, it's coming up right now. You take a break at the very end of your panel. So maybe if the panelists for the second one could just come to the front so that we can keep with time.
My apologies. I was going for my samosa. All right, so the second plenary session now is regarding capital. JICA did a very extensive research on the Ugandan startup ecosystem in 2001. And we interviewed over 100 companies. And obviously, one of the biggest challenges that they all mentioned was access to capital. Access to capital. Now, that is why I'm particularly pleased to be able to announce today that through JICA Ninja 1 and Ninja 2, well over $2 million have been injected into Ugandan startups through investments and grants. So let's congratulate each other and also say thank you to our sponsors, JICA and JICA Uganda. And of course, I pray that this is just the beginning. And in August this year, our Prime Minister of Japan, Prime Minister Kishida, stated that Japan is going to invest 30 billion, with a B, 30 billion US dollars into Africa as the sum of public and private financial contributions over the next 3 years. And so Japan wants to continue building its relationship with Africa. And JICA Uganda wants to continue supporting high growth stage startups, the ones that we just talked about in the previous panel here in Uganda. Like we said, growth stage startups here are still a bit of a rarity. Most of the startups are small and early stage, but the growth stage ones are the ones who are going to drive the economy, not just here in Uganda, but anywhere in the world. So, since JICA provided investment opportunities for Ugandan startups here to the tune of over $2 million, I'd like to ask some of them to come up here together with their ecosystem partners and tell us what their experience with Ninja was like and what was done, what more could have been done. So I'd like to invite our panelists, and if possible, may I invite you as close as possible to the podium so that I can see your smiles. The first one is from startup Ecoplastyle, Mr. Frank Kamugisha, CEO and founder. And next we have from startup ChapChap, Seth Mutano, head of ops for ChapChap Africa. And of course, we have from the finance sector, the Ugandan Development Bank, John Kamara, equity analyst. And it is a particular honor to invite someone coming all the way from Japan, or was it from Nairobi, Mr. Daiki Sato, Executive Officer of Mobility 54. Whoever's in control of music, I'm buying you coffee later. Next is Viana Kamakule, business analyst at Hive Collab. All right, so here we are talking about capital and access to capital. And I'd like to give all of you just 1 minute to quickly introduce yourself as soon as I ask you your first question. So I'll ask you your first question, and before you answer, please quickly give an introduction about your company and what it does. Thank you very much. So first of all, Ecoplastyle. What an amazing product. I understand that you entered the Ninja program at an idea stage or a seed stage, is that correct? And now you're selling to not only in Uganda, but in Kenya and beyond, and you have some significant large customers. So tell us a little bit about what you do, and then we'll go on to, how did JICA and Ninja help you get there?
Great, fantastic. Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Frank Kamugisha. I am the founder and CEO at Ecoplastyle. We are a climate tech company that recycles all kinds of plastic waste to make sustainable construction materials that we sell to the construction sector. And our flagship product is a roofing tile that looks like the normal clay tile, but 2 times lighter in weight with 0 breakages, and they reduce the cost of construction by over 30%. Basically that's what we do, and we are based in Namambe here in Kampala.
Thank you so much, and amazing. Helping Uganda and saving the planet all at once. So could you tell us a little bit about how JICA Ninja contributed to your growth? Because you were approached by Ninja at a very, very early stage, and look where you are now. So tell us a little bit about how that happened, please.
Yeah, to be honest, I think before Ninja, I had been in several, accelerator programs, both here in Uganda, in the US, in Germany. But when I went into JICA, it was such a program that had very tight KPIs that we had really to achieve as part of the proof of concept. Of course, we were at the idea stage for sure. We had nothing on ground yet. We just had a prototype with a few documents written down, a pitch deck and stuff like that. And so when Ninja came in, we agreed on first of all getting the machines, getting the facility software to have physical presence as a company, getting the machinery, and beginning business development both in Uganda, and we on site actually became ambitious, and we wanted to have actually presence in Kenya as well. And so so when we started, of course, in the 6 month, we were able to procure the machinery, and of course using the grant that we got from JICA, our own funds, and looking through other partners. So we got the machines and started production of the roofing tiles. And when we opened like today, we opened like in a Monday, and the second day we got our first customer, in fact. And so by end of the program, we had already, and that's of course in the period of 6 months. So by end of the program, we already had about 5 customers in Uganda and 2 clients in Kenya. And of course now the story has changed since the end of the program.
That is incredible. How long was this process? From seed to where you are now with your machinery, your plant, your prototype product selling? How long did that take?
Yeah, I think we've been one of the, and I think most of the startup founders here agree with me that one of the hardest things to do is to build a product-based company. It's really very difficult, very, very hard. And so, but we have been so much, blessed as a company to, execute very fast. And so we managed to do all this in a space of 6 to 8 months. Get the machines, get the facility, begin production, have sales and things like that. So in a space of 8 months, we at least had
8 months.
Yeah, 8 months. We already had some traction to show, and we are growing much faster as of now. Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
that is incredible. 8 months, and this is during COVID.
Yeah, during COVID, because I mean, we started commercial production January 2022.
Wow. Okay.
And since January 2022 up to date, we've been able to sell more than 50,000 roofing tiles, recycling more than 450 metric tons of plastic. Yeah. And of course, this has enabled us to work with more than 180 youth and women across the plastic value chain, including people who collect plastic, sorting, recycling, making tiles, distribution and stuff like that. Yeah. And of course, we have a very big mission moving forward, and I'll be sharing definitely.
Incredible. So you're saying there was mentorship, there was proof of concept funding. How much was that, by the way?
Yeah, it was $30,000 US.
$30,000 to play with.
Yeah, sure.
And you got your Land Cruiser.
Yeah.
Okay. But with that, so you built a plant, you got machines, you got your customers, you got cash flow coming in from your products, as well as investors. And I know, there are deals and so forth that cannot be mentioned, but in terms of investment, let me just ask you one question. Are you happy right now? Very happy or very, very happy?
So, it's a very tricky question, but fantastic one. I think in terms of investment, we are happy, I can say.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's not easy really to raise capital, especially if you're building a product-based company, and especially doing it in a developing country. So you will have a lot of things you have to juggle with. But my role as a founder is to make sure that I make my company, EcoPlastyle, to look sexy to investors. So I have to make sure that my focus right now is making sure that, we have clear corporate governance structures, we have the traction, we have records kept for whatever we've been doing over the past years, and we have, most importantly, a clear mission of what we want to do in the next 30 months and what it takes for us to move from where we are today to where we want to be in the next 30 months. And of course, we have quite a number of investors right now that are knocking on our doors. That's that one I have to really mention it. We have close to 7 investors, and everyone has different deals that they are trying to give to us. And that puts us, of course, in a position where we are able to, look through the different deals and see which one works better for us at our stage, and who is the right investor for us that is going to, work with us to move this vision to the next level.
7 investors knocking on your door.
Yeah.
You must have a very big door. So maybe you could quickly let us know how, or if JICA Ninja was able to help you connect with these investors Was it through the credibility of JICA's or Ninja's brand? Was it through direct introduction? How did some of these things come to be?
Yeah, I think the Ninja facility is more than an accelerator program, because it is a family. Even during the program, after the program, you remain with that kind of, you know, brotherhood with the JICA office, and having them, of course, as one of the people who believed in our vision when we had nothing itself was, you know, a proof of concept for some investors, of course. yeah, and I can say that, yeah, the Ninja facility is supporting us, enabling us to gate the traction. I think the biggest thing, the connection here, is that the Ninja facility was able to give us the financing that we use to create the traction that the investors are looking for. You know, building those proof points that the investors are looking for. And to me, that is what is very important in all this relationship with the JICA, the Ninja facility. And of course, they've gone ahead to, you know, make introductions and connect us to, you know, different opportunities. Yeah, but of course, the one I talked first is what's very important: building those proof points that the investors are looking for where they're investing in a startup.
Thank you very much. Ecoplastal, everybody. And I feel this prophecy that within a few months, you will be very, very, very happy. And so we hope that that will come to pass. Next is ChapChap. Seth Mutano, you're head of ops, is that correct, at ChapChap? Please give our regards to your founder, Emmanuel Imodek. Now, again, another startup where we are starting to see your logo more and more around the places in Kampala. And I heard that Ninja 2, is the very first accelerator that ChapChap has ever been involved in. Is that correct?
That's true.
Okay, great. So, and immediately after you completed this accelerator, you got an investment round. This is public knowledge, public news, so I hope you don't mind me disclosing,
That's okay.
of $0.3 million from the Nordic Impact Fund. Is that correct?
Very accurate.
Congratulations. Capital, everybody. So, how, in your view, did Ninja contribute to this milestone of an achievement?
Thank you very much, Mr. John. I'll start off with the introduction in my 1 minute.
Yes.
I am Seth Mutano, the Chief of Operations, ChapChap. ChapChap is a fintech company that was founded in 2016. And how big is the challenge? We have more than half the population in Africa struggling to access digital financial services, and these small businesses can download, and they are able to digitize their transactions, moving away from the rudimentary bookkeeping, and they are also able to earn an extra source of income through reselling our digital financial services.
Wow.
It was a very beautiful journey that we participated in, and a USD from JICA, and we used this to enhance our product, and with this we were able to grow organically to a GMV of over 6 million USD monthly, and to a tune of 25,000 small businesses that we do support as of today.
Incredible. That's incredible. That's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get you there, and $18,000 as well.
Yeah, so we were able to get the numbers, and with the numbers, we were now able to get on a round table with the investors. Okay. One other important point we got from the Ninja program is we were exposed to the live pitches. So for all the pitches that we did, we showcased our product, and these pitches were actually viewed by the global community of investors. So since then, we've actually had a number of been in different engagements with many investors, and we were looking to align with that investor that aligns with our goal and vision.
Excellent, excellent. That's wonderful. Again, you know, as you implied, capital or grant, in either grants or investment is nothing without proper mentorship, without a proper context of know-how. So, can we talk a little bit about this 18,000 briefly? Would you say that this grant was different from many others due to the fact that it was given in the context of an accelerator?
Yes, yes, yes. First of all, a country. So having this funding without many ties, of course, helped us accelerate our product, enhance it, and that, of course, contributed so much to the numbers that I already spoke about. So the growth could largely be tied to the funding we received from JICA because it allowed us to operate. Yeah.
Okay, good. And then the Impact Fund, Nordic Impact Fund invested, like, I think it was on the month, pretty much, that Ninja closed. But after that, if I understand correctly, ChapChap continued to receive mentorship even after JICA Ninja was over. And what was that experience like, and what kind of support do you think that provided? And how was that valuable?
Okay, yes, we continue to get mentorship from JICA, and maybe to first deviate a bit, of course, I also have to talk about the mentorship with project implementation hubs, the one we had with likes of Outbox, Innovation Village. So with all these hubs, we were able to actually get master classes, particularly in topics of product design and development. We're also able to get topics, to cover masterclass topics on fundraising and investment, and also finances. So with these, and with this knowledge we got from the hubs, we were actually able to implement it physically. They also had an assessment into our, of course, this has been very, very helpful.
And now from the startups, we move on to some of the enablers, key enablers that are making these things as well.
Kamara, I'm an analyst in interventions in the key sectors laid out in the national development. I'm particularly happy to be here today because he has been very interested in startups, specifically your question, how do we see the ecosystem? The ecosystem has been evolving. It has been interesting over the years. What is obvious is that it has had a lot of growth and a lot of interest. We've seen this from a lot of international partners. A lot of this has come through grant funding. But that said, however, there are still gaps we see in the startup ecosystem, and I would really maybe put this through two areas. I think market linkages are not yet strong through this ecosystem. Would like to see more of that. We are having a lot of technical support from the likes of Ninja programs, Innovation Village. We are having a lot of financial partners. A lot of these are foreign as well. We need more local participation. I would like to see more of the technical non-financial partners coming into the ecosystem. For example, if we have an innovation that is trying to revolutionize medical care, I would like to see the traditional medical service providers interested. I would like to see them trying to find out what is going on in the startup ecosystem that has to do with healthcare. This is how market linkages, acquisitions, improved valuations can happen in our ecosystem. And secondly, a potential area for improvement obviously would be local participation. In terms of the local investors, we are not seeing enough local investors. Of course, there are structural issues around this. Would probably need to have vehicles that can accommodate local savings to participate in investing in startups. If you look across the room probably and talk to all the founders that were here, most of the capital raised has been from either foreign or foreign related investors. So
Yes.
that is why Uganda Development Bank is particularly interested in the startup space, and I'm happy to say we are actively investing in the startup
ecosystem here. Could I ask you, what area or stage are you looking for, and what is, what can startups do to attract your attention?
Okay, wonderful. What we are looking for, obviously, is, what every other investor would be looking for first and foremost is a viable business, a viable project that has a commercial strategy and can exist in the business environment sustainably. That said as well, of course, we are looking for socio-economic impact. Simply what that means is we are looking for businesses that goes to the community or to the wider nation. Any positive impact that comes out of their operations. You've probably heard of the buzzword, the startup founders here on the panel talking about in terms of how they had to tweak their commercial strategy, how they had to prove the concept, how they had to look for the right technical partners and team.
Point of view, in Uganda, especially for electric motorcycle businesses, that's the reason why we, invested in Zembo in 2021. It's a leading country as Uganda, and also border sector as well. Let's say asset financing. So from this point of view, we as Mobility 54 internally.
Sustainable DNA and long-term synergies. Thank you very much. Now, if I can just ask you one last question. As a mobility-focused VC fund, what kind of mobility technologies would you love to see in Uganda over the 5-10 years?
Yeah, we have 4 scopes of investment under always mobility. First one is logistics. Our vision, our long-term vision is to transform the logistics sector in Africa much more efficient way. From a international logistics point of view up to last mile delivery point of view. So logistics is definitely one key focus area. And the second one is the transport of the people, whatever, boda, Matatu, ride hailing and so on. The technology or business model who makes easier for the people movement from point A to point B. This is the second area of our investment. And the third one is fintech finance sector in mobility field, like asset finance, automotive lending, credit scoring, and so on, to fulfill the gap of the finance access from mobility users. And the last one is electric mobility field. This is our current focus as number 4 area. So
very much. The president and CEO of Toyota Tsusho, Mr. Ichiro Kishitani, recently publicly announced that African investment, we will envision a future together. And so we do look forward to a long and successful partnership and collaboration between Uganda and Toyota Tsusho and Mobility 54. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And again, last but by no means least, from Hive Collab, Viana Kamakule, business analyst. So let me ask you this. Hive, if I understand correctly, you're one of the very first accelerators in this country.
You're correct.
And Hive went through Ninja, working together with other accelerators as well. And from where I could see on the side, it seemed to be going very, very well. So what was that experience like? And
analyst, readiness, and business development support. That were learnings from our participation in the JICA project was faced by the ecosystem itself. And if we look at the presentation that was made as they progressed, there were less and less organizations supporting them, especially the ESOs. And what that does is affect the high growth incubation to make sure that we have businesses like Tugende that attract fund collaboration that came out. It laid ground for future collaborations, especially around the three big
Sentence to describe what you think was different this time, was special or unique this time. What would that?
The scratch and just looking at each individual. We're going deeper and looking at the startup and looking at what are your structures like? What is the governance? Do you have internal controls within the business? How would you inspire confidence in an investor to look at your business and say, well, I think this is the kind of business I want to look at. What is the scalability that this business has? Some of the businesses will go through high ticket sizes. So what they do is go back, do the same things, and then expect that
Collaboration between Japan and Uganda, between Ninja and the startups here in Uganda. So stay tuned and stay together. Thank you.
I apologize that I wasn't environment if the environment is not conducive. So I thought that it would be important for us to speak to the people who make the environment conducive for all of this to happen. We know that this is the mandate of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. So on behalf of the ministry, I would like to invite Mr. Stefan Bogo. I'd like to invite him to close the session by speaking to and confirming government's willingness to support the ecosystem.
Government officials here present, representatives from MDAs, that's ministry, departments and agencies, representatives from JICA, the private sector was observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good day. I'm humbled to join you this day in the Uganda Innovation Week. I convey apologies from the Permanent Secretary who could not be here today at this important location, but joins us in spirit. My name again is Stephen Mbogo Kiria. I'm the Acting Assistant Commissioner at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives in the Department of Technological Research, Innovation and Processing. I wish again to salute all the organizers, JICA, in collaboration with this extensive initiative and guidance, undertaking and supporting synergies to promote technology. Stimulating the growth of fast accelerator programs is creating secure your future vision true to its mandate. Uganda national goal, our vision 2040, defines the future we want, transforming our world. The 2030 agenda hinged on sustainations that startups develop. The National Development Plan 3 is expected to be achieved through 18 programs, amongst which are private sector development, digital transformation, innovation, technology development and transfer. In all three programs, startup support is an important cross-cutting theme. So it's on this same breath that the ministry thanks and supports and pledges to continue to work with supporting partners, JICA and the development partners, towards providing appropriate acceleration support to growth of startups into sustainable and impactful business, ultimately to the economic development of the country. Those are the words I just read out from the Undersecretary. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I'd like to invite two ladies that are going to do the very difficult task of moderating the next panel in a very short period of time. I do not envy them. I admire them. I'll introduce them and they can come up quickly. Becky Iradukunda, who is the Executive Assistant Hive Collab. Becky is a projects coordinator at Hive Collab as Becky walks to the front with over 3 years experience supporting startup businesses and training businesses as they go through acceleration. Prior to joining Hive Collab, she worked as a banking officer at NC Bank. Brenda Wangari is the Senior Programs Manager Africa at Village Capital. She leads the entrepreneur support programs in Africa, supporting 66 organizations from over 27 countries and managing $1 million plus in non-dilutive capital. She's particularly proud of launching Unlocking Pipeline, a playbook on entrepreneur support in Africa. The report showcases best practices for entrepreneur support organizations, grant makers, and startup investors, and high-level snapshots of the landscape today. I'm told Brenda will be coming a little later on, so Becky will be taking lead on this. Welcome. They'll be moderating a panel on scaling up circular agribusiness in Uganda, from inspiration to action.
All right, thank you so much for that introduction. My name is Becky Radukunda from Hive Collab. I'm going to be moderating a session on how to make the best out of food. Okay, so circularity is something new in our environment, also in Africa. So I'm going to cover basically different ways and different aspects businesses can be able to make value or create value from the different food losses, as well as the different byproducts from food losses. So I have a few slide presentations that I'm going to, which should be shared on the screen, but as I wait for that to be done, I can give you a quick overview of our different partners who are currently funding. That's the IKEA Foundation. So All Farms is a project that is being led by Bopink and Village Capital, and it's being implemented in Uganda by Hive Collab. So today, yes, as I wait for them to show the slides, that's okay. So basically, those are the main partners on the circularity businesses that we are carrying out in Uganda by Hive Collab as the main implementer. So All Farms is the first African SME accelerator completely focused on circular agribusinesses. So what do I mean by a circular agribusiness? So basically you've seen different business models coming up and different businesses having ideas on how to produce products. And of course, the normal value chain is we produce products. They come from production to usage. Okay, you can proceed the next slide. The panelists, one of them is our founder, so she'll talk about Hive Collab. So today, I know in all your our distinguished guests, every one of you is either a funder, you could be a donor, you could be an academician. Basically, you could be wearing one of those hats, okay? So as I speak to you today, you could also be an entrepreneur, someone who has a business idea, or you're able to come up and then scale in the future. And also other people could also be in the room as well. The next slide. So what is the objection or the objective of this session? So basically, All Farms aims to make circularity the mainstream approach in East Africa agri-food sector by 2025. What do I mean by that? We want to make sure that different SMEs, small, medium enterprises, are capacitated, and we do that by basically having capacity building sessions, trainings, as you're going to see as I proceed on. And of course, this can only be done by having all players in the market join us, having the same vision, and also being able to scale up the circular businesses into action. So why don't we start today as I go into depth on what circularity really is. So the agenda, I'm going to go through the challenge. Why do we need circularity in our businesses? Why is it something important that should be done in Uganda specifically? And I'll go to the solution of now that brings in All Farms as a different way of how it's now coming to solve the challenge we are facing. Then of course, inspiration, I'll be introducing the All Farms Circular Idea Blender, which is going to be also portrayed or projected on the screen. Yeah, then of course, finally, I'll call upon our expert panel, and then they're going to give us their experience. So what is the challenge we are facing currently? The current challenge is that a lot of food wastage is done. And why is it happening? Because most of the times by 2025, we project that if we don't take care of the environment, if we don't create value from the waste, from the food products, we won't be able to serve the economy, we won't be able to serve the world. So we want to make sure that how can we minimize food wastage? How can we make sure that whatever is being lost across the value chain is brought back into the system? And please proceed on the following slide. Yes. Yeah, so all farms comes in as a solution to say that in Uganda currently we have, not in Uganda, but the world. Next slide, please. Yes, so we have a percentage. So what percentage of food, fruits and vegetables spoil before they can be consumed in Africa? That comes as a rhetoric question to you to find out, yeah? So there are different food losses that take place as food is being produced from the garden all the way to the processing to the final customer. So the answer to that, it's around 40 to 50% of food losses go into waste. What does it mean? In the next few years, we won't be having enough food to serve a growing population, because we believe that Uganda and Kenya are one of the countries whose population keeps growing every now and then. So how can we create value by making sure that all that food loss which has taken place is brought back into the system? Next slide. Then we can also have another quiz to just ask ourselves as we are in our respective places, what percentage of fruits and vegetables spoil before they can be consumed in Africa? Yeah, so you have a farmer who comes up and maybe they're aiming at making profits at the end of the day. But during that value chain, a lot of spoilage takes place. So also that is a quiz for us to look at. And of course, most of the answer is 80% of food losses in Africa occur on farming and also during processing. Then another quiz is what kind of product can be made from leftover orange peels, yeah? So this is a byproduct of an orange, which you don't utilize at the end of the day. But how can you make use of that byproduct? So the answers we have, either we can make animal feed, we can make fertilizer, can we make lemonade and sauce, or energy, or can we make all the above? And of course, the answer is all the above, because this is now where circularity starts from, okay? Then, so how will we be able to sustainably feed a growing population without depleting the planet's resources? Yeah? And of course, while agricultural value chains generate many byproducts, they are often left wasted. So the next slide talks about the value chain. So we're going to see that from, starting from a smallholder farmer, to the period of harvesting, to the period of quality control, then processing, retail, then finally to the low-income consumer. A lot has happened across that value chain. So we shall start with what we call the unavoidable losses. So these are losses which you can't avoid as you're making fruits or as you're making products for sale on the market. And of course, these are known as byproducts. So across the value chain, we have, during harvesting, for example, we have the cashew apple, which is not used to make the apple juice. That becomes a byproduct. So how can you make use of that byproduct and bring it back into the value chain system? By creating food and also by promoting circularity. And of course, during processing, we also have the orange leftover peel, which can be used to produce juice. So instead of you just using the seeds or just using the inner softer part of the orange peel to make juice, how can you make use of the byproduct as well? So we have different SMEs that we have been accelerating, and they have been having many ideas, innovative ways on how to make value from the leftovers or from the byproducts across the value chain. Then we have the food losses now. So food losses, these are basically unavoidable losses, okay? So these are, why do we call them avoidable losses? This is because these are losses whereby in case, for example, if it's a fruit, okay, and maybe you don't provide for it the right temperature for it to become, maybe avoid different bacteria from entering from them. You can avoid it by making sure, one, you have the right equipment in place, by one, making sure that you refrigerate them better. So even across this value chain the same way, during the process of quality control, for example, we have rejected or low-grade fresh produce like tomatoes, yeah? So how can we make sure that these tomatoes which have been spoiled can be made into better usage, okay? So we have different companies using ketchup, okay, making ketchup from the leftover tomatoes or tomatoes that have gone bad before they can be consumed by the final customer. Then, of course, during retail, also we have an example of the spoiled milk, which gets spoiled before reaching the final customer. Yeah. Then we have the Mormon ladder or the circular agribusiness model. So basically, this model has different stages. It has different levels that we consider for us to be able to also accept them, to accept these businesses into our accelerator. So we have a business, for example, maybe that is dealing in human food circularity. And I give an example of rejected tomatoes where you can make ketchup out of them. So this is considered at a very high value because, one, you're going to make food from it. It can be consumed. So at all farms, we aim at having or putting front those businesses that create the highest value from food wastage or byproducts. Then, of course, the next level is animal feed. It's also considered to be part of circularity. So we look at the orange peels into animal feed. And of course, different businesses that we have been able to accelerate into our programs have also had such experiences. Then we have packaging as the third level. So packaging, basically, this one is for food and beverages, whereby we have an example of a business which is pineapple crowns into biodegradable packaging. So all these are different business ideas that we believe that once they have been adopted or once they have been once entrepreneurs have expressed interest into utilizing them, they can be beneficial for themselves and also for the economy as well. Then, of course, organic fertilizers and compost comes as a second last level. An example is the rice husks into fertilizers. Then, of course, bioenergy comes finally down because you don't make food from them. So this is basically agricultural waste into biogas or briquettes. I think this one we are more relatable to it. Then, of course, our solution now is introducing all farms. We are trying to make the most out of food. So we have had the previous accelerator, which started in 2021, and now we are aiming at having another one starting in January. And of course, currently, applications are closed, so we are now doing the review. Hive Collab is the implementer in Uganda. So making circular businesses a mainstream approach in East Africa is our main aim. How do we do this? One, by accelerating circular activities of 40 agribusinesses, SMEs in Kenya and Uganda. So this 40 comprises of 20 in Uganda and 20 in Kenya. And so far in both countries, we have been able to have that 20 already done for the first cohort. So now we're headed to the second cohort starting in January. Another way of doing this is through capacity building, through training entrepreneurs, support organizations. Now this is where Hive Collab comes in. So we're able to build capacity for the team going to be able to train the different SMEs and accelerators. Then, of course, finally sharing learnings to SMEs, accelerators, and key stakeholders. So we have different stakeholders that we work with to be able to come together, be able to implement the program well, and also for us to have a sustainable way of doing it. Next slide, please. So what is OFAM's offering? So OFAM, so far, we have been able to complete the first accelerator, as I've mentioned. So it's a 6-month accelerator program. One, we have customers training program on circular agribusiness. So what does it mean? We do a tailor-made curriculum, which is basically focused on circularity and showing businesses how can they create value, how can they make money. Because you have experience of some businesses not knowing they're actually being circular, but when they are circular businesses. Then, of course, technical assistance. We offer this especially for those that make it successful to join our cohort. And we also have coaching and mentorship. We do this by the different people or mentors that we bring on board for the different businesses that we are incubating. Then we also have linkages to financial and investment opportunities. So we have different banks that we work with to be able to offer these entrepreneurs maybe a loan, startup capital on how they can scale up in future. Of course, networking and peer learning, this is done during the accelerator where the fellow SMEs are able to peer judge or peer rate themselves, and then they're able to see where they're standing, areas of improvement. So this is very important because as a business, as an SME in this sector, which is just starting or which is a bit new in Africa, it's important for you to know that you have other people who are also doing the same in the similar industry. Then, of course, we have competitive peer-to-peer awarded seed grants. Of course, at the end of the cohort, we're able to give out money, seed funding, to the best 4. Last time we gave to the best 4, so even this time, normally we give to the finalists, those ones who make it and those ones who have the best pitches at the end of the day. Then we also offer networking opportunities whereby you can be able to also network with your fellow entrepreneurs, meet up with the mentors, be able to carry out different opportunities with your colleagues. So we have what we call the circular blender. I would request a video to be played on that one. It's just 1.5 minutes before I can call on our expert panel to come forward. Kindly play the video. Thank you. I don't know if we have volume. So that is Patrick, he's from Bopink. So basically he's going to talk about the circular blender. And in this circular blender, it's a new way or it's a new innovation that has been done by Bopink. And as I wait for the volume, I can explain what it does. So,
hi, I'm Patrick Geyer, the Impact Measurement and Insights Lead for Bop Inc. and also part of the O-Farms project team. Hope you're having a great time at Uganda Innovation Week. Thanks so much for joining this session today. It's my pleasure to give you a sneak peek at a tool we're really excited to launch soon called the Circular Idea Blender. Now, this tool is for entrepreneurs, it's for investors, it's for anybody who's passionate about the circular economy and possibilities for circular agribusiness. And the way you can use it, there are 2 different ways. Number 1 is you can pick from a list of kinds of food waste or food production byproducts that you might have. Or you can also pick from a list of different kinds of products that can be made in a circular way. So let me give you an example. Let's say that you have a company that grows or processes bananas. And you have some that are not nice enough to be sold for retail. Here are a bunch of examples from all around the world of companies that produce a circular product with bananas as an input. And let's look through a couple of these examples. And here's one I'd like to show you from Kasana Organic Foods in Uganda, a purveyor of dried fruits. They make, among other things, a really tasty dried banana snack out of bananas that are not nice enough looking to be sold for retail. Great idea, and just one of several examples that we have of circular approaches to working with bananas. Now, what if we wanted to make something like an organic fertilizer? Well, we've got quite a few examples of that too, and I want to just show you one. If we scroll over here, which is also from Uganda. Fidena Agri Uganda makes an organic fertilizer out of inputs like eggshells and banana peels. Great circular examples, and just a few of many, many examples that we have from Uganda, Kenya, elsewhere in Africa, Latin America, and Europe. So check it out. This is coming to you soon, which will be housed at circularideablender.com. And before I sign off, I also wanted to show you our project website for O-Farms, O-Farms Making the Most of Food on the Bop Inc. website. Here you can stay up to date on new things happening with the O-Farms program. And also if you scroll down here, we do have some links out to resources like our research notes and other insights that you can download for free. So please check it out. Thank you so much for being here today. And back over to our facilitators for the session. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Patrick Geyer.
Thank you so much, Patrick. So I'd love us to introduce our expert panel in terms of circularity. So I'm going to call upon the first panelist, Barbara Mutabazi, the co-founder and managing director of Hive Collab. So Barbara is a groundbreaking innovator dedicated to promoting the economic empowerment of youth, especially girls and women. So she's going to tell us more about Hive Collab, as I called on the other panelists. Regina Nantege, Quality Controller, Rena Beverage Solutions, please come forward. Okay. So Regina is a dietitian with over 5 years of experience in providing nutrition therapy. Then finally, I'm going to call forward Patrick Muganga, the Senior Associate, Uganda Aseli Africa. So Patrick is an agriculture market systems development specialist with over 12 years experience in design and implementation. And yes, this is our panel. And before I start, I would like each of them to give us a short introduction, what they do, and the companies that they represent. Thank you. I can start with Patrick, seeing as you're the only man on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Becky. My name is Patrick Muganga. I work with an organization called Aseri Africa. Aseri is a multi-donor market incentive facility that is here to bridge the gap between supply and demand for capital for high impact SMEs. We are headquartered in Nairobi, but operating 5 countries, including Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Mexico, and soon we are entering into Zambia.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Regina?
I'm Regina Nantege. I'm a dietitian and quality controller. I help people eat healthy by creating products that nourish your body with a number of nutrients. I train our beverages.
Thank you so much, Regina. Then finally, Barbara.
My name is Barbara Mutawazi. I'm a co-founder of Hive Collab, and at Hive Collab our goal is to scale ideas with positive social impact with a specific focus on technology businesses, so AgTech, EdTech, MedTech, FinTech, and GovTech. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Barbara. So the first question goes to Regina. Seeing that you're part of the SME that went through the circularity program, and I believe also your company deals in circularity, what are those hindrances that you're finding on the market? For example, prices. How is the price affecting your business? How is, basically what challenges are you facing to be able to implement in the space of circularity?
The biggest challenge to our food circular business is you're trying to create a food product that is actually palatable and enjoyable. And for most of us in the audience, when we hear the word food waste, I'm sure what comes to your mind is, that isn't getting into my food as a product, if it was a byproduct. So the biggest challenge is really recreating something that's a byproduct, not necessarily a waste, and creating it into something that's enjoyable, appealing to the consumer. So it requires a lot of work. But furthermore, on the prices, for me, I actually see it as an opportunity. Every time we see the inflation in prices, that means that there's a bit of a scarcity. And circular businesses are a solution to that, because if I keep buying from my farmer group every other year and maximize their productivity by buying not only the calyx but also the seed, means I give them more income for their farming, so they're more encouraged to actually invest in farming technologies, so they'll have more production year in, year out, which I believe affects the ability to have a stable price.
Yes, thank you so much. So I'll ask Barbara, as the head of the SEO, how is food price inflation affecting the different businesses that you are working with?
Is that food price elevation?
Yes.
How is it affecting
the SMEs? How is it an impact on making circularity beneficial to the different SMEs you're working with?
So let's start by looking at farmers who are producing, let's say, avocados. When you go to a market now, the price of something
let's say a farmer in Ibanda district
Yeah.
selling avocados to someone in Kampala. One, by the time those avocados probably get to Kampala, half of them are spoiled. They've incurred transport and everything.
Yeah.
And then if they are too ripe, no one is going to buy it, right?
Yeah.
So the farmer is either forced to throw those away. If you've gone to these local markets, Kalere, Nakasero and all that, they're either forced to throw them away or find someone. And because circularity is just beginning to be a thing in Uganda, you find that even our own circular businesses do not have those fruits readily available for them. They have to search, or farmers will not know where or who is looking to buy. So for the guys who are in circular business, the prices are definitely affecting them, but also creating an opportunity in that if people are not buying the fruit when it's still okay, then it creates an opportunity for them, but also the price at which and also the transportation costs of getting them to wherever they're doing the processing from, it's costly.
Yes. Thank you so much, Barbara. So the next question goes to Patrick as our investor. Our investors convinced of the business case for circular agribusinesses. So are you convinced to invest your money, for example, in an SME that is dealing in circularity?
I would say it depends on which kind of investor we're talking about.
Yeah.
Also, to give a bit of context, how we work at Aseri is that we work with both impact investors and local private lenders, commercial banks and the rest. So if you are talking to impact investors, the answer would be yes, because first of all, the shareholders themselves are very keen on ensuring that whatever they do responsible lending, and they ensure that whatever operations they support are sustainable.
Yes.
When it comes to local investors, in this context, the local banks, I would say is that there is some bit of progress, but there is still a long way to go. As a financer, they always look at cash flow. In many cases, sustainability and circularity, these are new terminologies to them. And that's why we exist to support businesses that are circular in nature and regenerative. So we give impact bonuses, but also we provide technical assistance for investment readiness for businesses into this space. There is a lot of capacity building that needs to be done at lender level because, first of all, even just typical lending to agriculture, we still have a number of gaps.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of basics that have to be done, but there is a bit of progress which we are seeing that is coming through, and that's why facilities like this, which provide blended financing, are very important.
All right. Thank you so much, Patrick. I'll ask the same question to Barbara. Are investors convinced yet of investing in these circular agribusinesses, or there is still a challenge that is out there for them?
Just like Patrick said, it's a new thing that we are trying to bring into mainstream. So I would say they are on the way, but not yet, and we need to do a lot more in terms of getting people to understand the urgency of what we are talking about. When you're speaking about circularity and its importance, the questions that you were asking here earlier about how much of the food goes to waste, 40 to 50% seems a lot, and it's actually true. But also when you're speaking from Kampala, and people are like, yeah, there's enough food, you know? It's not really yet, the urgency is not really yet there for so many investors to see that this is something that we definitely need. So impact investors, yes, are definitely seeing this and beginning to invest in it, but we need to bring more publicity and showcase this and bring it into the mainstream, not just for investors, but also for our government and literally everyone. I said this is a challenge that all of us need to get our hands dirty on and work together on, otherwise we are going to starve in the next coming years.
Yes, thank you so much, Barbara. I'm going to ask Regis, what circular foods are on your dinner plate in the future? I know currently you you're dealing in some products which are circular, but maybe in the next 5 years, what do you have in mind? Yeah.
For starters, every dinner plate is going to have a cup of Rena hibiscus tea. But beyond that, I believe that it's important for us to realize the magnitude, like she said, of what we are actually wasting.
Yeah.
If 40% is wasted, ladies and gentlemen, it's not 40% of food. It's 40% of the nutrients you would have utilized as an individual. It's 40% of the nutrients you would have fed an animal or fish for it to have protein quality, good meat quality, which is then fed on humans. It's wastage that actually affects human productivity as well. So I believe with the growing evidence, research, everything growing, everyone is going to realize that instead of me throwing away, for example, my peel, I could actually benefit a certain nutrient from it. And not just the food, dinner plate, we are also going to see this as pills people are taking as nutraceuticals because of the functional properties that we are realizing are being wasted in some of these wastes.
Thank you so much, Regina. I will ask the same question to Barbara, finally, if you have any take on that.
For me as an individual, what I would love to see for us all to do is to reduce on the waste. In our homes, in our general homes, really, what's happening in there. If we go to the markets and you find maybe a whole basket of tomatoes at 50K, you're going to buy it all and bring it in, and it's going to go to waste. So we need to reduce that. But we need to also support our farmers. And for me, that is government coming in to help improve infrastructure. Because as you talked about this earlier, where does the spoilage happen a lot? It's from the farm to maybe market.
Yeah.
How do we reduce that? Or how do we help farmers become circular businesses?
Yes.
How do they utilize that to reduce it right from the farm or wherever it is that they are, as we wait for government to work on infrastructure and improve this for us?
Thank you so much, Barbara. Back to the audience. Do you have any questions? Maybe one or two hands up, then we can finalize. Yes? Maybe. I hope I can hear what you're saying, but let me try. Yes, Nielsen. I think you can go ahead and ask. I can project, yes. 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 Yes.
Done for us to see great ideas, great innovations coming to the global market. Thank you so much.
I'll hand that over to our expert panelists who would like to give us the first answer. Patrick?
Yes, thank you so much. Looking ahead, I think, first of all, we need to increase awareness about this concept. Yes, some businesses are doing it, but not intentionally. We just need to bring it to the forefront. That's why even technical assistance comes in very handy for businesses that are involved in this. But as we do this, we need to remember that these businesses need capital or financing to be able to scale. So that means that as we focus on the technical aspects, we also need to look at financial viability of these businesses to attract investors. But also, when it comes to policy, engaging the different stakeholders, government, to ensure that we have policies that support such initiatives is paramount.
Yes. Thank you so much, Patrick. Barbara, do you have something to add?
Yeah, thank you. In terms of policy, government has a parish development model that is supporting people from deep where they are, right? So for me, I feel like circularity should be one of those things that are really emphasized as they take this model down into the villages, because 70% of our people get their funding or their livelihood from agriculture, and this is circular agriculture. We need to focus the money that government is putting for farmers or for communities on to circularity. The goal of this is to make this a mainstream, to make it the in thing, something that you don't look at. Regina said something earlier about when you hear waste, you're like, oh, I don't want to eat waste. But it's not really waste. So I don't know whether we need to term it differently. It is just something that we need to really not commercialize, really market in a way that people understand the value and what someone would be saving if they actually started using circular products. So in terms of policy, one, we could reduce the taxes. If government is here, that is something that they could do. If we are looking at innovators that are building products or services out of circularity, reduce on the taxes that are being demanded or charged from these guys.
Okay, I see another hand raised up. I think I can use 2 minutes. Yeah, you can just. Unfortunately, we're not able to hear you from this side. I don't know. Maybe could you come a bit closer, then I can project. Yeah. Yes. So how have we been addressing the challenge of customers not paying back or fundraising? Those sound to be fundraising. Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
his question is around fundraising.
Okay.
How are we
Barbara.
helping businesses fundraise, right? I wanted to start with asking your question. Startup Uganda has over 23 business entrepreneurship support organization. Are you part of any of those? That's your first problem. The reason ESOs exist is to help businesses like your business is some of those challenges that on your own would be hard. For example, if an investor comes to Uganda and they're looking for maybe 10 businesses, they don't have the bandwidth to go around the whole country looking for businesses. So what do? They will come to ESOs like Hive Collab and all the others to say, okay, do you know any business that is doing X, Y, and Z and fits in this criteria? And that would be your starting point. When we know you, we're not saying come and sit in the innovation hubs or anything. We want to know you, where you are, and then when we get people who are looking for businesses like yours, we can promote you. But the other thing is, financial institutions, yeah, like banks and all. One of the things we do is to partner with financial institutions, understand what are their criteria, what are they looking for, what do they fund, how do they fund, and what criteria, at what level do they fund. So when you come to entrepreneurship support organizations like us, we have all that information readily available. So we start walking you through that, get you investor ready, and such that when we present you to these investors, your chances of getting this investment are much higher than if you do it on your own.
Why I'm saying this is the informal sector, and what we do, we go to this farmers cooperative society, we work with them, because right now we've got in partnership with a new cafe. I don't know whether you know new cafe, because new cafe has the capacity. They work actually they are working with 1.5 million small coffee farmers in Uganda basically right now, and they are the national umbrella of all the farmers' enterprises and cooperatives in Uganda. Yeah. So, and yeah, my issue was basically on the informal sector, because agriculture is basically informal sector, and the challenge we'll be facing, how we addressed it, we started sourcing this food produce from them, and then we started selling to the factories, and selling to the factories. But basically to give on the opportunities there, the opportunity is rich, because if you look at these people in Chikubu, they look like they don't have the money, but just one transaction alone for export, one transaction alone is like in.
I do understand your challenge, saying businesses in the informal sector find it harder to raise money. And I will still go back to one thing. Look at the entrepreneurship support organizations to help you figure out where is the best place for you to raise from, and how to make sure that you get the money from them, regardless of whether you're in formal or informal sector.
Thank you so much, Barbara. Maybe remarks. Regina, do you have anything else to say?
I wanted to comment about what I was talking about with the informal sector, and saying that at the end of the day, if the farmers realize that there's a benefit to formalizing their businesses, they'll actually formalize it. So for me, it goes back to you creating a product that is suitable for the market, generate the revenue from the market, and then that gives you capacity to buy from your farmers. With that commercialization of agriculture, they will formalize.
All right, thank you so much, Regina. So with me, we have been joined with Brenda. Brenda Wangari is the Senior Program Manager for VILCAP. I'm going to give her a chance to just give us a few remarks, then we can close up. Brenda?
Good afternoon. So as Becky mentioned, my name is Brenda Wangari. I'm a Senior Program Manager at Village Capital, and Village Capital is one of the co-implementers for the OFAMS program. So this is East Africa's first circular agriculture program, and in Uganda we're running it with Hyperlab. So great job, Barbara and Becky and the rest of the team. And so I believe on all tables you have this flyer. It's just an overview of the work that we have done, and we also have our report on the state of this sector in Uganda. So if you're interested in that, make sure to talk to Barbara or Becky or myself after this. And we've worked with 10 SMEs in this sector, and we're currently selecting the next 10 work with in the future to us. We have tons of free resources. We're working on a playbook. We'll be launching.
Just give you a bit of information about him. Jonathan is a two-time startup founder and now self-proclaimed evangelist of startups and venture capital. He has worked at WeTracker in Kenya as a special projects editor and steers in Nigeria as a digital economy and venture capital analyst. And he is currently the CEO and editor-in-chief at Digest Africa, the leading provider of data and insights about African startups.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we wait for the presentation for the slide to start running, I'm just going to tell you a little bit about Digest Africa. So, Digest Africa, can we go to the next slide, please? So, Digest Africa is, we are a media, data, and intelligence startup. We are based in Kampala, and we are the leading provider of data and insights into the African ecosystem. We have our flagship product is our investment data. We've tracked deals since 2016, and we have 3,000 deals in our database. We have a database of 5,000 startups from about 21 countries, 500 investor profiles, and I've tracked 300 mergers and exits. So part of our products, we do custom intelligence, we do data collection and analysis, as well as custom reports. For example, we are going to do the data analysis of the Uganda Innovation Week for all the attendees that have come to the event. Let's go to our methodology, which is the next slide, how we collect this data and how we profile startups. So most of the data that we have, we get it from public sources, press releases, reputable media coverage, and contacting startups themselves. But the startups that contact us, we actually do our due diligence to confirm that they've raised this funding and the investors have written them these sort of checks. So our deals are broken into different categories. We have investment, we have exits, we have funds, and also for a startup to be classified as African, because we track African startups, we use the criteria of where it's incorporated, where its headquarters are, and what its primary market is. Just give you an example. For example, Cheaper Cash is actually headquartered in San Francisco, USA, but we categorize it as a Ugandan startup because it's where its primary market is in Uganda, and the founder is actually a Ugandan. So this is the end of the words. After this, we're just going to look at charts, graphs, and numbers. So let's get in. For purposes of our presentation, we are going to talk about data from 2018 to 2022. And we've tracked 10.9 billion worth of deals. And you can see the breakdown on an annual basis. So 2018, African startups raised 1.1 billion. 2019, they raised 1.8 billion. And then in 2020, due to the adverse effects of COVID-19, startups funding slowed down to just 0.9 billion or $900 million. And then in 2020, we had a record year in terms of funding, and startups were able to raise $3.9 billion. In 2022, the data is as of the third quarter, startups have raised 3.2 billion. So that's about 80% of the funding that they raised in 2021. Despite the economic downturn and the funding winter that's ravaging the world, Africa has sort of handled it better than the other ecosystems. But when you look at these figures, you could think they don't provide the context. So on the next slide, I'm just going to show you what the 3.9 billion raised in 2021 actually means. Can we go to the next slide, please? When you look at the global funding, startups globally raised $621 billion, which means Africa raised about 1% of all funding globally. For a continent that is about 7% of the global GDP, I think we are under-raising funding. So to just give you some context in regards to other regions, the USA alone raised $311 billion. That's almost 50% of all global funding. Europe raised 93.3 billion. China raised 90 billion. And then other emerging markets like India raised 30.5 billion. Latin America raised 20 billion. And then you can see Africa in the corner, just somewhere there. We raised just 4 billion, rounding off the 3.9 billion. So that's what's happening. So obviously, these other ecosystems like the USA and Europe and China are a little bit more advanced than our ecosystem. Venture capital is still an emerging industry in Africa. So we just hope that maybe in a decade, when we look at these figures, we can be able to surpass 1% and probably raise 10% of all funding. Let's go to the next slide, please. I don't think you can see the figures here, but I'm just going to show you about the African funding. The darker shade of blue is rest of Africa. The lighter shade of blue is 4 countries: Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, and Egypt. So the first pie chart, we are going to go and the first pie chart here represents the funding raised of the 10.9 billion, so the funding from 2018 up to 2022. The big 4, let me mention them once again: South Africa, Kenya, Egypt, and Nigeria. They raised, that's about 80% of all funding. 2020, it's also about 82%. When we go to 2021, it's the same case. And so far in 2022, the big 4 are still dominating. So when you look at the funding in African startups, do not think that it is distributed equitably. It's concentrated in just 4 countries, and then the other countries the rest of Africa sort of gets bits of it. Let's move on to the next slide. Now, this is just a breakdown of the funding. This is one thing that we should note. When we are tracking funding, there is what is called the deal amount. Just to give you an example, if 5 startups raise $1 million each, that means the total amount raised is $5 million. So this is what we represent on this side. On the other side, we're representing the number of deals. So a startup can raise multiple deals depending on what they want to raise in the market. So this is the funding amount. And what we can see is that in this first quarter of 2020, I don't know if you can see the figures, but this is about $290 million. And this was raised over 108 deals. So just to give you what we mean by this is that 108 deals were worth 290 million so the deals could be maybe 108 startups, but you could find some startups raising 2 deals or 3 deals. So if we look at the funding on a quarterly basis, what we can see is that this year the funding has sort of been declining. The last 3 quarters are the quarters of 2022. So in quarter 1, startups raised 1.7 billion. If you compare it to the first quarter of 2021, just comparing the quarters, 2021 quarter 1 and 2022 quarter 1, you can see African startups raised almost $1 billion more, comparing those 2 quarters. But if we just focus on 2022, what has been happening is that there is a funding winter. A lot of uncertainty in the market. VCs are sort of holding money, and a lot of startups are not raising money as frequently as they did in 2021, which was a record year. Even the 621 billion that we talked about globally, it was the record amount of funding that startups have ever raised. And so if you have to note, the funding has been declining, and the third quarter of 2022, it was the least amount of funding that startups have raised since the second quarter of 2021. So this is the worst funding in 5 quarters. If you have to look at the amount, to look at the deal count analysis, the last quarter 3 2022, it is the least amount of deals in a quarter since the first quarter of 2020. So one thing is for sure is that Africa may not have felt the impact of the funding winter globally in the first 2 quarters, but the previous quarter is confirmation that Africa is probably not special and immune to global trends. Let's move on to the next slide. So we've been collecting our data since 2016, and the beauty of that is that we can tell what startups have raised the most funding in Africa. And this compilation is just the top 10. If you go to the Digest Africa website, you can see the top 50. But for purposes of this presentation, I just brought in the top 10. Jumia, which is now a public company, it went public in 2019. It has raised $885 million. It's the most funded African startup. The next is Ope, Nigerian fintech, Flutterwave, Nigerian fintech, Sun King, a solar startup from Kenya, Andela, Nigeria, Time Bank, South Africa, Interswitch from Nigeria, Zola Electric, Solar from Tanzania, Cheaper Cash from Uganda, and Wave from Senegal. These are the most funded startups in Africa. And you can see the number of funding rounds they've needed to raise that amount of funding. Obviously, when you look at Wave, Wave just needed 2 funding rounds to feature in the top 10 in Africa. Let's go to the next slide, please. So, in terms of destination, between the period 2018 to 2022, if we are looking at funding by country, the destinations, Nigeria is, the overwhelming favorite destination of VC funding. That figure that you see in the corner, it's about 3.9 billion. Kenya, that's about 2.2 billion. South Africa, that's about 1.7 billion. Egypt, that's about $800 million. And then Uganda, $400 million. But it's important to note that the Uganda funding is heavily skewed by Cheaper Cash. So of the 400 million, Cheaper Cash has raised about 300 million. So the other startups just for the 100 million, which is, okay, let's just proceed. We will see how the breakdown of the Ugandan funding is. And then you can see the likes of Tanzania, the likes of Senegal, Ghana, Tunisia, Mauritius, Algeria, Congo, and Malawi, all featuring in our ranking. We proceed to the next slide, please. So let's just spotlight Uganda, because, we are in Uganda. Next slide. So when we look at funding in Uganda, this is a breakdown. So what we did is that we did the funding without Cheaper Cash and the funding with Cheaper Cash. So this is about 48 million, 12 million in 2020, 38.8 million in 2021, and 53.5 million in 2022. That is without Cheaper Cash. With Cheaper Cash, what you see, the lighter shade of blue is what has been raised by Cheaper Cash. The darker shade is what has been raised by all the other Ugandan startups. So in 2022, Cheaper Cash has not yet raised any funding. But you can see what happened in 2021 is that Cheaper Cash raised $250 million, which pushed the Ugandan funding to about 288 million. And in 2020, Cheaper Cash raised about $46 million, which pushed the overall funding to about 58.8 million. Let's proceed. But please don't think this is a Uganda-specific thing whereby one startup accounts for a lot of funding. It happens in all ecosystems. Even in Senegal, Senegal is in our rankings purely because of Wave. Wave has raised almost all the funding that that puts Senegal in our top 10. So if we just talk about the number of funding rounds, 2019 there were about 109 funding deals that we recorded. We recorded 37 funding rounds in 2020, 36 in 2021, and 14 in 2022. Let's proceed, please. Okay. What we see here is a breakdown of the funding rounds, like what are the most popular funding rounds that startup raise. So funding is, what you see, the big funding is our grants. So majority of funding rounds in our ecosystem are grants. This points to the fact that our ecosystem is still nascent and still very young, and not so many startups have graduated to raising the big funding rounds. When we break down the funding by amounts, we took out the Cheaper Cash funding because it was going to heavily skew the data. And what we see is that debt financing is the most popular, startups raise debt financing the most. And that debt financing is obviously from the likes of Tugende, the likes of ESAC. These are startups that have been able to attract debt financing. Let's proceed, please. we proceed also. This is the same as their slide. So if we just talk about the biggest funding rounds in Uganda, in 2022 in January, ESSAC raised 30 million. It was a pre-Series A, and this is the single biggest funding round raised by a Ugandan startup, which we obviously took out what Cheaper Cash was able to raise because it doesn't give a fair representation of the data. And then you can see Tugende had a $17 million round. It also raised about 13 million. Nomida, I think just a couple of months ago, raised 12 million. Grain Pulse with 11 million. As you can see, Solar now. Tugende dominates most of these funding rounds, and you can also see Rocket Health's 5 million Series A in May is also featured in our top 10. In the most funded startups, Tugende is the most funded startup in Uganda. We have the likes of ESSAC, Nomida, Grain Pulse, Rocket Health, Solar Sister, Safe Border, and Pure Organic. We can skim to the next slide, please. So these are some of the most active investors that we've seen in our ecosystem based on deals that we've tracked. The National ICT Initiatives Support Program, which is abbreviated as NISP, it's funded a lot of Ugandan startups. You can see MTN Uganda, some deals were undisclosed. You can see the 97 fund, and you can see High Innovator. This is High Innovator minus the funding, the current class of the High Innovator program. We've not yet added, we didn't add it to our data yet. And before the people from High Innovator attack me for the low number, some of the companies that they fund do not qualify as startups. And so even the Ninja program from JICA, we can see Launch Africa Ventures, Vilgro Kenya, the Total Startup Challenge. So these are some of the investors that we've seen are active in our ecosystem and are actively funding startups. Next slide. I believe we've come to the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I was trying to get a business card in that conversation that we're having separately. We're doing very well with time. A little late, but we started a little late, so we're not doing too badly. We're going to have a panel conversation. I thought we'd give Jonathan a bigger hand clap. He's shared a lot of free information that you can use wisely if you know how to use it. We're going to have a panel on venture capital funding in Uganda. What's not giving and what are the solutions? I'd like to invite Richard Ndahiro to come to the front. He will be moderating the panel. Richard is a technical advisor for UNCDF's Inclusive Digital Economy program in Uganda. His work revolves around how digital innovation impacts real economy sectors like finance, agriculture, health, and education, with a focus on undeserved markets. Richard will invite his panel and take it on from there.
Thank you. I chose to sit. An hour standing there won't be easy for me. So, yeah, but thanks again, everybody, for being here to share some insights about venture financing in Uganda. I have a very well curated panel, and I will start with a lady, Vanessa, if you can join us. Vanessa Mbazira is from Bid Capital, Bid Network, and she'll get to introduce herself. We're also joined by Kenneth Legacy. He'll get to introduce himself. He's a man of many hats, so I won't attempt to introduce him. We also have a man from Sente, Mr. Alan. Please join us. And lastly, but not least, Joseph Sentongo, please join us too. Yes, thanks. So maybe we'll start with the lady. If you could, in 1 minute, introduce yourself and what you do at your institution, and why you think we invited you here.
Thank you, Richard. So my name is Vanessa Mbazira. I am a Senior Investment Associate at Bid Capital Partners, formerly known as Bid Network. We have been in Uganda since 2007. We started out as a platform, kind of matchmaking investors and entrepreneurs, but we transitioned to a private company, right now Bid Capital Partners, since last year. And we are still doing the same work, can I say? So we are an impact investment advisory firm. We are the intermediary between an investor that's looking for where to put money and an entrepreneur that's looking to find money. So we support the deal right from the beginning to the end. We also work with different development partners on different projects to support SMEs to what we normally call, I think the term is now common to everybody, what we term as investment ready. So I've been in this industry for about 5 years now. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Joseph Sentongo, Senior Vice President for Impact at the Global Innovation Fund. The Global Innovation Fund is an organization that invests in accelerating the scale-up of innovations that are targeting people living under $5 a day. We do this by by providing different types of financing, both grants and risk capital, so debt or equity. And we are sector agnostic with an open window that enables people from, or innovators from low and middle income countries to apply for funding. I'm delighted to be here, and I hope I can share some of the insights from our work.
Thanks, Joseph. Over to Kenneth.
Good afternoon, everyone. Kenneth Legacy here. I'm the CEO and Chief Investment Officer at Otis Africa Capital. We are an advisory and investment firm. We support startups and MSMEs at their early stage that are looking to raise sub $250,000 into their businesses, and we help guide them on that growth journey. But in parallel as well, and Richard said I wear many hats, I'm also the co-founder and one of the trustees at Kampala Angel Investment Network, which is a platform that brings together angel investors that are looking to provide mentorship, business development, and funding to startups and MSMEs. Thank you.
Thanks, Kenneth.
Hello, my name is Alan Rakatungu. I am the CEO and co-founder at Sente. Sente is a licensed fintech company, and we offer a digital account that targets businesses. I'm also privileged to be on the panel with some of my investors and matchmakers. Hint, Global Innovation Fund. You should be next.
Yes, thanks, Sente, and thanks, panelists, for being here. So, as Jonathan was presenting, it reminded me of a bitter experience. You know, when the neighbors are frying chicken, but you know back home you're going to eat beans, right? And that's what's happening just across our border in Kenya. They're among the top 4, with too much money coming up. But across the border, we are, so we are going to discuss some of those challenges on what's not giving for Uganda and what might be the solutions to attract more capital to our ecosystem. I would like to start with a person who might be the most suitable or suited to talk about those troubles and their sources, and that's Alan, very well-known name, Center on the market. Tell us about the troubles of unlocking finance for a startup, for a fintech in Uganda.
So thank you, Richard. I always tell my team that trying to do a startup is like, where's like the deepest village in Uganda? Think Kisoro, deep, and you're a child there trying to get to university. It's not easy, but the fact that it is not easy doesn't mean that it can't be done. So maybe just to walk you guys through our journey. I've been in the startup space for over 10 years. This is my second startup. Focusing on this one, we launched in 2018. And since then, it has been a crazy journey. We've probably died like 5 times. But yeah, we've kept on pushing. We've made a few key milestones. I think for me the biggest milestones have happened this year, where one, I think we found product market fit after so many years. We acquired a license. We also launched the first corporate visa card in this region. So Richard, I know you say talk about troubles, but I don't want to discourage anyone. It's a rough journey, but you have to persevere.
So let's talk maybe not about the trouble, but what have you learned on this journey? And together with that, what do you think is improving and what is not improving? So we are setting up the guys on my left.
On your left?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think what I have learned, okay, is that we were not educated about the capital game early on, okay? I'll give you some illustrations. So early on, all money looked good for us, right? You'd see in the newspapers there is a grant for agriculture in Karamoja. You're like, you know what, I think my startup is agri-tech, let me go to Karamoja. Then the next thing you see in the papers, there's a 10 million VC fund, even that one you apply for. Revenue, $500 per month. So all money would go after, and the failure rate was very, very high. So one, we didn't understand the game. And so we also made mistakes in there, because any money that came, we said yes to it, no matter the terms. And so we also got, honestly speaking, some very terrible terms on the money that we got early on that has now started to stress us. So I think for me, it was not understanding the game, the way it is played, for capital, and understanding which is your lane. If I'm going to build a company, and I am looking to build a venture scale company, then this is the right capital, and this is the right investor, and this is the right way to build the company.
And what do you think is working and not working on the market?
I think what's working, I think for us we've been the guinea pigs, the early guys. So the ecosystem has developed a lot, right? There's a lot more education, there's a lot more accelerators, there's also a lot more capital, there's a lot more goodwill. This is an example of goodwill. So I think the ecosystem now has a lot of support structures. Just to give you an example, in 2018, 2017, where would you go to apply for capital? Today, there is a lot of places you can apply for capital. In 2017, 2018, could you partner with a bank? Absolutely not. Today, you can walk into any bank. So the ecosystem, there's a lot of support around it, and so I think this is the best time to do startup.
Thanks a lot. And Kenneth, I wanted to jump you and go to the supply side, but maybe just in a minute, I understand we are a mixed team here. If you could try to enlighten us on what's VC funding, and maybe what are the other sources of funding that startups can look up to, just in a minute.
All right, thank you. I formally looked up the definition. You know, we say many things and we may not align on what we are defining when we talk about venture capital. So by venture capital, actually, what we mean is that this is capital or money that is invested in a project that has a substantial element of risk, which means it may be a new business or it may be a high growth expansion project. And just for entrepreneurs out there to understand, because it has a high element of risk, the investors that are giving you the money expect a high return associated with it. And this funding is usually done over rounds, which are what were defined by Jonathan at Digest Africa. So you need to know which round you're raising, which stage you are in that venture journey, so you know which investor to target. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So let's turn to the people who have money, or at least pretend to have money. Crystal, rather Vanessa, very sorry for that. The trouble of finding investable startups, or the trouble of finding startups that are ready for investment in Uganda. On one side, we have a demand side that says we can't find money, but on the other side, people say there is money, there are just not enough people that are ready for it. Tell us about those troubles from where you sit.
Okay, thank you, Richard. That's true. The debate keeps going on and on and on. The investors are looking for investable businesses. The entrepreneurs are looking for the money. But my experience so far has been that, just to add on to what Alan and Kenneth has said, understanding the whole space of venture capital. That's one. There's a lot of complicated lingo in this space. Series A, MVP, even as simple as BDS, terms that a simple startup owner might not understand. And because of that, our role now as transaction advisors, we try so much to explain to you what venture capital means. We try to explain to you the process. So most of these venture capital firms they have a process set in place that they follow. And in most cases, it's a very, very hectic and long process. So what happens is that SMEs, or startups in this case, look for money when they need the money, because they have that mindset of how the bank used to work. You know, I want money now, I go to the bank, maybe give collateral, and then get the money, say 3 days after know your customer procedures. However, when we're working with venture capital, entrepreneurs do not have the patience. This raising of money can go from 6 months to a year to even 2 years. So as a startup, if you don't understand that there's a very lengthy process to get venture capital, which is another alternative good for us, but there's a process, and so if you don't have that at the back of your mind, you might quickly become impatient and bail out. That's where the issue of there are no businesses. But no, the businesses are not patient enough. The other thing still in that line that I want to say is that the various requirements that can be very, very hectic to come up with. So I need to know so much detail that the bank might not ask of me if I was going to the bank, if you're an entrepreneur. So going into your business, getting confidential information, and not understanding the process has been a major challenge in finding a good fit as a startup for the already existing investors that are ready.
So Vanessa, would you say that given what you do at Bid Network, the fact that there are not many that eventually get capital is actually a reflection of how good or how not well you do the job you do? What's the challenge?
Okay, so we have faced that challenge in the past years. So initially when we were like Bid Network, right? We worked with a lot of startups. And we were flooded with all sorts of companies at our gate, you know, our website, calling in and the likes. But what we learned, when we noticed that they don't understand this lingo, so we adjusted to what works for Uganda, how. So instead of someone coming to me and I take them through the process from the beginning and then they get exhausted halfway, as a mitigation on our side, what we have learned that works is we have standardized tools, let me call them. So there's a lot of information now about investor decks, financial models, business plans that's going on around here. But we have realized that even before we go into that detail with you, we can first show you we call it a due diligence checklist, that we know the investor, the information that they'll require of you. So initially, you get an understanding of what to expect from the investor, and then you know how long the process will take. Secondly, not to tire you along the process, we do a high-level summary of what your business is about. We don't go into that much detail. And because we have built a network of investors, we have a whole database of investors that we have worked with over the years, and so we just share a one-page document as opposed to a 23-page investment deck. Nobody has that time anymore as well. So that's what we have done as a mitigation strategy. Share very summarized information to the investor, not to overwhelm him with information as well that might not be relevant later on, and also to kind of prepare the entrepreneur by letting them know what to expect through sharing our due diligence checklist. And that has helped us a lot.
Okay, the audience will have a chance to also fact check some of the things you've said. But let's get to Joseph. Joseph is the man with the money on this panel. And yeah, Joseph, tell us about the trouble of finding investable startups in Uganda. I know you have a strong focus on impact. It's also good to understand what is that impact you're looking for. But let's take the discussion more towards why is it hard for Ugandan startups to unlock money from your fund or from other funds that you might know, and what could be done to improve that?
Thank you, Richard. Just picking up on a point that was made earlier around entrepreneurs identifying investors with whom they have a shared vision. I think that is extremely important. So for the Global Innovation Fund, as an impact first, think of us as a VC, but one that is focused on maximizing impact as opposed to financial return. For us to take those high risk bets on an innovator or an innovation, we need some sort of evidence of a market feasibility or of an understanding of how your innovation is generating social impact. And social impact, I think it's a word, again, that is, it can seem complicated to some, but we like to distill it as, how many people are you impacting and how are you impacting? And this sort of analysis can be done for any sector. So what we encourage is entrepreneurs and innovators to really think through, their theory of change. What is the binding constraint in this sector that you're trying to resolve, and how specifically is your innovation moving the needle? It doesn't have to be necessarily transforming it, but how is it contributing to generating learnings about a given sector? I think the final point I'd like to make is around development being complex. So we see that there's a lot of, I think, articulating clearly how you see your innovation in contributing to a wider goal and wider strategic goals and priorities of donor countries and donor organizations, can be of help as well in terms of improving the bankability of an innovation.
Okay, we'll get back to you, I think. Yeah, and I expect the audience to also have many questions for you. But let's get to Legacy. And Legacy, you've been, I think, involved in trying to think differently about getting the Ugandan startups to access financing. What does that mean to you? We know the classic ways of doing that, but there are also some more innovative ways of doing it. And as a person who's been involved in this, what does thinking differently for Ugandan innovators, or for those who want to finance Ugandan innovators, what does thinking differently mean?
So the data that was shared earlier presented capital that has been invested in African startups. What didn't come through very clearly, and I know this because we track this data, is that over 90% of the funding that is invested in startups on the continent, even in Uganda, is going to be from outside the country. So there's not much local capital. So if we are going to grow our ecosystem and have the funding that businesses need, it's important that we catalyze capital locally. My own thoughts and what I have seen, originally there's been a lot of youth, not a lot, a number of youth venture funds in this country. There's been money that has been allocated to the likes of UDC and UDB, but I think we can change the way we allocate this capital so that we encourage more local investors to play. Some of the ideas I'm thinking about, there's some of us who've set up as local providers of capital, and we've been deploying this capital. For example, I know to date I've done about $500,000 across maybe 30 rounds of funding in venture and in credit, mostly small tickets because I've been running experiments. But I'm a local investor, and one of the models we've tried which has been successful, we partner with foreign capital. But to enable local capital to do more, and because I define venture capital as high risk, there needs to be someone who can provide the capital that de-risks local capital. And when you look at other ecosystems where it's been done, for example in Ghana, for example in Israel with programs like YOZA, what public sector did, it found local investors and told them, for the money you invest locally, we'll match it maybe with another 40–50%. And that money will be sort of fast loss, fast risk. I've seen that model implemented here in Uganda for a PE fund. So this is for more mature businesses, not necessarily venture early stage businesses. So some funding has been provided as fast loss, catalytic capital by a donor DFI type agency. And then that has encouraged local institutional capital to come and invest. And now money is being given to medium enterprises, up to $2 million. So those are some of the ideas I feel that could work.
How is your experience so far with the CAIN, the Kampala Angel Investor Network?
So as I mentioned, we set up CAIN in about 2017. It has been, I must admit, it's been very slow. A lot of education of investors, but we are yet to announce a deal. First, there was a mismatch between what entrepreneurs were asking for and what investors, local angel investors, could afford. Most entrepreneurs wanted $100,000 plus tickets. Local investors were saying, we can give $20,000 or less. Then secondly, local investors did not understand this concept of angel investing and understanding the risk, because they come from a culture where they've done money lending, they've done real estate, they get collateral in all those instances, and you're telling them now that, look, there is no collateral, you could lose all the money, and hey, there's an 80% chance that this will not succeed. So there's been a journey of educating. However, starting this year, we are starting to see progress, because actually right now, I hope in the next couple of months we'll be able to announce. But right now, we've agreed on the first deal that will be announced as facilitated by CAIN for a local entrepreneur with local angels, and the angels have committed that capital, and it's a relatively small round. But thank you, but maybe you'll clap after we announce it, and you see the money, and the entrepreneur writes a press release. But that is after 4 years of lessons. But yes, that is the journey.
Yes, we learn in 4 years, I guess. So let's open up the discussion to enable everybody contribute. If you have a question, just put up your hand. If you can help us with some microphones so that these people can get to impart more insights. Yep, there's a hand there next to the microphone.
Thank you so much. My name is Eriho Joseph. I'm a CEO and a co-founder at FikaPay, and we're digitizing payments in product and services. So I have like 2 questions. One will go to Joseph Sentongo. I wanted you to break down what do you mean as, as innovation that is targeting someone who needs, who's impacting someone earning less than $5. Would you please break that down? And then on the other hand, I wanted Vanessa, can you please give us the differences between the angel investors and then the capitalists, what you call as venture capital investors, and then also the debt and stuff like that. And then what are the chances of a startup, that is maybe less than a year, getting an investment from any type? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's take a couple of other questions. There's a hand here. You think you can be loud enough for us to hear you? No. Okay. Let's ask the one most burning questions to enable many people to ask. Yeah? Okay. Over to you.
My name is Ronald Kunda. I am a freelancer valuation surveyor, but a budding entrepreneur who's looking out for innovation in my field. I have a question. I heard one of the presenters talking about impact, and I would like to know, how do you quantify that impact? Is it just social? When I get to my field, we have a 3 bottom line impact something. Environmental, and there's environmental, there's social, and there's economical. Yes. So I would love to know that.
Okay. How do they quantify impact? Next question. The lady behind you. Quick to the question, and 1 question, please.
I'm called Ruth. I'm the director of Uganda Women United Farmers Development Association. I head the entrepreneurs or the innovators down deep in the village. Very many, I'm in 4 districts or 6. So how can those people access the fund? I'm driving the question to Vanessa and Sentongo. How can they be helped? Because here, it is all about us who are speaking English. I don't know these women down in the village, how they can be helped. If I represent them, and them they cannot come to this place to hear all what we are hearing, how can they be helped? They even don't know English.
Yes, that's very clear. Thank you. We'll come to the middle. 2 gentlemen there.
Thank you so much. Once again, I'm Patrick. I work with Seri Africa. First, to clarify the submission that Kenneth made on de-risking. Already we have facilities that are providing first loss, so probably you need to just look into what Aseri is doing in this.
Where did you say you come from? Which?
Aseri Africa.
Aseri?
Africa.
Okay.
The other question goes to Vanessa around developing BDS market. Yes, we are seeing that we don't have enough pipeline in terms of SMEs that can be presented to investors. How do we ensure that the BDS is affordable, accessible, and also in terms of quality? Because they are there, but they are not good enough for the investors.
Thank you. There was a gentleman next to him.
Hi, I'm William Linda from Easy Greek. You're like Jumia for agriculture. Literally, that's our business model. Maybe my question will go to Joseph, because I can see that you are one of the impact investors on the panel. My question is that how do you deal with the balance between impact and the return of the investment? Because from my experience and my experience of raising money, you really go to investors, talk to them about impact. They say, yeah, we want you to create more jobs, which is good. But at the end of the quarter, still you need to report the return of investment. So what have you dealt with that balance between the two? Because I feel like sometimes it contradicts itself. Thanks.
Yeah, very clear the question. Let's come this side.
Good afternoon. Alan Moyingo is my name. I represent Usanza Concepts. We are providing electric mobility solutions for Kampala's urban commuters and product manufacturers. My question goes to Kenneth, Joseph, and Vanessa. What does investment readiness look like for an early stage pre-seed startup seeking proof of concept funding? What does investment readiness look like for an early stage pre-seed startup seeking proof of concept funding? Thank you.
Thanks. Just next to him, there's another question.
Good afternoon, everyone. Kasireva John, an agribusiness consultant working with Site Farm Limited. So basically my question goes to Joseph and Vanessa. So I want you to highlight us more on how funding how you incorporate the government in funding the agribusiness sector. Because agriculture being the backbone of our country, I feel like there is more youth and startups going on in agriculture with development of agribusiness apps helping farmers in the value chain of delivering. So I feel like, how do you incorporate these startups with more so the youth in agriculture in helping them with the funding they need? Because many youth down there, I come from Namlonge, many youth in...
Yes, I think you made the question clear, right? How do we bring in government? Okay. Let's take those questions and see if we have more time to take others. And all the questions are skewed towards, let's take what you can and we will complement.
Thank you very much, audience, for the very interesting questions. I'm happy to receive plenty of them because that shows interest in what we do, and I'm happy to address them. I think the first question was about angel investor, venture capital versus maybe private equity. So businesses are at different stages of, I will say, business life cycle. So there's early stage businesses, and then there's growth stage businesses, and then there's mature businesses. So when you're a startup, in most cases, you're in early stage, and going back to what Kenneth said, you're a bit risky. You're very risky. And because of that, similar to the definition he gave, venture capital takes on that amount of risk. So in that stage, when you're early stage, growth stage, maturity. So when you're early stage, the kind of investors that are targeted towards you or most suitable for you are what we call angel investors, venture capitalists. That's it. So angel investors is ideally maybe one investor. That's why we call it like angel investor, like an individual who is willing to take on the risk. A venture capital can be like a venture capital firm, but still taking on that amount of risk. When you go a bit higher on that curve, the business life cycle, where it's a growth stage company, there are other types of investors that are willing to take on that type of investment, and that's where we bring in the likes of private equity, the likes of what Joseph, my colleague here, is doing. So I hope I can have explained the stages clearly. And then there was another question from the lady over there about reaching the ladies in the village. Yes. And how to simplify all these complicated terms, and I'm very happy that you have staged that question, because myself, I do not like to deal with these complicated terms. I like to simplify it as much as I can, because number one, the audience is a beneficiary, and so they need to understand. If we were working with an investor, we would easily pass with all these different terms that we are using. Again, I mentioned the lingo. But when we come to addressing the ladies in the village, now, where I work at Bid Capital Partners, we do that a lot. In fact, we like to work with such people where we break it down. Like I said at the beginning, we explain to you these different terms. And maybe your next question would be, how do we access you? Now, how we access you, the beauty about our...
Can she come to Bid Capital for her women?
If we can't help her, we can direct her as to where she can get the help.
So you have a solution. I think the last one before you let go of the mic is the affordability and accessibility of BDS services, which people think is quite...
Okay. Yeah. I like that question was posed. One, because there's been a lot of projects that are ongoing in Uganda, very many of them funded by USAID, maybe SNV, maybe the different development organizations. Currently, one running is Feed the Future, Inclusive Agricultural Markets. We as BID are a partner in that, on that project. So when you want to get money, there's a process you go through that makes you investment ready, attractive to the investor. So we, as BID, have been doing that for various businesses. We have done it for about 24 businesses in the past 2 years. You as a business cannot afford it, but the likes of USAID will pay us. So they'll give us a grant, and then we shall identify the businesses that are ready to look for money and provide the necessary BDS services that you require.
So Vanessa gets paid by USAID. Sentongo, the specific question on clarifying impact and quantifying it, and then we...
Sure. Thank you very much to the audience for the thoughtful questions. The first one was around what we mean by $5 a day. This is really approximates to a World Bank measure of people living below a certain poverty line. If we think of a country like Uganda, probably around 80% of the population is below that $5 a day line. So what that means is that the Global Innovation Fund is looking to support innovations that are helping the poorer people in the population. And that can be from those who are, there's a different, there's different demographics. You can be the urban poor, you can be a rural farmer, you can be a small SME. So, that means the focus is really on poor people, and that is what our mandate. That's what our mandate enables us to focus on. In terms of how we quantify impact, so this is an area which the Global Innovation Fund has invested a lot of time and thought in. So we have our own in-house impact measurement framework, which is called Practical Impact, and it actually captures all dimensions of impact, whether it is improvement in income, whether it is better health outcomes, as well as more complicated things to measure, such as gendered outcomes. Is there more self-efficacy? Is there improved agency? So we think having an impact measurement framework that allows us to capture all sorts of impacts, from environmental to climate to economic, allows us to take better risks and to better understand what the long-term benefit of investing in a company is.
And quickly, how do you balance that with return on investment?
Yeah, so the two things do not have to be mutually exclusive. So we are there to de-risk innovations, and we are patient. We provide patient capital, which means that if a company is at more of an early stage of its life, it is likely that the financial returns initially won't be that impressive. But what you expect is some sort of S-curve of growth where at some stage in the investment period, market feasibility tests, you're growing your customer base, suddenly you expand, you become closer or profitable, and then we can cash in on that social impact that we're very interested in.
Thank you. Kenneth, the question on investment readiness for an early stage startup, if you could.
Yes, that was asked by Alan Muyingo. What does investment readiness for early stage pre-seed startups seeking proof of concept funding mean? Very, very, very specific. So in the word investment readiness, there'll be where you are as an entrepreneur, there'll be where the investor expects you to be or what they want to see to be able to assess the investment they are going to give to you. So for an early stage pre-seed startup seeking investment, I will not talk about the kind of regulatory things that we hope you have in place, because those get defined later. Legal documents, is your IP ready, are you compliant for tax, finance, accounting? I will focus more on the actual business, aspects of the business that are important. So, I say the startup is, or I didn't say, Alan likes to say it a lot, a startup is a series of experiments. So when we are doing investment readiness check for early stage pre-seed startup, you're looking for evidence of those experiments that have been done. And those experiments are usually on customers, market, product, and technology, and clarity on the ask. What are you going to use the money for? So when you're asking for funding at early stage pre-seed, you just have to have the evidence to demonstrate. I've spoken to my customers, I've done research to know the size of my market, I've built my product, at least an MVP, and put it in the market and found customers that would be willing to give me feedback. And I know if you gave me money, what I would use it for the next phases. So you get all that evidence, and hopefully it will be in some kind of data room or folder or an email, and you can share that with potential investors.
Thanks. And maybe the last one, I'll give it to Alan, to Saba government, to Yam. What's the role of government in this whole space? I'm just rephrasing the question to, from where you sit, the experience you've gathered, what role do you think government ought to be playing in this whole discussion of funding innovation startups?
So thank you, Richard. But before I answer your question, I just wanted to highlight something that I've observed from my personal experience. As Ugandan entrepreneurs, capital is not the same, right? As Ugandan entrepreneurs, we're very good at attracting grant money. I don't know whether that makes sense, right? Impact, bottom of the pyramid, and we play that game very well. What we suck at is venture, all right? And the two stories are not the same. Impact, and it has been very well articulated, is about what is the society gain. Venture is, I'm giving you 100,000. How do I get back $1 million in 4 years, 5 years, 6 years? And I think for everybody in the room, you need to think very carefully and decide, and I think we made that mistake, and decide right now which lane you're going to take, because those games are played differently, right? If you start mixing up grant, venture, you will be scattered for a long time. So I just wanted to bring that up. And I think that goes very nicely into the government space, right? Government's major role is policy, okay? That's what it does, okay? And I think from a policy perspective, Uganda has done very well, okay? But also, government has, and we've been beneficiaries of that, money that comes with very few strings attached, yeah? Okay, I'm not going to talk about the other strings, but so we're beneficiaries of NISP, and yeah, so I think for me, government's role is majorly like policy. They do have some money, but just look out for policy. And for us, from a policy perspective, one, we're, like I mentioned, we're a licensed, regulated company, and that was good policy by the government. The IT policies are actually very good, that have made us, I guess, a little bit more investable, right? But still with the challenges of Uganda, the market is just too tiny, yeah? Okay. But those are my 2 cents.
Yeah, so we are being chased from this stage. Give me 2 minutes to give everybody 30 seconds on a solution or two for taking us to the next level. 30 seconds. Starting with you, Alan.
Okay, so I think my 30 seconds is to just understand the type of money that you need. Like, what's your vision, mission for your business? And what is the type of money that you need? And look out for the investors who fit your thesis. If you do that and you're very clear very early on, you will have some success.
What money
raising money
do you need?
My 30 seconds takeaway really is on the role of government. While Alan has mentioned policy, and I intimated on it earlier, I think there's a role of government around de-risking and helping to leverage private sector money more. So there's a role there, especially for local capital. Thank you.
De-risking private sector money. Joseph?
Thanks. I would say as entrepreneurs, you should do your best to assemble proof points about your innovation and have a well-baked impact and narrative. It doesn't have to be sophisticated, but clear about how your innovation is making a difference.
To be able to prove your story.
Thank you, Richard. Mine is also about the government, in line with policy. Just to add on to what Kenneth and Alan said, I think what the government should do is incentivize these high net worth individuals that are working with Kenneth at Kane, and maybe very successful businesses to invest in the startups, maybe through tax holidays, you know, instead of charging you 30% corporate tax on your whatever you've earned this year, get that 30% and invest in a fund, a venture capital fund, to help the startup.
Thank you. And I know there might be people here who are already thinking through the Startup Act. Maybe that's something to think through. So thank you so much for listening. Thank you, panelists, for the insights. Thank you, Josephine, for the patience.
Thank you very much, Richard. You've been right on time, so I have to thank you for that as well and for your excellent moderation. Of course, it was helped by the excellent panel that you have. So we thank them very much. I'll allow you to go back to your seats. My job here is quite simple. Somebody outside told me they were very hungry, so I'm here to send you to lunch. But before I do, I want to tell you what's coming up on the program. I'm hoping we can project it on the screen for those of you who don't have a program. Do you have it to project? Okay. So, but it's moving too quickly. So I'll read a bit of it at 2 p.m. So lunch is now until 2 p.m. That's 45 minutes. That's probably sufficient. At 2 p.m. in this very room, we have a session on what Ugandan entrepreneurial support organizations can teach the world. At 2 p.m. again in Kafu, downstairs on Aswa, we have in Kafu business registration clinic. What's the importance of registration and so. In Aswa, we have unlocking funding for Ugandan ventures. What's uncommon with those that have made it? There's an excellent team of people that have been lined up for all of these breakaway sessions. From 3 to 4 p.m. in Kafu, we have sharing notes within the region. How do we get money flowing into our startup ecosystems? In Aswa, at the same time, we have a masterclass on the legalities of entrepreneurship. At 4 p.m. in Kafu, we have a women's session. The theme is making innovation and entrepreneurship work for women. And it's, excuse me, it's hosted by the Innovation Village, Centenary Technologies, and BPO Council. We also have a session here in this room, and that session is entertainment as a successful pathway to entrepreneurship. I don't want to say who is there. You might come here instead of other rooms. At 5 p.m. in Kafu, Innovation Village session, they'll have a conversation on making innovation and entrepreneurship work for women. And finally, to close the day, starting at 5 p.m., we'll have the closing ceremony. We'll have entertainment, but more than the entertainment, we'll also be handing out awards. So please enjoy your lunch, and let's make good with time. 2 p.m., go to the respective rooms that you'd like to be part of.
4. From 3 to 4, we'll be sharing notes within the region. How do we get money flowing into our startup ecosystem? That will be happening online, but if you're here physically, then you'd love to be in Kafu for that conversation. And lastly, from 3 to 4 again, same time, the legalities of entrepreneurship will be happening. I see a clash here, so I'll make sure the team maybe fixes that, because that reads Kafu, so we're going to scrap that off a little bit. And from 4 to 5, we have an entertainment conversation, how they're making it in the entrepreneurship space happening here. So if that's something you're excited for, please be back here at 4. And the Innovation Village session, making innovation and entrepreneurship work for women, will be happening in Kafu downstairs. So I hope you've taken notes and you can move to the respective rooms. Will be about 5 minutes for the session here to start. Please enjoy the master classes.
And we have Alan from Mikia. We also worked with Mkazipreneur, and we have Imi from Mkazipreneur here. We worked with Startup, and we have Matthias from Startup here. We also worked with the Uganda Institute of Information and Communication Technology, UICT. We also worked with United Social Ventures. I know Leo is somewhere in the room. And we also worked with Zimba Women. So just to set a bit of context, when you look at the entrepreneur support sector on the continent, I think one of the oldest hubs that I know is Growth Africa, which has some operations, I think, here as well. And Growth Africa has been in operation for 20 years. And so we also have people like CC Hub, who were founded in 2010. And they've gone on to acquire iHub in Kenya. They have a design lab in Kigali. And when we come and look home here in Uganda, we have people like Hive Collab who have existed for over 10 years. So clearly something is working here, so we'll be diving into that. And I'd like to welcome my amazing panelists here this afternoon. And we will start in alphabetical order. To the extreme left, I'll invite Alan to introduce himself and what it is that he does at Makerere Innovation and Incubation Center.
Sure, thank you so much, Brenda. My name is Alan Lule. I work with the Makerere Innovation and Incubation Center as the operations lead, and we are basically supporting tech-enabled or digital-enabled businesses and startups, basically at the incubation stage, to get them to a point whereby they can launch in the market, and then also pass them on to accelerators where they can access more capital to scale their operations. So we are based in Makerere University, and we're glad that we are working with other ecosystem players in Startup Uganda, amongst other colleagues here who are in the Uganda Ecosystem Builders Program by Village Capital. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Alan. Over to you, Imi.
Hi, everyone. Hello. My name is Imi. I lead the team at Mkazipreneur. Mkazipreneur. So Mkazipreneur is a community platform that we started to provide tools and resources for women entrepreneurs to grow. We do this through a number of programs, events. Those that were here yesterday, you saw the awards. Did any of you catch the awards yesterday? Yes. So we do that through a number of events and programs.
Thank you, Imi.
Stealing the mic. Thank you. My name is Matthias. I'm one of the co-founders of Startup Africa. We do 3 key things. One is that we support student entrepreneurs to build student communities and entrepreneurship student clubs at universities. That is at 10 universities here in Uganda, and now also started to work in Tanzania and remotely supported also with 2 universities in Kenya right now. And then the other thing, and that's what I'm working on with 2 other colleagues, is our Catalyzer program, an incubation program that is providing 2-year of venture building support for very selected tech and impact ventures. So for those of you that are building high growth and very scalable ventures, this is what we provide. 2 years of hands-on support. Basically, every week you have access to all the knowledge and networks that you need, plus some investment as well. We're starting an angel network right now and some other things in the pipeline. And then we run a consultancy through which we implement entrepreneurship projects with partners all across the country.
Great. Welcome, Matthias. So I'd like to run a quick poll to check who is in the audience. So do we have any entrepreneurs in the audience? Any entrepreneurs? Please raise your hands up. Any entrepreneurs? Yeah? Any entrepreneurs? I'm seeing a very few hands raised. Could you please wave at me if you're an entrepreneur? Okay, I'm seeing a couple of waves. Do we have anyone who works at, so also when we talk about entrepreneurs, if you also work at a startup, please raise your hand. Anyone working at a startup? Yeah? Okay, cool. The next batch of people I'd like to acknowledge is people who work, do you run or do you work at an entrepreneur support organization? So if you run a hub, a seed stage investor, you work at a think tank, Do we have people like those in the room? Yeah? Okay, a couple of those. And do we have any investors? Any VCs in the room? Any investors? Any investors? Wow, no investors in the room? Yeah? I'm seeing one being convinced to raise their hand there. So let's say we have an investor in the room, yeah? Any grant makers? Does anyone work for like a DFI, the JZs of this world, World Bank type of organization, yeah? Okay, see one hand raised. Anyone from the government? Anyone from the government or any government institution? Anyone? Okay. What about any professional service provider? So you're either providing accounting, strategy, operations, those kind of, yeah, I see, a couple of hands raised. Is there anyone who does something that I have not mentioned? Yeah? Sorry, students? Ah, students. Yeah. Anyone from a university? Any students? Yeah? Hello, students. Welcome. Yeah? Cool. So now that we know who is in the room, I'd like to, come back to the panel. And Alan, we'll start with you. How did you end up at, MEEC? What has your journey been that led you to MEEC? And then we'll come to Amy, and she'll tell us about her founding story of Mkazipreneur. And then Matthias, the same for Startup.
Sure, thank you so much, Brenda. Yeah, so just like I shared earlier, MEEC is the Makerere Innovation and Incubation Center. But just to go back briefly in history, this is an incubator that was set up in 2016 by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, together with Makerere University. So I think by the time our ecosystem was a bit young, there was just a few incubators here and there, but I think it was the first time government picked interest in supporting what they call the business process outsourcing. And the goal in this case was how could we enable our startups in Uganda export IT services and IT-enabled services out of Uganda. And of course, the focus in this case was startups in our country, especially being run by the youth. So at the time, I was in private sector, but at the same time, I was helping the Ministry of Research of Finance do some research. So we were picked on to really explore the ecosystem of incubators and how they were working to really enable this deal for government to really be achieved. So to me, it really gave me an eye-opener that yes, we really had a couple of young startup companies, but mostly these were software and IT companies, which were not so much old, but then trying to provide IT services within the ecosystem. But then the government wanted to see how could they really drive economic growth and employment by discovering markets for these startups outside Uganda. So in so doing, the ministry established an initiative. How about if we set up an incubation center, not owned by government? It can be run in collaboration with other institutions like universities to set up what they called a university incubation model. We set up something in university where we know we have some graduates yet to leave university who are enthusiastic, who have developed some products, probably just projects, call them MVPs, not yet in the market, but which could be at a stage that could be now well taken in for incubation. So by so doing, the ministry set up an incubation center in Makerere University, not only for students, but all for those graduates and general public, as long as anyone was launching an MVP in the IT and software sector, then we would be able to at least incubate them, but in two main areas. One, which was product development, because we knew there was lack of technical expertise by some of these young talent to build market-ready products. Then two, was now to help them search for these markets, which is now the ministry, still with a small fund to the incubator, was now to help with the mentors and the coaches who will now really help advise these startups to really do the hands-on practice in developing the market for this software. Why? Simply because our market is still young in terms of consumption of ICT, but then we thought probably doing so, we could help them also learn the landscape of the market, which required, of course, a lot of research to be carried out, still by the startups, to see how they could, of course, acquire market for their IT products in the market here in Uganda. So I think that's, to me, how we began out. But interestingly, was tapping into the talent that university had at the moment. This was very, very virgin talent. But first, the goal was, yes, most graduates from university, the main thing they look at is get that certificate, go out there and look for a job. The many who are so fascinated and excited about their projects, especially at the final year, end up just having them for marks. And then things end there. So like we've discovered that this is happening for years and years. Where are all these projects done by the tens of thousands of these kids who leave university? So like, how about if we identify a few of these, of course not all, a few of these, who could have very meaningful potential projects, then try to lure them into starting them up as companies as opposed to just leaving them as projects. So that's why now we took the approach of the software business incubation model to support this young talent from university, not only from software courses, but all those who are interested in ICT, which of course cuts across agriculture, the entertainment industry, among others, to use IT as a digital enabler to support thriving of the new era of businesses. So in brief, that was our journey. Sure, thanks.
Yeah, that was a long one. Okay. But yeah, thank you for sharing. We'll come back and talk more about the model that you're using to work with students. But now let's hear from Imi. So how did Kazimpreneur come about?
My journey will be short. Many years ago, at my 8 to 5 job, they fired my neighbor on the right, one at the left. At the back, I knew I was next. I decided to open my first business to have a fallback position in case I woke up to no job. So my colleagues opened businesses as well, just in case they were fired. We were a team of 4 girls. We were girls then. We would meet every month to compare notes. How can we improve our businesses? So our 4, then the number went to 12, then 24, then 36. Women kept coming to us, please, can we join in? Can we join in? Before we knew it, we were having events every month. And I think I was the only sober person on that team. I said, guys, we need to formalize this. We need to do serious things. This has real impact in the community. That's when Mukazipreneur came to life. And the name, I just thought about the name there, Mukazipreneur. And then I brought it together and came up with the name. So we started our groundwork in 2019, and we're into COVID, but that's where the real need was. Today, the community has 279 women entrepreneurs. A community. We have a lot going in there. We have an investment club that has about 80 people, and very soon it's going to grow into a circle. We have programs in there. We are continuously finding out what the ladies need. It's amazing. It's challenging work, but amazing.
Yeah, and you're doing an amazing job. Yeah. And so, Matthias, from Germany to Kampala, tell us about this journey.
Yeah, it was an interesting one. So for me, I have a background in science. I studied physics, but I never wanted to become a scientist. I just tried to understand the world and how stuff works. And I felt studying physics might be a good idea for whatever reason. No, it was good, but I benefited a lot as I studied in Munich from entrepreneurship centers that are based at universities there. We have 4 big universities, and they all have extremely good entrepreneurship centers. And I went through that, and as I didn't exactly know what I was going to do after my studies, that's where I found it, and I started to work on an idea in the education sector. And then roughly at the same time, a friend of mine was here in Uganda and working on a project with some schools and had conversations with university lecturers. And these conversations showed that there is not very much structural and systemic support for student entrepreneurs. And as I had benefited a lot from that, and we were several people from different entrepreneurship programs there. We started with 6 people in 2017. We were like, okay, what might there be a potential that we can I mean, we thought we understood how the stuff works, right? So we contacted lecturers in Uganda and thought to start a program with them, and that's what we did in 2017. Like 3 months later, we came here. We had MOUs with 5 universities and started to work with lecturers. They gave us a lot of feedback. We went back, we improved the program, and then launched it in 2017. That's it in short. And yeah, since then it's just developing a working model around this initial problem statement in Spark.
Great. So just looping Alan back into the conversation. So Alan, for the period you've been at MIC, what would you say has been the most rewarding, and what would you say has been the most challenging thing about working with entrepreneurs?
Sure, I can begin with the most rewarding. Yeah, first and foremost, I think we have been one of the incubators which are blessed with pipeline and talent regarding the audience that we are targeting for incubation. So we see a lot of meaningful pipeline we can take into for our incubation programs. And I'm glad that I must say we have supported some of the most meaningful software companies by startups here in Uganda. I can mention many of those, but I was very glad that one of them was able to get market with one of the leading banks here in Uganda for their software product, which I think is paid for on a monthly basis. To me, that means success for us as an incubator to see one of our own really having cash flow coming into their business. And the other bit of it all, the hardest or the challenging bits of it all, to us, of course, has been financing of the programs. Of course, we work with a lot of human resources. These are, of course, mentors and the coaches. So we face the challenge of bringing in more mentors and coaches to support our pipeline of entrepreneurs who want to join our programs. One, mentors are expensive. If you can really pay for a mentor who you think is really going to give you the value to mentor a startup to success, then probably I think you can make it out. So at times we find ourselves being constrained on the budget versus the pipeline that we are attracting for our programs. So for me, those have been one of my biggest challenges.
Yeah. So speaking of financing, we know we had the presentation by Digest Africa, and they mentioned there's a lot of funding going to entrepreneurs in Uganda, but unfortunately a bulk of it is grant. So it's the same case when it comes also to the ESO sector or the hubs. There's a lot of funding, and a lot of it is grant funding. And like MIC has an interesting model. You get both donor funding, you're funded by the government, among other things that you're exploring. So could you walk us through that journey that MIC has taken towards attaining financial sustainability?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so interesting. So just like you're saying, I'm sure there are very many people here managing incubators, accelerators, and ESOs. They'll be my witnesses. It's extremely hard to sustain these. So unlike the first early days of incubation in Uganda, where the main model was to give out co-working spaces, which of course guaranteed us value to really sustain our operations, things are now changing. Entrepreneurs need value where they can at least get the capacity to manage their businesses. So I think for us early on, we were mainly funded by government. But of course, in 2020, yeah, much as COVID was a really fallback, as well for us it was a blessing in disguise. I think it was the first time we met at the likes of Village Capital, who really came to give us capacity into how we can, as ESOs, also develop models of being financially sustainable. So much as we're supporting you businesses, we also need to be able to sustain ourselves to keep supporting more of you. So we try to move away from the approach of let's wait for funding from the Ministry of Finance, from the Ministry of ICT, who was of course among us our initial funders. So we're like, you know what? I think there is more money in private sector, in industry. Look at the corporations, look at the companies. How about if we extend our value to these companies? We are very sure they can of course invest more in us as an incubator. So I think we took a bold move through the program that Village Capital offered, and good enough, since it was in pipeline, we set out a goal to at least first of all do a pilot with a private sector company in industry. And gladly, just after the year of COVID, in the time we had the program with Village Capital, we were able to garner our first official private sector partner, who is a bank, that is DFCU Bank, who won. Our major aims for collaboration was one, how can we, of course, complement their finance space? They saw fintech startups coming up, so like, okay, how can Mitch complement the banking sector by offering the financial capacity for their fintechs? But then to us, it meant, of course, now another avenue of how we could, of course, generate a revenue stream to get us capital to sustain ourselves. And I'm very glad that just about last year, this is when I think, personally, I think this was our first self-earned revenue as an incubator, which was, of course, mostly funded by government. But for the first time, we saw DFCU Bank invest in us for the value that we were giving to them. So which I'm glad to see that we have at least been able to run on that for the last 1 year. And to me, that meant at least us as an incubator being able to identify a new revenue source from private sector, not just for grant funding, but where we know we're offering a corporate innovation service to private sector, as well as getting value for our source as well.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. Amy, do you want to add something?
He has mentioned everything. Really? But what I could say, being a founder of an ESO needs you to be grounded and stable. You have to continuously think about models that work. You know, Matthias was telling me he received his first salary this year. I don't think I've received salary yet. You know, it's a lot of work. We have to keep thinking out of the box. And personally, dealing with women entrepreneurs, there is a lot of effort and patience when working with women. The amount of effort my colleagues here put, we have to put double, you know. But it's fulfilling when you see the businesses grow over time after they've implemented the things you've taught them. When you see their annual turnover growing year in, year out, that's what impact means in the long run. And it's really fulfilling at the end of it.
Amazing. Matthias, do you want to add something? I'll steal this one now. Yeah, on the part of fundraising and making money, I think it's similar to startups, right? We see that a lot with the early stage companies. There's several models, several approaches. There's so many things that you could potentially monetize, but there's a big need for focus and doubling down on one thing that works. And for us, that was a very experimental journey. We first had conversations with universities. We even had contracts with universities where they said that they would pay us, and they signed it, the VC signed it, but the money never comes, even after 2 years, and you've done all the stuff. So you work on several things. We ran short courses for a while. We ditched that. By now, I think this year, we have like only 5 to 10% of grants in our whole budget. So we're almost completely self-sustaining as a hub, which is amazing because we can do our own things, right? No one gives us a list of things that we have to do and take off, because that's for all the entrepreneurs in the room. It's the same thing. You're basically implementing someone else's agenda, right? They're just implementing through you. And whenever you take a grant, and we have said no to grants, you need to be very careful if it's actually at least 70% aligned with what you want to do and can cross-finance the things that you actually want to do. So how we do it right now is that we have a consulting model, so we implement professional projects for partners in various sectors. That's corporate sector. Our first client was also a bank, actually. That was in 2019, and it happened very randomly, just through our website, and suddenly a lady from that bank stood in our office and was like, "Is this startup? I want to know what you're doing." So sometimes optimizing your website is a good thing. And then from there, yeah, we just built several relationships, and what drives us by now is really quality and referrals and retention. And it's the same thing that any entrepreneur needs to do. Like, we get deals because we do good work, and people talk about this stuff, right? So whatever you're doing, focus on quality, and also say no to deals if you can't deliver high quality.
Or if you don't have the capacities, just say no. Because retention is an extremely powerful tool. If you don't have retention, you will not grow, because continuous acquisition will just be hard. And the only way to get good referrals is to do good work. And I think that really drove us to do projects, and to do projects, not huge projects, not huge projects for one partner, but smaller projects for several partners, and growing like this.
Thank you, Matthias. So there's usually this debate that goes on, is it what comes first? Is it the egg or the chicken? And so in business, it's usually, you know, is it the team or the money that comes first? And so we've spoken a little bit about the money, and now I'd like to delve a little bit on the team. And the reality is, when investors are looking at your company, they look at your team. When grant funders, EFIs, all those sort of organizations are evaluating an ESO, they also, team ranks very high among the things that they consider. And I know, like, at Startup, you've had like an interesting journey with your team. So could you share a little bit about that?
Yeah, and maybe I can relate it to the point that I said before about quality in whatever you do, right? It's better to do one thing and be extremely good. What does that mean if you're just starting off and you're 1, 2, 3 people in the team? That means that you, with these high ambitions to quality, maybe the know-how, you've learned all these things, you've worked 24/7, you know the standards that you want to have. This is where it's, I would say, easy, right? Once you make it work. The team comes into play once you want to scale this up, right? Scaling up quality, there's a lot of companies that have failed at that. Because it's a very deliberate process, and there's a lot of things that you need to learn. And this is where you really need to switch gears. As a company, I mean, we're a social enterprise, right? We run a business, basically, and we donate to ourselves. So we just run a business. So you need to switch gear from working on product and making sure that you deliver well, to building structures and processes and systems so that a team delivers well. Because you will not be able to be there at all points in time. So this is really where management comes in, and where I think everyone needs to find their own way. And we are in a society also where, and this is where I see a lot of young entrepreneurs struggle, they don't want to build these hierarchical structures that they know of other workplaces, corporate places, governments, maybe even families, family-owned businesses, right? There's a lot of hierarchies in society. That's the same in Germany. Of course, always to different extents, but it's the same thing. So one key thing there for us, and we were very inspired by an author called Frederic Laloux, who wrote or did research and wrote a book called Reinventing Organizations, which advocates, because we never wanted to build these hierarchical structures, who advocates for an evolutionary model of organizations, how you can have decentral responsibility. And building a team for us meant a lot of active work and experimentation, how you can give ownership to team members, right? We don't have any time tracking. The only thing that we put in place at some point is that we are now forcing people to take vacation because they didn't do that for some reason. We don't have time tracking. We don't supervise any work. There's no micromanagement. We grew up to 17 people in our team without an office space. So it was a very remote work culture that we had here in Uganda. And what you need for that is still structures, right? It's not anarchy. You need a lot of structures and processes how things work. And this is really the job of the founder. You can't outsource this. Don't hire an HR person to build these structures, because it's so inherently connected to the culture that you want to build, the quality, and the values. And values are an extremely powerful tool, and I don't see them used very often as an actual strategic tool, right? You can read them at the walls of companies very often, but if you ask, how do you use culture and values as a tool to build your company, then sometimes it's a bit thinner there. And it's important, it's one of the most important things. We are right now reviewing a lot of our internal processes as well, in terms of, for example, how we do appraisals, how we do self-evaluation and evaluation by the team of the team members, right? So it shouldn't be me saying, oh, this was good or not good. So we have peer evaluation systems now that we're setting up, and they're actually in line with our values and the culture that we want to build, so people check in for themselves firstly and reflect. For example, we have this value of quality in delivery. What has gone well, what has not gone well, what are my ambitions for next year in regard to that? So this is where management comes in, and maybe as a very last point, one key thing, and we had to learn a lot there, is also to have a very deliberate way how you hire and have a good hiring process that you build up over time. And also with entrepreneurs, especially in the beginning, you're very busy, you have some money, you need someone, you're overwhelmed. Don't just hire. Still be very strategic and have a process behind it. Don't say, oh, there's this one guy who has the skills, let me just start to work with them. We now have a rule, for example, that at least for each position, we need to have 3 candidates that we interview. And what that does is it forces us to really dig for more people that might fit for a certain role. And we have seen that this first candidate that maybe someone from the team had in mind was then not the best person. And that's super important, because especially when you're small, the hires need to really push you forward and not just be average.
Thank you, Matthias. It's been great to just watch the journey that Startup has taken, formalizing your processes and all that. And it actually sounds like a great place to work. Are you hiring, in case anyone is looking for a job out there?
Not right now, sorry. We can't afford you anyways.
Yeah, awesome. So I think one of the things we can all agree on, it takes more than one support organization to make sure that an entrepreneur is successful. And so I'll pose this question to Imi, because we've seen you collaborate with other players in the ecosystem. What are some of these collaborations you have been part of, and why have they been important in your work?
Actually, Mukazipreneur has worked with partners from the start. We've worked with partners. We've worked with Innovation Village, Outbox. We're supposed to work with you, but you turned us down, Matthias. We've worked with UN Women. We are currently running a project with USAID and ANDE. High Innovator is our new partner. Partnerships is the way to go. And we have a lot of work to do as ESOs in Uganda. We have a lot of work to deliver to the entrepreneurs. We need to handhold them. So partnerships, no ESO can do it on their own. We definitely have to work as a team.
Thank you, Matthias. And what about you at Makerere? Alan, how has that journey been, collaborating with other ecosystem players in Uganda?
Yes, sure. I think for me the journey has been so great, but I must say we've seen it climax, I think, this very year. If the room can accept, the truth is we have seen so much collaboration among us ESOs this year, away from the narrative which used to happen before, whereby we were more like competitors fighting for entrepreneurs, where we saw the culture of entrepreneurs crossing from one hub to another hub. So I think for me, I've seen so much of synergies this year, and I'm very appreciative. But then also, key to note is that the funders and the grantors, I think for me, have done a very big job in bringing us together, because I think part of the criteria for most of the funders who we have had this year and last year within the ecosystem, I think was a requirement for hubs to work with each other, because they saw a lot of value proposition regarding all hubs where we all had our different strengths. So to me, it has really been a great one. But what I can say is that it has been so much on the side of capacity in terms of the mentors and the coaches. So you find that most of us don't have staff who work throughout our programs. Yes, we have operational admin staff, but then we do not have the mentors, the coaches, technical experts across all these fields. So the first people we look up to when we want these people is other hubs, our networks, where at least we know you have Matthias, you have Imi, who is very good in a given field, then you can chip in to at least bring them on as and when you have a program. So really good.
Yeah, and I agree to this, and it's really the funders that are pushing this, which is great and very strategic. There's actually right now within Startup Uganda, the association, there's a research going on by the Response Innovation Lab, a landscape mapping of ESOs in particular, which is going to be super deep. So just to share that, like for a long time and still to an extent, even the ESOs don't know exactly who does what extremely well, right? And this is not so easy because you know the people, but you don't know how they run their programs, etc., right? So this is really an external role that funders can play. And on partnerships, one general one, maybe related to the little link that Imi made, I think there's two reasons for why collaboration didn't happen more and why it's just becoming more. One is competition, and it's also because of business models of hubs and ESOs are often still dependent on grant financiers and so on, right? So there is competition, and there's also a big need to reach certain numbers, etc. But these things are getting better and better, and I think the whole ecosystem, including the funders, is becoming more strategical. And then the second one, I think all of us have very limited resources, and I think we all have learned to be very strategic where we can enter into partnerships, because a partnership is only good if it's mutually beneficial. This is true for ESOs, much more for startups. Like it really needs to add value in terms of the business model and general operations model that you have. And this is sometimes not super easy because a lot of the hubs are in the very similar spaces and similar stages. And there's a lot of overlaps, which means it's not easy to send one to another hub, but this is getting more nuanced, and then collaboration will also increase in the ecosystem.
Thank you, Matthias. So at Village Capital, we've worked with around 160 hubs across 40 countries all over the world. And I think when you look at Africa, as we even saw in the Startup Digest presentation, a lot of people are looking at like the big four. Okay, I'll talk about Sub-Saharan Africa, minus North Africa. You know, people are looking at Lagos, looking at Nairobi, looking at Cape Town on what's happening. But I think I've observed a trend where there is sort of like new players who are coming in who are worth watching, and you know, Uganda is one of these countries and Zambia is the other. So there are things happening in Uganda that I think are worth celebrating, apart from like, you know, I think issues are everywhere. I usually say that, you know, bad news spreads itself, so we don't need to dwell on like, you know, the bad things happening in the ecosystem here, but I think good news is not what is, you know, you'll typically find out there. So in your experience, okay, so shameless plug, Village Capital is developing a playbook which will have exercises that you can sort of like take if you run an entrepreneur support organizations, that will help you figure out strategies on your, how to raise your operating capital, how to support your team, and also how to collaborate with other people in the ecosystem. And we have developed this playbook in collaboration with the 13 organizations that I mentioned that we've worked with. So follow us on Twitter, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, so that you get information once that is out. So it'll be sometime in December. And we're going to take questions very soon, so in case you have any questions, please prepare them. So I'll come back to the panel and ask if you could give entrepreneurs or anyone who's looking to, who has a business and is looking at engaging an ESO in Uganda, what piece of advice would you give them? In any order, whoever is ready.
I think, and this is, I mean, you're basically client to the ESO, right? Independent of if you're paying for the program or not, in a way. You're the user or client. So firstly, what do you do before you buy any product, before you buy a new phone? You think about what you need, right? And what you want out of it, what features should it have, how quick should that laptop be? And that's the same here, right? You need to understand what your actual needs are. I think if you just jump onto things, then you might be wasting time and you went into the wrong program. So I would actually say that there is more need for entrepreneurs to vet the organizations that they and programs that they are joining, because finally you're spending a lot of your time, right? Especially if projects are donor funded, etc. There's a certain target group, so you need to evaluate also if you fit into the program. Of course, if there's money on the line, that can be a big motivation, etc. But be very clear what you want to get out of it and what your actual needs are.
Thank you, Matthias. Yes, Amy?
Well,
Uganda has a number of problems, and we as entrepreneurs need to come up with solutions to these problems. I urge entrepreneurs in here that are starting businesses to go down and do research, compare models, see what's working in other countries, see what can work here, do comparisons, you know, and keep in mind you want to become a millionaire in a year or two. It requires patience. You know, as young people want quick money. It requires patience, hard work, consistency. But yes, you can do it. You can do it as an entrepreneur in Uganda.
Sure. Yes, sure. Thank you so much, Amy. Interesting. Yeah, I first of all want to agree with my colleague here, Matthias. Yeah, look for an incubator, accelerator, or ESO where you think you can have the value. But I think for me, you can, of course, evaluate that based on the success stories you've seen, but also depending on which kind of business you want to build. That's one. Two, I'd like to first of all clear the air. Yesterday in the corridors, I heard someone saying, yeah, we are getting support from the incubators, but also some incubators are startups themselves, which is very true, which is very okay. But then also get to know a startup is built for growth. We're all trying to see how we can get forward. Our ecosystem is young, and there's no one to blame. And that's now one area I want to thank the entrepreneurs that you have really given us a lot of things to learn to refine our programs to be better. So now coming to the point, if you're looking for an ESO or incubator, the first thing you should be having in mind is how do I make a sale for my startup? Leave alone the just training, business development, all of those can follow after. But the first thing is which incubator can help me develop a market. To me, it should be your go-to because it can define what your product has to us at the end of the day. That's it for me.
Nice. Just as a quick add-on, because I said vet the incubation programs actually, so how can you do it? Talk with the entrepreneurs that are current programs, because they will give you the best and most honest feel about how that is, right? If you talk with the entrepreneurs we work with, that we invested in, they will tell you how it feels like, what it can help you with, etc. And then also challenge the people running the programs. I think we need to be challenged as well, right? And ask us. If I don't have an answer to your question, then that's not ideal, right? Like we should know exactly how we can solve your biggest problems, because the idea is of providing you the support that you need in a tailor-made way, not some generic trainings, right? So really just ask these questions. I think I see that way too little, and actually now we have changed our onboarding process. We have like a 1-month free trial after a pre-admission, so that the entrepreneurs see how it feels to work with us for 2 years. And I think this is actually something that we learned from the entrepreneurs. So push us, it's good. You're the client, you should demand.
So you have heard from Matthias. Go and make demands. Yeah. So do we have any questions from the audience? Any questions? Okay, see one there. Could we get a mic on that side? I think it's coming. No, it's coming. Behind you, yeah, on your left.
Hello. Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alan Ananura. I've had the pleasure of working with Matthias and Alan up there. But I still feel like there are silos in the ecosystem, unspoken rules about not crossing here, not crossing there. Yesterday there was an award ceremony by Mkazi-preneur, and I believe it was invite only, right? Yeah, those are the type of silos I'm talking about. I'm not accusing you or putting you on the spot, but yeah, it's an observation I made, and we've worked together with at least 2 of the ESO representatives up there, but how more? We only come together once a year, like collectively. How more? How more often can these such events happen, and how approachable are you? After this, people are going to need to come to you, but they'll be afraid. Yeah? How can we break those barriers? Thank you.
Thank you, Alan, for your question. Do not be afraid to ask fire questions like Alan.
Yeah, I think, so where the silos come from, we need to start there, right? And they come from the point where we all see the similar challenges that need to be solved. So a lot of the ESOs do similar work. Maybe they have different target groups, but this is also why you see the same companies in different places. So I think this is something, of course, there needs to be deliberate effort, but there is also deliberate effort in terms of what certain hubs focus themselves on. That could be in terms of demographics, right? We work with university students a lot, like others work with purely with women, for example, from Casipreneur. So that's one way how there's gonna be more and more segmentation. But then there is, I think and there's research on that, there's not a whole lot of growth stage companies in Uganda, so you don't need a lot of support. As the ecosystem grows and the companies grow, there will be also more room to provide more tailor-made support there. And I think we see that already, that hubs are migrating their services more in the direction of later stages and more specialization. I just think it's time. Wait for a few years, because people have certain teams and specializations already, and this will just deepen. And in terms of approachability, I think what we see is that people also don't approach so much. I mean, our contacts are on the website. You can get into inboxes of team members easily if you want to. There's people on my WhatsApp, on my LinkedIn, and in my email once in a while. Like, people do that. I think it's a lot about being deliberate and taking this opportunity. Sometimes it seems like, oh, there's like a half a meter step here and we can't approach, but I don't know, it's not really there. I think it's a lot about initiative, and what entrepreneurs also need to see is that people are busy, right? Just because you write one WhatsApp message doesn't necessarily mean that you get a reply, and it's not because someone doesn't want to talk to you. Like, I also noticed that because if you have a busy day and a message pops in, and in the evening you might be 30 messages down. But if you text 3-4 times, you will get an answer. Just be persistent, right? And this is the same thing if I want something from someone. I also have to text some people like 5 times. But if I actually want something and I have a specific question, I'll do that. And I think this is just about be deliberate and persevere, and then it can work, I think. That's my take.
Well, like Matthias has said, be deliberate. I met Alan yesterday. Alan, sorry, the awards were by invite because we had a big guest list. We couldn't all fit in the small room. But next time we shall do better. But yes, we are getting there. We are seeing collaborations now, right? It wasn't there before. 3 years ago, it was bad. You guys, it was bad. People were working in pure silos. There were no partnerships happening. But now you see we are coming together. We are here in one room. We are having this conversation, you know. This is work in progress, and I believe we are on the right track.
Thank you, Imi. And the challenge to start up Uganda, on the question Alan asked, does this need to happen once a year? Does it need to happen only in Kampala? I think there are other cities and other places outside Kampala where this gathering would also be, be impactful. Could we have another question? Yeah, maybe we'll take 2, 3 before we come back to the panel.
Hi, my name is Bree. Matthias, there's a book you recommended about structuring a company. Could you please repeat the title and author of the book?
Cool. Let's have another question. Any other question? Any other question in the room? Okay, Matthias.
As the mic is moving, I think we can move the mic just very quick. It's inventing organizations. It's a French name. Frederic is the pre-name. Surname is Lalou, L-A-L-O-U-X.
Great. Any other questions? Any questions from the audience? Okay, cool. So back to our panel. Looking into the future, what do you think the future has in store for the Ugandan ecosystem?
Yeah, I would say there's a lot. Yeah, so we are seeing a lot of traction for the entrepreneurship ecosystem. And I think with such associations, which can also kind of in a way regulate the way we work, I think for me is a very good thing. That's why I applaud UNCDF for bringing us together, because I recall the entire journey of how hubs can come work together, but all in the name of how could we improve the quality and efficiency of how we serve startups better. But why am I saying the future is bright? Right about now, a lot of talent is looked towards East Africa. I know Kenya is doing some good job, but I think right about now, in terms of talent, be it in technology and many other fields, we have a lot of potential talent coming through. And this can mean, of course, talent for the startups. This can also mean talent for other foreign companies, which can, of course, now drive a lot of investment into our country to support the ecosystem, which can also, of course, end up to support of the startups. But in the big sense, I think for me, in the past 3 years, I've seen very many investment companies set up shop in Uganda, at least scouting, because they hear a lot of vibrancy right about now of very many new young ideas coming up. Kudos to the few startups which have really elevated our ecosystem, much as most of them are not purely founded by Ugandans, but in a way or two, at least it has shown market for startups, for technology, which I think is key in future to attracting more investment from foreign companies besides those ones in Uganda.
The future. Well, I see our ecosystem working together with the government. We need to work with the government for our ecosystem to thrive. We are getting there. I see a number of documents are being worked on here and there. Discussions are ongoing. We need to support the startup ecosystem for us to grow. I look forward to see us supporting startups that are like Flutterwave, Udo. We have the potential. If we support these businesses, they have the potential to grow. If we handhold them, we have the potential to grow in the long run.
Yeah, so one perception I have is that the ecosystem will be very much driven from the investment side of things, institutional investors, but also angel investors. There's more and more coming up in that space, another angel investment network coming up, and investors putting more money on scouting missions. And that is because there's, of course, a big difference to someone who gives a grant and someone who puts in money and wants a return. They will look at a company differently, and they will also have different demands to us as ESOs. Grants are often also given out, at least to a good extent, based on storytelling, a storyline, impact potential, and the real viability, due diligence is not on the same level. So an investor will push an ESO, but also a startup in a different way. And I think this aspect of every part in the ecosystem being challenged more and will help us to professionalize, become more thorough, and drive everything in the direction of more viability and ultimately also growth.
Thank you all. Do we have any questions from the audience? Any questions before we wrap up the panel? Okay, so I will give my amazing panelists at least 2 minutes or so each to tell the audience what programs you're currently running and how they could plug into them.
We are currently running a Women Accelerator program in partnership with ANDE and USAID. Unfortunately, that's coming to an end, but we have High Innovator is our newest partner. We have a Women Accelerator coming up. The women entrepreneurs in the room, are you ready to win $20,000? The women, where are you? Hey, yes, be ready, be excited. So that is coming up. Please, 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 be ready. But we also have programs in our community. If you're a woman entrepreneur here, come in our community. Let's support each other. We have programs in there. We have an investment club. You need to come. Come. Let's grow and support each other.
How can they know more about these programs that you're running?
You can visit Mukazipreneur on all social media platforms. You can visit our website. You can, I'm approachable. Please come speak to me. Speak to me. Let's have one-on-one talk before we leave today.
Great. So I will give all of you some time after this panel to come and approach Imi with all your questions. Yeah. Alan, do you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. There's a lot that has been going on, but like I said, it has been a learning journey for us. Yeah, but I just want to talk about two specific programs. So one, like I said, for us, we are changing the narrative. We want to really move into industry. So just about now, we did a pilot for what we call the Industry Catalyst Program for Innovation. What that means is any startup which wants to collaborate with an already existing company in the same sector, where you believe you can build a business-to-business model, where your product can serve the needs of that company to give you a guaranteed corporate market, we are the go-to program. I think right about next year, we shall begin marketing for that, but currently, in case you are any startup or company in the fintech sector, you want to partner with the likes of DFCU Bank in any way, I think you can just reach out to us or reach out to DFCU Bank in case of the fintech sector. The other one is a partner program. I'm glad we are working with Outbox and the High Innovator NSF program just to extend a lot of acceleration funds to any of the growing companies. So we're helping you in that area as well with investment readiness to really help your company grow regardless of the sector, but with the aim of how we can really help you employ more to grow your capacity and of course make more revenue. That's what I can share for now, but for NSF Innovator, I think it's all over social media, but just Google it and you can be able to find it. Maybe sign up to be supported by MIC or Macaire Innovation Center as your incubator in the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moneybags, aka Alan. So as you heard, if you're looking for money, Alan is the person to talk to. Yes, Matthias?
Nice. So for us, I mentioned that we run the Catalyzer program, which is internal. We have in-house venture associates, so we don't outsource mentorship, and they guide innovative and very scalable businesses for 2 years. So that's continuous. So it's not cohort-based because anyways, most of the support is one-on-one. So that's always on. If we have even worked with pre-revenue startups. If there's a bit of traction, that's good. Especially tech or scalable impact companies. So that's definitely always, we always have some capacities. So yeah, just approach us. We can have a chat anytime. And then for maybe potential investors in the room, if you have some $5,000 to $10,000 a year that you might be able to invest, there's some possibilities. Please also let's have a chat.
Great. So I think one thing you didn't mention is the work you do with students. So if there are students in the room, how can they approach you?
So that's always on as well. If you're a university student, there's two options. Either there is a startup entrepreneurship club at your university already. We have 10 universities all across the country, also in other cities like Gulu or Mbarara, Buzitema, Lira, and Arua. If there is no student club yet, then we will help you set one up. So approach us nonetheless.
So students you had?
Students and recent graduates even, if you're close to that university still and can attend sessions and support.
Great. Thank you, Matthias. So for my final question, if you had a magic wand, if you could say a prayer, do a ritual, do juju, whatever you subscribe to, and change one thing in the Ugandan ecosystem, what would it be? I'll give you some seconds to take that in.
I'll try to be a bit strategic. It would be it's a very long-term and hard thing to change, but extremely good tech and hard skill education in software engineering and sciences happening inside of the institutions. Because we see a lot of early stage entrepreneurs struggling to find technical co-founders or to build high quality products. So if you're a product person, go deep into that if you're a student, really learn your skills, and I think there's very little institutional support, and this is sadly something that takes a lot of time to change, and you only see the fruits in the far future. So if I could do it like this, I would change that.
Yuri? I agree with Matthias. Tech is the future. Let's teach women tech. We all need tech. And machine learning is the future. But also Uganda, agriculture. Let's not ignore agriculture. If we can infuse tech in agriculture, then that's big, that's huge, you know. Yeah.
Alan, what would you change? Would it be a prayer, a ritual, juju?
Something else. Sure, I think there's a lot I would say about that. Yeah, I think for me, for entrepreneurs, I think I normally encourage two things first. One, I've learned, I think, the 50% rule. Yeah, don't spend just so much time on your product alone. Spend 50% of your time building the product, and in parallel, spend 50% of that same time building the market for that product. So for me, my prayer is sell even before you build the product. That is getting a lot of feedback before you even start building the company. Don't just start with going to your RSP. First, try to gather enough feedback as much as you can to establish if there's market for what you want to build. If you establish that market, it will give you the push to really go out now and focus a lot of efforts on building a product which can now give you business at the end of the day.
Amazing, thank you. And if I could wave a magic wand, I would wish that all your wishes come true. Yeah?
Amen.
Amen. Amen and inshallah. Amazing. So thank you very much for joining me to discuss this topic. And just to conclude, I think there are amazing things that are happening in Uganda. And actually, one of the things I think I would change is, like in marketing, they usually say if you've never heard about something, then it doesn't exist. I think there are many amazing things happening in the ecosystem, but people outside there do not necessarily know about them, because I think Ugandans are not very good at making noise and showing off the amazing things that you're doing. So that's one thing I would change. So we'll be sharing some of the things that the ESOs in this country are doing in our playbook. So make sure to follow us again on at Village Capital, on Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn, and so that you have a first look at that playbook when it's out. So let's have a round of applause for our amazing panelists. Thank you, Alan, Amy, and Matthias. And I have been your moderator, Brenda from Village Capital. So I think we are right on time. I think we have like 6 minutes to the next panel. So we'll just take a photo with my panelists here, and then please approach them. They're approachable, as they said. Come to them with all your questions. Thank you.
your body people. Loving you, they make me forget, say I get problem. By the end of the night, enter bathroom, fresh up. I want to flex my love, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. I want to impress, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves.
Hi everyone. Don't worry, I'm not coming to dance Lingala. I'm just letting you know there's another panel from 4 p.m. That is going to be run by TAG, the Talent Africa Group. And it includes APAS Bagonza. Who knows APAS? Is in the building? Yeah, oh yeah, I think that's, yeah, we have Ragadi. Yeah. We have a ninja in the house as well. So, if colleagues could please help and identify our vice chairperson, Jean Maki. She's the one supposed to be moderating it. But my suspicion is that they are moving from one room to another. So please bear with them and do occupy some of the seats here at the front. Hold on. Okay, so yes, as I mentioned, I think some colleagues are still finishing some sessions in the rooms downstairs. So I think we're going to give each other about 10 minutes. Hold on. So yeah, so DJ, if you could give us some good music in the meantime. And please, I should mention one of the reasons you're here actually is to network. I'm just wondering whether you know the person sat next to you. Yeah? If I can give each and every one of you a role to play, find out about 3 or 4 people from your table. Who are they? What do they do? Do they have a business card? What's their business? What's their startup? So we're going to give each other about 10 minutes of networking, and then we'll have our next session once colleagues have come back from downstairs. Thank you.
Body music, the boss killer, don't MC, so don't MC.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Right now, we're going into a panel session that is proudly sponsored by Talent Africa. It's an entertainment session that we always have every year. Thank you so much for being patient with us. And at this moment, I would love to invite Jean, who's going to be our moderator for this session. Could we give a round of applause to Jean as she makes her way to the stage? As usual, DJ Tony, don't disappoint.
Alrighty, thank you very much. As you can tell, at this point in the day, I've had 4 cups of coffee and a little bit tingly, and I ran up the stairs, so I'm still catching my breath. So there's another session happening in Kafu, led by the Innovation Village. If that's an interest for you, you have 2 seconds to run out of this hall. Otherwise, really excited to moderate this panel. I don't feel like I meet their energy, but I'm going to try. And I'm going to quickly invite my panelists. Just give me one moment. Technology is not my friend right now. And yeah, I get them. All right. So my name is Ramaki. I'm the managing partner of Design Hub Kampala and the vice chair of Startup Uganda, which is our host for the Innovation Week. And I'm so excited to see a room so full like this on the 3rd day. I think it speaks to the commitment you all have for the entrepreneurship ecosystem. Okay, what better way than to end this day with entertainment in the entrepreneurship space? So quickly applaud with me as I call up Alexander Bagonza. Drum rolls, please walk up here. Joined by Daniel Kazibwe, known as Reggae, joined up by a powerhouse of a woman called Cynthia Tumwine and Brian Ahumze. Please join me on stage and I will switch positions. Thank you very much. I'll switch so we don't have a strange sitting. All right. Anyone in the room in the performing arts, could you put up your hand? Anyone in the music industry? Fashion and design? I don't know what else is in the creative sector, but if the creative sector is your space that you thrive, could you put up your hand? So the rest of you, who are you? Are you investors interested in the creative space? Right? Okay, so you're the money bags. So this is the session on, is entertainment a successful pathway to make a living? And who better than the people on this panel? I'll do a bad job introducing who they are. So in 1 second, starting from my far right, who are you?
My name's Daniel Kazuwe Ragadi. I'm the only artist that is not acknowledged as. I'm an artist, a producer, songwriter, businessman, politician, and a father.
So just quickly, how many years have you been in the industry?
So many people in this country fear something called age, but I have been in the industry for the last 33 years.
Ooh la la.
I started music in the late 80s, early 90s, and 19 all along, and 2000s. Still surviving. I've seen 3 generations of art.
So you're really best placed to tell us if this is a sector that you can retire from. Next on the panel, who are you?
Hi, I'm A-Pass. I'm A-Pass, and I'm also called Bagonza Alexander. A-Pass is something I created, but I'm Bagonza. I'm the GOAT. I'm the greatest of all time. Yeah, because I'm the greatest with all rhymes. Yeah, the flow sublime, and I'm always up to the time and up to the crime.
And to the man that gave me anxiety on my wardrobe today, who are you?
I'm Brian Ahumuza, a fashion lover. I run a brand called A Brands.
And finally, my heart, because we get to be the people making the gender balanced right here. Who are you?
Good evening, everyone. I don't know how much time you have for the long list that I'm about to roll out. My name is Cynthia Tumwine Kawamara, aka Ninja C in the streets, but that's my government name. I'm a wife, a mother, but most importantly, I'm an artist. I rap, I sing, I songwrite. I also I'm a media personality. I do radio, I do TV. I curate content, I create content, and I'm also recently an entrepreneur for the businesses, the patio and the villa.
Ooh la la, a jack of all trades, really. So just quickly to dive into the conversation, and my anxiety is all over the place because when you have 1 hour to talk to people that have lived the journey, it's a bit much to have a good conversation, but I hope we can. So I'll really start with you, Ragadi. Permission to call you that, or Daniel?
Yeah, that's my name.
Oh, great. So you've been here for 33 years, like you said. How have you managed to stay relevant over the years?
There are like 5 things involved. First of all is knowing your client, the clientele, the kind of music I've done for over the years. I started with Raga because I was Raga D. Then I saw a generation of Lingala come. I did Lingala because people are listening to Lingala. A generation of a mix of reggae and Afro came. I did my Afro songs like Vam Sakata, you know. But basically, I've been working in the industry, not for me, but for the lovers of the music that I do. I sat down and started thinking, if you sing about what people like and not what you like, you can live for a longer time. So I decided to sing songs like Landlord Salinga Mabe. There's no person who has never got a landlord. And you know the problems of a landlord. So every time a person gets a new house, they have to play that song. I said, that lives you longer. I wrote songs like The Ring. There's no woman who doesn't want to get married. And when she's getting married, the haters have to hate. At the wedding day, I will get them. Then I sang other songs like there's no woman who doesn't want what they call introduction. So, as I sang all these songs, the wedding song was the song that made my life easier. I calculated that I asked for 10 million per show. And in 2022, there are 53 Saturdays. And I am booked every Saturday. So tomorrow I'm performing somewhere. And the other day. So if I can sing on weddings only for 53 days, that's 33 million a year. I don't need to go to cricket over. So you can see what's happening in Nigeria, Nalia, people are building new houses. Every time they want to do a corporate kind of housewarming, they say, let Olia Imba landlord. So I go and I sing the landlord song. I think you're getting my point. So at the end of the day, what keeps you alive and what keeps you going? You've seen all these other groups, like Afrigo Band, have been there for 50 years, and they don't have a new record. Why? Because they have grown with the generations. So every old man who wants to book somewhere, some kind of music, they bring Afrigo Band. But within Afrigo Band, there are young boys that sing for the new generation. So that means that band will survive. That's how I've survived all these years.
I think this is like the most efficient masterclass I've ever had, because what you had there is something you're passionate about, human-centered design, right? Know your client, design for them, and you've given us a lot of business models already. Again, how you make entertainment successful. Thank you really, really much. And going to our brands, I'm really curious. First, you gave me so much anxiety. I picked like 5 outfits and I couldn't decide because I had a fashionista on my, and so I decided with what seemed like it will strike out for you, so I hope I was striking enough. So what has been the journey of building that brand? Because I think Kaziwa has alluded to the need to have a brand.
My fashion journey has, just like any other business, it has not been a smooth one. It has been a journey that has had a lot of ups and downs. I could say it's a very, for me, it was passion. It has been a journey that I love. It's very beautiful. I couldn't trade it for anything, but any journey has challenges. Any journey has challenges. And yeah, any journey has challenges. It's been a beautiful journey. I've had a lot of lessons. I've had a lot of achievements. It has had ups and downs, just like any other journey, just like any other industry.
Maybe just to make it relatable for us and to really understand your story, if you could maybe pick out 3 pain points for you on that journey of building your brand, what have those been? As our brands was a baby, what were the pain points of trying to make that brand come alive?
What I did it's like the basics of any brand, was understanding this is not just about passion, it's a business. Understanding the basics of business, financial literacy, discipline, marketing, branding yourself. Those are things I gave attention at an early stage, knowing who to work with, and having a dream of an international brand. So those are some of the things that I focused on at a very, very early stage.
Thank you so much. Going back to Alexander, I do not know why I didn't imagine that was your name, so I was fascinated to learn your actual name. So who was Alexander Bagonza before APAS happened? And if you could then speak to the sustainability of being a musician as an income stream.
Bagonza Alexander is here, first of all. I don't entirely speak as APAS because APAS is always on stage like performing. But it's all together in a sense, but Bagonza creates the APAS. And my journey just being who I am, like being Bagonza, it's been special because I found out that I could do something. And that something was singing. And I didn't just find out like easily, like maybe as any other person would find out. It's because I used to sing for my friends, like mime songs of other artists, like Shaggy, Red Rat. Those were my artists coming up. Buju Banton, Bounty Killer, you know. And I used to mime those songs at school for my friends in primary school. And by that time, that's what I knew because my dad had like tapes, cassette tapes of different musicians. And I got a chance to listen to all music. I listened to the local music, I listened to the international music. So it gave me a chance to shape up my understanding of music. So that's why I'm quite versatile. If you've taken time to listen to my music. If you haven't, then go and take the time and listen to it because it's the best. And so Bagonza has done his best to study the greats, people like Ragadi, artists, even the younger ones. Now I'm studying them because I want to stay relevant and control more people, because music is a control kind of mechanism, or whatever you will call it. You make people feel like they need to move, you know? You make people feel like they need to feel something that they felt before. You remind them of so many things. So for music, it's like something that drives you somewhere else. And for me, just listening to other artists and getting to know how I feel when I listen to what they're doing, it helped me understand that this is something I probably would do. And having friends at school as well who tell you, but maybe you should do your own music. Maybe you should write. So I started writing, and Bagonza then became APAS because he had to find another name to represent this thing that he found, which is called music. And that's how I come into existence, and that's why I'm here. And I would say, lastly, like I'm a state of awareness, having an experience. So personally, it's just the experience. If I feel like talking about anything musically, whether it's love, whether it's pain in love, whether it's the joy, whether it's the uncertainties that happen within the experience, I just say it. And I don't think. I'm a person who never thinks, which is weird. I guess people may not believe that I don't think, but I typically don't think. I feel and experience things and just say whatever I have to say, because thoughts are limiting. So that's why I've managed to actually be able to record. I record a lot. I record like 5 songs a day, sometimes 3, depending on the vibes I have. I just keep going to studio and I just work. So Bagonza is always working for EPAS, and EPAS comes on stage and sings. That's it.
And maybe just responding a little bit more, because in the innovation space, sustainability has been resounding, right?
Sorry?
So sustainability of what we're doing. So as an income stream, being a musician, is that sustainable? What
Yeah,
is
to
it
do
like on
music,
that front?
to do music, I think it is. Music gives you a chance to make money if you know how to make money, because there is music and then there's music business. So if you're a musician or someone in the arts, you have to understand the business as well. Because if you don't understand the business, people can cheat you. You may not get what you're worth because you don't know your worth. You don't understand what you're doing. But I think, for me, I made the music a business. I can request for the money I think I should be paid for a show. But at the same time, I look at music not just as you going on stage. You can get money through royalties, like having your music registered with ASCAP or BMI, whatever you choose. I'm on ASCAP. And whenever, let's say, I have 4 songs in Queen of Katwe, and that's a Disney movie. And those 4 songs that I have, and I'm probably the only artist who has 4 songs in that particular movie. Every other artist has 1. And that only goes to tell you that it's about the music, the context of the music. So if you can tackle certain topics like what Ragadi just said, it's easy for someone to pick many from what you've done, because you have you've talked about all these things and they feel like this could fit here, that could fit there, that could fit there. So looking at that particular movie, the songs that are in the movie are songs I had done a long time ago. The movie reached out to me in the end of 2015, and they really needed my music in the movie. And they paid me very well. you know? And that only goes to show you that if you focus on the music, the money will come. But don't just lose yourself for the money, because if you think about the money, you lose the music, because every song you're looking at it as a business. I'm doing this song, now yeah, will it make business? Will this make business? Will that make business? Just make things that will connect to people. Just like Ragadi said again, like he did a song about landlords, and you know, if someone is getting into a new house, it's easy for them to play that kind of music. I did a song like Tuli Kubigere. There are so many people who are walking right now. You get the point. That's why the song is still on. Another artist was not thinking about that. Ragadi didn't think about it. He did not. Because Ragadi is not Epas. Yeah. Ragadi thought about the landlords. I didn't. So when you think about it, like every artist has, like, they have their intuition, they have their understanding and interpretation of whatever they're doing. But in the end of that, make some money. Make some money out of what you're doing, because when you don't make money, you kind of feel like, oh, I'm just doing it for the sake of doing it. But when you get something, I never knew that I would be called and I'm going to South Sudan to go and perform, and they're paying me 5,000 US. That was my first.
Are you looking for a PA? Because
Sorry?
Are you looking for a PA? I'm happy to travel the world. But thank you very much. I think really what you speak to is benchmarking, right?
This
You
lady
continue
is
to
smart.
benchmark to make sure that you are relevant, see how you can evolve yourself, but also have an actual business model, plug into platforms and know how you're going to generate income. I think I'm excited to see a future of the creative industry that can definitely pay their bills and not just short gigs that leave us in a pool of yeah. So going to Cynthia here, you are a jack of all trades, and I'm really curious how you are navigating the space. The stereotype of being a woman, I think in any sector, is assumed to be quite strong. How are you navigating that space and dealing with the stereotypes and pushing your way to define what it is that you want to do?
I mean, firstly, I think I'd just like to thank God, a big shout out to him, because he put me in a family that really encouraged me to be the best version of myself. It doesn't matter if I'm a woman, it doesn't matter if I'm a man, it doesn't matter if I'm a child, it doesn't matter if I'm an adult. If you are put on this earth, you have a true calling, you have something that you were meant to pursue, and you need to do that well. And I learned that from my parents, I learned that from my siblings. My mother is a very strong woman. She's the kind of person who's independent, hardworking, and she really instilled those values in us. My father is a creative, and he really went out of his way to encourage us and put us in spaces where we could express ourselves no matter what mood you're in, or whether you're a girl or a boy, it didn't matter. And that prepared us for the world. And when you get into the world, you look at yourself and you're like, what that person can do, I can also do. And what that individual is able to bring to the table, maybe I can even do better. But also to understand your uniqueness in the space that you're in and run with it. I know, like, for many people, as we grow up and we go through different things, we tend to focus on our weaknesses. Oh, I can't do this. Oh my gosh, that person in my class is doing better than me at this. Oh my gosh, my sister is a much better, athlete than me. But how I grew up was you had to focus on your strengths and really build on them to take you far in life. And I've been lucky because I've been exposed to males who want to see me win,
Ooh la la.
Just even this panel alone, I was telling APAS when we were back there, I was like, when I was growing up, Ragadi was a big influence of mine musically. Like, he was all over the radio, and like he said, everything he talked about just made sense. Yeah. Like, when you're there and you know someone called Sise, there's just no way you cannot jam to that song. You're like, hey, my bad Sise, who I chill with during holiday time. And when you listen to his music, you're like, when I grow up one day, I also want my music to play on the radio. APAS, he's a long-time friend of mine, just watching him evolve over the years, and him being like a really big encouragement. in terms of career, brands and his branding and how he has really put himself out there. So I think I've been able to stand in my uniqueness, understand my strengths as a woman, but also as an individual, like a person, and then work with the men around me to uplift myself as they also uplift me. I've been blessed that way, I think.
Really, really admirable. And you were really grounded in many ways beyond family, but also having an ecosystem that you can, fall back on and learn from each other. Thank you so, so much. Brian, just back to you. The fashion industry, I find that it's up and then down, right? It has its moments, the peak seasons, and then you're out of the picture. Can you tell me how you navigate that? How are you able to still maintain an income stream in an industry that kind of goes up and then dips quite a lot? How are you managing to navigate that income space?
Number one, how I've managed to keep relevant or to penetrate through the industry. When I was joining the fashion industry, I did a lot of research. There wasn't so many role models. I remember Silvio Worry. Everyone would speak of Silvio Worry or Santa Anzo. There was no brands. There was no anything like that. So before joining the industry, I came in as someone who is just coming to survive, because I was just passionate about clothing. It was just a business for me to just do and survive. But then later I realized I needed to do more than just getting money, putting it in the bank account, pay my rent, run my expenses and all. I had to do research. I had to know what was lacking in the industry. The role models that were there, like I said, it was Silvio Worry. All these were like icons for women. Everyone knew fashion is all about women. So I had to think of something that was lacking. So it means I had to do research. I was like, what happens? What is it when men dress up? There was so much gamble. There was so much stereotypes, so much rejections because society and culture. Fashion was known as a thing for women, but it wasn't something that is like when you dress up a man and you wear a certain kind of clothes. It wasn't quite acceptable, so that was a challenge. But then for me, it was an advantage that I picked on, and I was like, this is something that nobody's doing. Let me take advantage of it, carry it across, and let me see where it takes me. So the whole point is I picked on something that everybody was scared of, and that was men's fashion, fronting the men's fashion, showing people that men can actually dress up. They can show up and do good business in fashion. I didn't want to come and compete in the market that already had pioneers like Silvio Worry. So I think that was one of the best choices I made, doing something that nobody else was doing. So the lesson to maybe somebody listening is, before you go into any market, much as you're passionate, you need to identify how you're going to stand out. You don't want to go and start becoming a competitor of another person or people already doing
Maybe,
things.
Brian, I'll be a little bit nosy. So what I was alluding to, right? Just through it there, from January to December, are you making sales? If not, in those non-peak seasons, what is it that you're doing to still remain afloat? Because the fashion world, someone comes to your shop once, are they going to come back? Maybe not. Christmas, we're buying clothes, but in January, I'm not sure. So how are you?
Okay, I'll answer that. What I do is when I established myself as a stylist, as a fashion brand, I realized there are so many other things that can keep me relevant in the fashion business. Things like events. I went into events. I started organizing fashion awards. So when people are not buying clothes, you're going to find me organizing events for someone else, and still people somehow, somewhere, they will have to look for something to wear, and somehow it gets back to me. And I went into other businesses, like I have events I organize in bars like the Kampala branch. So I looked at other areas that can support my business when it's at its lowest, because there are seasons when people are not buying clothes at all. But then Ugandans want to drink, they want to dance, they want to do other things. So I am not stuck to just one thing. I am trying to expand my territories, but I'll, again, in line with fashion.
That's really, really clever. So finding avenues that help plug it into your regional brand. Brilliant, brilliant. As we talk about brands, APAS, I think you've tapped into the influencing space, and just for people interested in the influencing industry, how do you get brands to notice you?
I don't get them to notice me. That is for them to do. Like, and I understand people say like you're an influencer, but I'm a creative. I do not see myself just as an influencer, because that's what people say. It's just a word. You know, you just put like a label onto something. But what you call influencer, for me, it's being creative. So for example, companies reach out to me in order to market their stuff. I'm a marketing guy. I make sure that people fall in love with your brand. First of all, I have to believe in it. When you bring it to me, I'll look at the brand, and if it feels good, it's not doing anything bad. That's why you've never seen me do betting, because I don't believe in it. Betting companies have reached out to me. They offer me more money than even the companies that I'm working with currently. They can't even imagine giving me that amount. But I can't do it because I understand the influence I may have on other people. If they went into betting and they lost their school fees and anything wrong happened, now it goes back to me, you know, as an influential person. But I look at myself, I want to be creative, to do things that are positive, you know, and for me, the companies have seen that I can do that. And I started with, you can see we started with Jumia, and we're still going strong. We've never quit. I work with Sam's, I work with even other companies. I've worked with Nile Special. Currently working on Akabo, and worked with Club. But all these people see something. So I'll give you an example. Sometimes you have to do proof of concept. For example, I did a song which is Chupa Kuchupa. Chupa Kuchupa. Before I did the song, because I knew this is the kind of song I'm doing on this beat. When I did it, I told Atin, because I'd gone to his studio to remove a couple of things in the beat that I didn't like. And he removed them, then I had to go with the beat to my studio and actually make the song. So I went with that project home. I did a song called Chupa Kuchupa, and I said, I'm not spending one single penny shooting this video. Where are these beer brands? I said, okay, we'll work with Club. So Club paid for my video. All we had to do is put a few things to show that Club is in here. And remember, if I shot that video on my money, I still would put a few bottles. So why not have another person pay for that video?
Absolutely.
Do it. So for me, I think you just have to be creative, and I'm a creative person. So for me, I see things simple. I don't try to complicate things. Even when I'm marketing, I'm not trying to be there, trying to be very, you know, you need to buy this product. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to find a way to make you fall in love with this, and that's what I do. And the more I've done it, other people come through and they say, we would love to work with you. We have this project, and could we work? But right now I'm thinking, could I also have 10 brands where I have 5% in each?
Awesome.
Because I'm making you money, that simply means I can make money with you.
Yeah.
So we're going to go on that level and be business people even more in other businesses. But it's smart that companies reach out. I don't reach out. It's for them to reach out. They have to see what we're doing, and then they come through. And I believe artists should find a way to show that they can do certain things so that people can come to them when they've seen something. But you can't always tell people, I have the best bread in town, I have the best bread in town, when none of them has ever eaten it. Doesn't make sense.
Your brilliance is quite refreshing, but what I hear a lot is alignment, right? And you miss that a lot in the influencing world because you're trying to get yourself out there. But I like that you say, you know, I don't go out to brands, they come to me. And also you get to choose and pick in terms of your own value system, and finding that alignment then builds your profile. Really, really, really great. Now going back to Ragadi, again, I feel like there's so much that I could dig from your expertise. I would just like you to talk about some of the mistakes that you made along the way that could create learnings for, you know, a budding artist now who want to learn from your bad decisions.
Yeah, as far as mistakes are called mistakes, my first mistake was to join politics. And I knew everyone was going to laugh. But it was a blessing in disguise. We are the voiceless, but the voiceful. When I'm an artist, I can sing, and I can do everything about explaining my pain. But if you don't have power, you cannot explain anything. You've seen so many people talk about copyright. Unless you're a politician, you can fight the copyright. If you're not a politician, you cannot fight copyright. Since I was born, people were talking about copyright law in Uganda. Copyright started as far as 1940. They only amended the rights in 2006. And today in Uganda, copyright is called right to copy. You get me? So I said, the only way I can do things is if I go into politics. I'll have the same table with the lawmakers and tell them this is the problem. There's no reason why I would go into politics, because I know how to make money. I have really made money. And how have I made money? I have never been employed in my life by anyone. I only partner with people. I've worked with men for 15 years. I've worked with Club Beer for 11 years. I've worked with Shell for more than 20 years. So what does it mean? I've been paid money, not as an employer, as a partner, as an ambassador. But my pain was, if my kids are going to sing and they do not know anything about copyright, they do not own anything of what they do, I needed to have a voice to say something. That was a mistake. I did last things first. So if I really had enough to say, I wouldn't have joined politics. But it has done well, because when I joined politics, that is how they chose me. I'm the chairman of the National Culture Forum to fight for the rights of the artists. I'm the board member. Right now I've been re-elected as a board member of the Private Sector Foundation to fight for the artists, because no one knew that artists are business people. We are business people better than agriculture, because every day you wake up, listen to me.
No shade to the agriculture sector.
Every day you wake up, you listen to a song. When you go home before you sleep, you watch a movie. And then the best things that you do in your life, you are all prisoners of the cell. You know, this one is called the cell. This is not the cell phone. You are prisoners of this. And the only entertainer is Epas on your phone, Ragadi on your phone, Chameleon on your phone. So what happens is, if every artist was paid by the cell that you have, every artist in Uganda would be so rich. But the problem is, if they don't have a voice that tells the problems and the pain that they face, no one will ever say it. Because whenever people sing, you heard this song, Tuli Kubigere. We are lamenting. No one can say, because you don't have the power to arrest him. Today, people have phones, they have all the music on all streams, they have on all platforms, but no one knows what can we do to make these creatives rich. Because the problem is simple. For us, we are martyrs. I am a martyr. of the art, I said, now, let me make a mistake. But the mistake I made, I think, was a blessing. So that is the only mistake I made. The other mistakes I've made are very simple, so I cannot be talking about them. I've repented in church.
Thank you very much, Ragadi. Just going to Cynthia quickly, and I know you are managing two businesses in close proximity with each other. First, why did you venture into the nightlife? And second, how do you get to manage two businesses in close proxy and make it work somehow?
Well, first of all, the first business, which is a restaurant, the patio, they say that when you do something you love, you don't work a day in your life. I love to eat. I love to see people. I love to go out with my friends or my family and just have like a really nice meal and a deep conversation. And it reached a point where I was like, at least 3 times in a week, I go out to eat in Kampala and the rest of Uganda. I feel like if we started this business, it's something that we'll be able to do well because we know exactly what we're looking for when we're going out to eat. And also, I just feel like no one can ever not eat. It's just a sustainable business. It's like at least on an average a day, we'll have, on a bad day, 30 people coming to have a meal. So it just made business sense in terms of, as a business, it will be sustainable over time because you know at the worst, there'll still be a number of people coming in, giving you that income. Now, moving to the nightlife, Apas just alluded something with the music he makes and like having to put a drink in the music. We'll know Kampala for the longest time, Uganda for the longest time has really been on that list for, you know, party. Yeah, we like to enjoy ourselves, we like to go out and have a good time, and maybe it's because we don't have options of other fun activities to do, and therefore it only made sense because we wanted to keep the restaurant as a restaurant. It only made sense to also open up a spot for people who like to go out and dance, go out and have a drink, go out and enjoy vibes. And the location happened to pop up at the same time when we had already opened up patio. So the way we look at it is patio is your starter, right? You know how like back in the day when we were in uni, there was always that house party that you would go to and pre-game, yeah? You know, get into the zone, get into the vibe, and then when all the friends have collected and you've all come together, you go to your next spot, right? So that's how it is. We decided to take advantage of the fact that they're close to each other. You go to the patio, you have your nice meal. You can even come with your kids, you know. It's a family-friendly location. Eat your food, drop them off, and then be like, guys, it's about that time to have a good time, and then just drive down to the villa. Secondly, for me, importantly, as a creative, I just felt like eating is nice, meeting friends is nice, having discussions is nice, but the entertainment aspect of, you know, a restaurant and the nightlife was lacking. And as an artist, there are things that I wanted to see in those spaces. And I felt like one way being an artist and a musician, you can sustain yourself over the time in the world is through social capital. Like artists are the one group of people that know so many people, and usually like you actually be surprised that an artist barely pays for anything because they know someone, like a Gamba Nogu who they'll just call and be like, hey, can you help me do this, can you help me do this? And so being able to gain the social capital that I have and wanting artists to thrive from a personal perspective because I'm a creative and passionate about it, it just made sense to fuse the two things I like best, like eat the food, make the money, and then also support your fellow artists.
Voila, voila, like you are building a pipeline right there,
Yeah,
and
it's like
feeding into
an
each other.
ecosystem. Yeah.
A creative ecosystem. I think, first of all, this really affirms, because in the innovation space, you know, like you shedding some some shade on agriculture. You see funding grants for fintech and agriculture, and I run an innovation space for the creative sector, and a lot of the times the resounding conversation is not well funded, creatives die so much, they are always starting something that does not move to the next stage. But I think what this panel really affirms is a lot of sustainable ways and evolving that you're doing in your space to make it, first of all, I like that you called it a business, like you're making business cases for your art and how you're doing that. But I'm gonna give a chance to the audience. I think you have sexier questions than me to ask. So any questions from the audience? And we are wrapping up in 15 minutes, so use all their knowledge. Microphone, anyone, please take a round.
Thank you, everyone. Ragadi, it's an honor to see you. I grew up with your music. Thank you so much. It's amazing to see all of you in front there. My question goes to APAS. You have a very interesting character on social media. Yes, and you just clarified that you don't think. There are some things you say on social media and I'm like, dude, what is this guy saying? What's the balance? How do you balance Alexandra and APAS?
Okay, any more questions? There's someone right there. We'll just take as many as we can so that the panel can answer them at once. Hopefully
Hello
they have a good
everyone,
memory.
thank you. My question goes to Brands. I've always wanted to see him talking about himself because he inspires me a lot. So I have this one question. I don't know how you do it. Like, you can find your clothes in a shop and it has a certain price, let me say 500,000. So I'm asking, how do you to convince people to buy that thing without questioning or asking, reduce the price, what, that is my question. Thank you.
You need to pay Startup Uganda for bringing him here. Any other questions? There's a lady, there's a lady back there as well.
Hello. I have two questions. One is going to Ninja C and the other is going to Brands. Ahumuza, I would want to know if you have thought of embedding innovation into fashion. There are a couple of luxury high-end brands like Yves Saint Laurent, and they are doing well. I see you have the potential to do exactly that. So can you find a way of merging innovation into what you're currently doing? And then Ninja C. As a person who is running a business, I would call Patio a startup. It's around 1 or 2 years old, right? Yeah, so have you thought of running a franchise, like rolling it out throughout the entire country? And what are other opportunities along the value chain, either vertically or horizontally, that you would tap into? Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll take just one more question from the lady there because her hand was up, because I've been given so many warnings about time. So one last question.
Thank you so much. My name is Denise Angel. I'm the CEO and founder of Dr. Juice, Fresh Juice Producing Company. My question goes to APAS or Brands or Ragadi. Most of us here are startups, like we can say. So, and we have seen you self-made, you have your self-made brands. You've started from scratch up to where you are right now. What are some of the challenges that you have faced during your journey, and how would you advise a young person who is looking up to you? Thank you so much.
I don't know who would like to start.
So I'll start with his question, and I'll end with her question. So I'll just answer those two. You said, how do I balance the two? I don't balance the two. I just be myself. There's nothing like a balance or whatever. I feel like in the end, you're a human being who has like layers like a cabbage. So you just keep peeling off. You just keep peeling off. Watch together. Next layer, next layer, next layer. Even me, myself, I surprise myself. Like I do some things that I'm like, how did I do that? So, so how can I explain to you how I balance things, even me when I don't know? So,
response.
So that's it. Like I just enjoy life. Like there's nothing much. So she said, she talked about how do you manage like with a brand. To be honest, when you're starting up, you do not know too much, you know? So you're learning. And I just pray that you just learn. Don't think about challenges. I hate the question where people say, what are the challenges? They are not challenges, they are lessons. You're learning about something. Have you seen a kid walk? Like when a kid is starting to walk, they fall and all that, then all of a sudden they're standing, then all of a sudden they can run around. So that is what is happening to you. So the company is crawling. It wants to stand, but when it stands, it's falling. By one stage, it will stand firm and it will work. Just keep working. That's it. As long as you work, those people who get what you're trying to do, they will get it. You are doing it for those who get it. You're not doing it for everyone. If other people don't mess around with it, they don't like it, it's fine. Then those who like it will like it and vibe with you, and it will work. You know? It's simple. There is so much soap out there in supermarkets, but everyone chooses what they like. Your grandmother may like a particular one, maybe Lifebuoy. Then the next person will say, for me, it's Geisha. The next person will say, it's Dettol. It's not even competition. It's choice. So people may not choose you. Be calm. Accept it. The others will accept you, and things will work. So don't see any challenges. See lessons and keep growing. That's my answer to you.
I should answer. For the juices business, I'll give you the examples of music, yeah? When I started doing music, my family didn't like what I'm doing. Because most of my siblings are bankers, lawyers, and I have a master's in business, so my father felt so betrayed. He says, now all the money is gone. You have a master's and you are singing. I said, yes, after singing, I'm going to share how they make money. Because the reason why I decided not to get employed anywhere is my first show that was big, I did it in Arua, and it was sponsored by a Congolese. He paid me $10,000 US dollars. As soon as I got the money, I went to London. I bought cars and brought them here. And now the 10,000 became 40,000. And you leave alone putting all your eggs in one basket. You're doing juices, yeah? You can say, if they don't buy these juices, every little money that I save out of these juices, I'm going to make a few eats. And what you do, you go to some of these international schools like Abuja. I'll give you just an example. Where you have your juice and the eat as package. So if the juices don't work, the eats will work. That's one way. The other way, financial literacy. Most people do business, but they don't know how to save on their business. So you may not know what happens. I'm a singer, but I'm a farmer. I grow mangoes, I grow passion fruit. So if the voice has a problem, the market is working on the mangoes. Are you getting my point? So don't only stick to that business, because in Uganda today, let me tell you what happens, is people, when they see you do something successfully, they all come onto that. Long time ago, there were about 15 artists, known artists. Now there are more than 400 artists in Uganda. So to fight in a jungle of 400 artists, where the young ones, whoever comes wants to take you away. So there are many people who are doing juices in Uganda. But what trick have you used to make your juice a better juice? Are you getting my point? You may make honey juice and you say this one has no sugar. You get my point? So at the end of the day, let us think of, get out of the box. Get out of your own box and look at yourself and ask yourself questions. Why didn't we sell last year? Why aren't we selling this year? What are we going to do next year? So I think that's the best way to do things. Don't do everything as is written. Sometimes break the rules.
So evaluate, diversify, really. Brian.
The first question was about the price tag. What I can say about that is there's something they call marketing before branding. I know of so many people who have products on the market. They will come and say, my product is $100, it's $200, okay, it's 500,000, it's 1 million. It's amazing, I love it. It's authentic, you will like it, your family will love it, use it. But the question is always, who are you? Why am I buying this product? So what is important is, before you market yourself, you need to brand yourself. It took me over 10 years for me to come up with a clothing, no, it took me 8 years to come up with a clothing brand of my own. But I was in the fashion business. I learned so many things, looked at so many challenges. I was like, I think it's the right time for me to market myself as a clothing line. I have the power to say, if you cannot buy my product at 500,000, I am a brand, someone else is going to buy it. So the challenge that people do, the mistake people do is to market themselves, to brand themselves before marketing themselves. Market yourself, then brand yourself. The other thing, maybe what I could say is fear. People create products and they have fear. Every person or every business has been rejected. Like, I've been rejected so many times. People will come in the store and they'll say, no, I don't believe, or you're cheating me, I don't believe in the product. I have so many of those. But then you forgetting about fear and believing in your brand, believing in your product, the right consumer, I'm always saying the right consumer is going to come. There's something they call target market. You understanding your target market and making sure what you're selling communicates to the target market.
Thank you so much. And just quickly, Cynthia, because I'm being kicked off this stage.
Yes, getting right into it. The first question was about expansion, and I'll have you know that the patio did just celebrate its 1-year anniversary in October. So yes, we are still a startup, just to confirm your theory. And then the villa is just a few months old, maybe 4 months. And one thing that I have learned in this year in entrepreneurship is that expansion is inevitable for any thriving business. So yes, we will be looking to expand to other locations within Kampala and outside. But the thing with doing that, especially in hospitality and food and beverage industry, is that it needs to make business sense. And how does that happen? So for the existing restaurant that we already have, we're really trying to go big on high top-notch service delivery in terms of your experience and the food that you eat, which then creates demand. So right now we are in Ntinda, but then we want people of Zambia to say, we're tired of driving to Ntinda, can you guys open up a branch? So by the time you open up the business, there's already a large number of people who want to come into the restaurant anyway. So I'll quickly get into the second question, which was about value addition and the value chain. The good thing about hospitality is that it's really one of the sectors that has a big ecosystem, because when you open up a restaurant, you open up a hotel, you're employing several thousand people or even 100 people and more, from the chefs to the waiters, to the cleaners, to the managers. It's a big number of people, which is one of the reasons why we really pride ourselves in the fact that we chose that business, because that's the impact. It's not just about the money we're making, but the lives that we're helping sustain, especially, with like post-COVID, people were really trying to get back into the work sector, and we we opened up just in time to give people that falling ground. And so yeah, and also like, because it's very personal, you know, when you get into like hospitality, it's about good customer care. Like, you have to be really nice to people. At Party and the Villa, we have like a family strategy system where, you know, everyone, like, we are together in this. It's not just, there's a hierarchy of owners and workers. Like, we work together to make the dream happen. And along the way, we equip our staff, like, because we know that industry is so volatile. It's not that you're going to hog that chef forever, but at least when he leaves, he'll say, I had a good experience and I learned these couple of things while at this, you know, workplace.
I can't, there's no other way to wrap up this conversation. I said it was really unfair to have this in 1 hour, but you need to pay Startup Uganda for bringing their expertise. So feel free to meet them somewhere back there. You've missed out on an a cappella request, but if you talk to them nicely, so maybe one of them could do one at the end. But thank you very much. It's been an engaging conversation and affirming again that this is a space that we can thrive and grow for sure. Thank you so, so very much. Please stay around as we're about to get into our closing ceremony. It's been great moderating and learning from amazing people.
Thank you. Before you leave, if you could all just take a picture. And as you take that picture, we'll start to think about the closing ceremony that we are going to get into. If I could ask you what the last 3 days have been like for you, I hope your answer, if it's carefully thought through, and of course no one is listening to me because they're looking at all the celebrities on the platform. So I don't know if we should just play music and wait, or if we should, okay. There are questions about an a cappella. There are questions about an a cappella. I don't know who the easy target is going to be.
Now, why are you standing that side? Let me sing for you. You're my lover. You're my lover, lover, lover. You're my lover, Zemfa. Baby, you're my lover. You're my lover, lover, lover. You're my lover. Ah, ah. I'll just be easy.
Okay. It feels so weird rapping on a podium, but let's see what we can do. The name is Ninja C, and I'm rocking with the crew. Welcome to Innovation Week. I'd like to say adieu. I'd like to shout out to APAS and Ragadi. It's been a wonderful session, yeah, with me, Ninja C. Look out for me on the socials. It could be Twitter, Instagram, it could be Snapchat or TikTok. I see you dancing. I've seen one of you and you and you doing that little closer video by Oxlade. He didn't perform, but nobody is worried because right here in Uganda is where all the talent is at.
And now I don't know what to do. So I want to do something for you right now, but because I'm called the Incredible Ragadi, I go to I am the Incredible Raga. They call me Incredible Raga. I am the sensational. I am the I am the Incredible Raga. Incredible Raga. Well, don't you worry where you get it. Don't sweat it. Have it over then you let it. Go and meditate.
You know what? I won't add anything. I'll just ask the next person that's on stage, and we are keeping with the entertainment theme. So I'll ask Afro soul musician Kenneth Mugabe. To come up and add a bit more spice to a day that's already been very spicy.
Nsikirizibwa okusemberera, nzikiriza nkusemberere, nsikirizibwa okutunuulira. Oli kifaananyi kye batannasiiga, Katonda yawunda ggwe ne yeewuunya. Nsikirizibwa okukwatako mukwano, nedda tonfuna bubi nze munno, nkwegomba kulabamu abalongo abalina amaaso ng'agago. Nkwegomba, nkwegomba, bakuntondera nze bakuntondera. Oh, nsikirizibwa okusemberera buli wobeera obukuumi bwempulira nsikirizibwa n'okuwuliriza mwana gwe bw'oyogera zaabu yafuluma buli bw'onziga mirembe gye mpulira nyumirwa nnyo ompulirizaako yongera onsisenze nanyumirwa akubino kityo okumya omuliro nsikirizibwa n'okubamu amakama tibyokola nkwegomba nkwegomba bakuntondera ze bakuntondera nzakusaanira nzakusaanira nkwegomba 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 walayi nkwegomba abakutondera mwana kweyebya ddala tekinologi aganye ladies and gentlemen netuyimbe si kyekyo tekinologi aganye katuyimbe wampamba meme yange yonna yajjula gwe baby enjala ne bwennuma lumonda mala ekizibu kitama kyekyo napondoka mu nnyingo zonna ne mu ndowooza enkalamata bebi obudde pereketya nsikasika bebi omukka ate kujja kyekyo siisitira musawalagidde asinga lullaby tugamba n'omu keep it under wraps tugamba n'omu keep it under wraps tugamba n'omu keep it under wraps yes don't tell nobody don't tell no I keep it under wraps yes girl I keep it under wraps, no. I keep it under wraps, yes. Don't tell nobody, don't tell. Singing. Subiza you will pass by Chisumuno zonji kwenze wazi wadanga kubimuli akagero kanambi yonakamala yo kuvinyo nanyo wako uli roja ngoma kumunabo mutaputoja garachi toja Kalamata baby obudde apereketyayo sika sika baby omuka ate kujja kyekyo asizitira musawalagidde asinga lullaby tugamba n'omu keep it under wraps tugamba n'omu keep it under wraps tugamba n'omu keep it under wraps don't tell nobody, don't tell, no. I keep it under wraps, don't tell nobody, keep it under wraps, yeah. I keep it under wraps, don't tell nobody, don't tell. When you know now, every day after work, when there was a sweetie, evidence you know, now I say, oh, I got to make a call, Matatu. When you know now, every day after work, we're going to work. Every day, see, no, no, they say, oh, I got to make a call. Yimba nange, keep it under wraps. Yimba nange, keep it under wraps. Yimba nange, keep it under wraps. Don't tell nobody, don't tell. Munyambeko, I keep it under wraps. Yimba nange, keep it. Yes, don't tell nobody, don't tell to Malayo Kano. I keep it under wraps. Yeah, I keep it on the ropes. Don't tell nobody, keep it on the ropes. Don't tell nobody, don't tell. Singing. Oh, and you know now every day after work, quick when there was a sweetie. Evidence, you know, now and he say, oh, I got to make a corner yet. Don't tell anybody. Thank you. Finally. Yeah. So now this song is off People of the Land album. This is probably my second time to perform this song, and it goes to all the Cinderellas in chocolate skin. Cinderella in chocolate skin, it's high time you face your fear and raised your voice. Cinderella in chocolate skin, the time is up, the time is up. Get out of your shell. Oppression is now your song. Everything you do is wrong. Self-esteem is low. Cinderella, Cinderella, Cinderella in chocolate skin. Cinderella, Cinderella, Cinderella in chocolate skin. Cinderella in chocolate skin. Okoye, okoye tojafuna vyoyagala okawa. No, Cinderella in chocolate skin. I know you're tough, I know you're tough. Show the other side of you. So come and wipe your tears, Cinderella. Cinderella, Cinderella in chocolate skin. Cinderella, chocolate skin. I'll sing you a cappella every morning to make your day brighter. Yeah, boost your self-esteem. I'll sing you a cappella and to make your day brighter. Boost your self-esteem. Cinderella. Thank you. Nesazenga yekweweka. Tuimbe fena. Kumva ichenjane nesunga. Obulungi bwose bwakwemeta. Sanyu sanyu chiba chikome. Ngonyikate. Gwatana byanaku. Abo mpaku sanyu. Sanyu sanyu. Oh my goodness. Katudembo tu. ekyenkyana n'ensonga obulungi bwosi bwakwemeta sanyu sanyu kiba kikome ng'onyiikadde bw'atannabya nnaku nno sanyu sanyu nkwagala mumpa ku sanyu nno sanyu sanyu nkwagala sanyu 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 nkwagala sanyu sanyu nkwagala kyankukunala sanyu mumpa ku sanyu aboneka ng'enjuba y'ejjirikita tannabya nnaku ofumba mmiringusa mumpa ku sanyu sagambiza buli nkeera ebankuuka gw'atannabya nnaku mumpa ku sanyu nno sanyu 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 kwagala sanyu sanyu kwagala tuyembe ffenna sanyu sanyu kwagala. That's all we sing. Sanyu sanyu kwagala kyokka kye tuyimba sanyu sanyu kwagala sanyu sanyu kwagala gw'atannabya nnaku abumpa ku sanyu 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 kwagala tudde mukko sanyu sanyu kwagala abumpa ku sanyu 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 kwagala sanyu sanyu kwagala. Nsaza akaviiri nze n'ennyuma anze zitera kugolola ngoloddeko pakinze n'emyola gyaffene bambyolyeko ngerengeze nazinabyeko leero ebijanjalo okumanya nabikyeko nakwezonga dda nga tukyali amapeera n'ejamamalo kati nze nkotegekette nafunye n'akagato nachi please be my lover. Please be my lover. Nasindika omubaka nakuntwalako olw'ensonyi nnyingi nakunkwanako nasumba amapeera ng'onkuba mugongo sijja kwerabira ebyaluli nakunyonyogera nonyegera ebisigadde byalimu oluli engolo ensambagere ne maamawo nakwezonga dda nga tukyali amapeera n'ejamamawo kati nze nkotegekette nafunye n'akagato nawe nakina please be my lover. Nakwezonga Twabadde nga tukyalya amapeera n'entya maama kati nze kwetegekedde nafunye n'akagatto. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kenneth Mugabe. Thank you for coming out tonight. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello? Oh, you still want more? Before I perform Chivunomo, there's a song that is so dear to me. I am a youth, and as youths, we go through a lot. Of People of the Land album, track number 2 is Muvuvuka. Goes out to all the youths here. Muvubuka nkulamusizza, weebaze Katonda yakuwangaza. Ekiri ewuwo ne wange kyekiriyo naye guma. Nywereza ddala akalimu kaako k'olina abasinga tebakyalina. Okusirika kw'owulira si mirembe, buli muvubuka akaaba agamba najja weezi n'asomesa omwana. Buli gwe nkaabirabeera akaaba, enseefu nzeeyo kwenkana akayo. Ndowooza okunnyuka amaka ngalekeraani, nkoze 2:5. Landlord aswama n'akameeza kamanja, n'omugagga aswama. Nze binsobedde awaka ne mu kibira, abinsobedde nze binsobedde, binsobedde awaka ne mu kibira, abinsobedde nze binsobedde. Muvubuka lindako okutulugunya munno, ne bw'omusiba ebbanja teryesasula. Muvubuka tomala gasaasaanya nsigo, bulamu bwe bugagga kozesa obupiira. Yonja omwoyo gw'omuvubuka gukuume, agali awamu ge galuma ennyama. Najja weezi n'asomesa omwana, buli kwekaabira abeera akaaba. Enseefu nzeeyo kwenkana akayu, ndowooza okunnyuka amaka ngalekeraani. Nkoze 2:5. Landlord aswama n'akameeza kamanja, n'omugagga aswama. Nze binsobedde awaka ne mu kibira, abinsobedde nze binsobedde, abinsobedde awaka ne mu kibira, abinsobedde nze binsobedde. Thank you. Kakebere gozanya, vayo kagobako, koyo kukunoonya weerage tuyimbe ffenna obudde buzibye olwaki tokoowa kuzannya weerage noonyeza nembulwa ze nembulwa weerage kwanyatako kuzannya wemba mufumbulira kibunamu weerage tuyimbe kibunamu waddawa ayimba nange kibunamu weerage sibawulira kibunamu waddawa kibunamu weerage kibunamu waddawa kibunamu weerage kibunamu waddawa wanjakira nga ekiro wandabikira nga ekimya so walikolesebwa nze nakulaba kuba nalowooza oli malayika mbaze munyenye mu bbanga nga nsaba oyito kulabiko wengatte kutta olubege nga kunoonya funye ettangira nze kyakona tuyimbe kibunamu weerage tuyimbe kibunamu waddawa muyimbe nammwe kibunamu weerage kibunamu waddawa sibawulira kibunamu weerage tuyimbe kibunamu waddawa kibunamu weerage kibunamu waddawa kibunamu weerage kibunamu waddawa bambi kibunamu weerage kibunamu waddawa weerage Thank you.
This crowd can finish all your money. I think now is a good time for the cocktail. I know we have a cocktail. I think now is a good time to spice things up with some drinks. I would like to call upon Mr. Matthias Mobius, the co-founder of Start Hub Africa, and we'll start the awards ceremony. I'm reliably told that the drinks will find you at least close enough so you don't have to walk out of the room. So let's get comfortable. I pity you because I pity you after that. I don't know if you're going to start with a song or if you're, okay. So he's going to be giving out awards and I hereby hand you the floor. We need a microphone. We need a handheld microphone.
Hello, hello. Nice, perfect. I know this event was supposed to end with that music, I think. This is quite a heavy burden, but it's a big pleasure. My name is Matthias. I'm one of the co-founders of Startup Africa. We are one of the members of Startup Uganda, and it's a big pleasure and honor to be able to have the award ceremony of our inter-university pitch competition here now and today. Startup Africa since 2017 works with universities. We have programs running at 10 universities in Uganda. and we support students to build entrepreneurship communities within the universities that are student-led. We help them to do the fundraising, to run their activities, to have continuous activities, train them in all these things, because we had conversations in 2017 with lecturers from several universities here in Uganda, and it was apparent that we can do and build much better systems to support innovators at the core. Because a lot of the innovators that are going to be building startups, big companies, creating jobs in Uganda, finally will have studied at universities. We also work beyond that, but universities will be a key place where people learn and experience. And when we had conversations with lecturers from universities, business faculties, one thing stood out, and that is, we have been talking about it the whole week, that we need more exposure, places of practical learning where you can experiment, do things, and actually gain the practical skills that will enable you to build bigger businesses also in the future. So we're really trying to build a model in scale at universities so that this learning can happen everywhere and for every university student. So what we do every year is that we have final pitch events at all the universities where we're at in Uganda, and then we bring the finalists and have a final pitch competition here. So a lot of the innovators just started a business this year. Some are just a few months in. They're amazing journeys. Some started to just make their first money in July or August in our programs and are doing quite well right now. And it's a big pleasure that we have a few minutes to do the awarding ceremony. And I'll make sure that it's a great experience. And let's be honest, sometimes it can be one of the biggest experiences to pitch on a big stage, to have 50 people in a room, 100 people now. We've seen a lot of emotions. It's a great learning experience. So without further ado, I think we want to do a few things today. First, we have an audience award that we'll talk about now. Then I will shortly explain a little bit about the judging and what has happened. And then we will do the actual award ceremony. There was a prize pool of 10 million Uganda shillings as grants. I'll explain a bit more about that Startup Africa is putting in to support the innovators, and we will also support them through mentoring and to keep building. So we want to start with the audience award. But before we do that, I'm curious, from this room, who has passed by our pitch event that was happening the whole day downstairs? Please raise your hands. Show us who was down, who has attended, who has seen some of the pitches. Please don't be shy. I even see students that are not raising their hand. Have you forgotten that you were also attending? Or you're just nervous? Hey, raise your hands. A bit more energy. Where's the energy? Eh? I think we have to stand up. All the students, stand up, please. All the students, stand up. All the students that have been pitching, that have been supporting, stand up. A big round of applause for university students that went to the stage today. They have been working hard to come here and made it to the finals. Thank you so much. And for the audience award, we had 1,198 votes. And there's a head-to-head race. And I think this is something where some of the teams, we had 12 pitchers today, can still learn from some of our friends here today, because we had two teams that had almost 500 and more than 500 votes. Almost all the votes went to two teams. It was a really close head-to-head, but finally the winner of the audience award, and I want to welcome Grace to the stage with a little something for our audience award winner with 507 votes. Was from Makerere University. And it's Marie Medicinal. Please come to stage. Where are you? Where are you? Please come to stage. So Marie started to make money in July. And by now you have made 15 million Uganda shillings. She's employing 7 refugee workers in her business and provides skincare products and especially in Gulu University. Congratulations around Gulu. Well done. It's a big pleasure. Big round of applause. Well done. Thank you so much. And now I want to introduce just very shortly how we do this. I said we have a prize pool of 10 million Uganda shillings. So we set out to split this prize pool and give this prize pool to our judges, and they distribute it among 5 businesses. They couldn't decide, so they wanted to add a 6th one. So we'll have actually 6 winners. So we will be awarding 6 winners, and for this I want to welcome my fellow judges and Stella on stage, who was part of the organizers. Please come to stage as we're getting into the awarding ceremony. And there's a lot of conversations, even at this event, about giving out grants to startups and the role of grants in the journey of a startup. So what we are doing when we give out small grants for businesses is that we don't just give them the money, because there's often a perception of, I won, right? So it's my money. It's a reward for winning, for pitching well, for working. We even hear this word project, sorry. We banned the word project from the pitching room. So what we will do is that we will have our venture associates work with the different companies. We'll do the due diligence if all the numbers in the pitch deck that the judges are relying on were actually correct. And we will draft budgets for the award monies and make sure that the money is used very well, and accompany the startups with mentoring over the next month as well, because we think that this is the most effective way to actually use this money and make the business grow with it. So what that also means is, this is a budget that can be used, but it's conditional to them executing and actually doing before that, no, now I want to start another business. It's difficult. So we will guide you. That's one of the most important things. And we will need our checks here, but we'll start with the first company. I said that we added 1 to the lot, and we have now 6 winners, but we only have 5 checks now. And the first company, oh, who's excited? Students? Let's go a bit slower. About all the students, who thinks they won? Please raise your hands. Of the 12 teams, we have 6 winners. How many hands do I see? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, okay. And Jean, you also want a grant. So I think we need to try this again. Why do we have 4 out of 12 winners only? Come on, who is a winner? Please stand up. Please stand up. If you want to win the money, you only get, if you actually win, you only get the money if you're standing now. Ah? Okay, okay. Okay, suddenly we have a few more winners. That's good. We have, among the 6, we have winners from 4 different universities from all across the country. Interestingly, we're going into all the 4 regions. So much I can already say of Uganda. And the first company, and the judges have give you a shot, and they have some ideas how you can build on what you have done so far. It's a team of ladies building a solution for a big problem that has especially come up in and during the pandemic. They have a few early customers already, and I think someone might already be getting ready to get up. And the first winner, and will be awarded with 1 million Uganda shillings from Makerere University, is Mindspace. Welcome, congratulations. Please come to the stage. Well deserved. And Mindspace is building digital spaces for mental health counseling and support. They have 49 customers already. They are building a group counseling feature on their app, and we want to support them in refining their product, their customer segmentation, and have a few ideas how to go about this. So we want to walk this journey with you. Welcome, and another big round of applause for our ladies, please. Well done. Congratulations. Come here, come closer to our judges. Super good. Amazing. Another round of applause, please. We have 5 more teams. Well done. We will be in touch. And we have 5 more teams and 5 more winners. And we want to go to another region now, from Kampala to the north. And we have a team from Gulu University. And this time we also thought we need to award some men. So this time we really had to include a man quota here. So this time an interesting solution with a few customers, a digital, or no, a power storage solution. It is Smart Clean Energy from Gulu. Please come to the stage. They have built a low-cost power storage solution. Where our guys, please come to stage. Big round of applause for Smart Clean Energy. And are selling that and are mitigating frequent power cuts in Gulu. And our team has a few ideas on how to cut costs on the product and improve the margin, which will be one of the most important things. Please come here and you will be getting 1.5 million shilling from StartHub. Thank you so much. This award is going to Gulu. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And all these students are actively building these student clubs at their universities, are pulling other entrepreneurs in that are then joining our courses. They meet, network, and discuss their businesses to improve. So this is really a cohort that will support the next generation of students to build their businesses then. Now, our next team, and we're going back to Makere. Now I have to say, not too much I think, because we already know them. It's Marie Medicinal Haven. They're also getting an award from us, and they're getting another 1.5 million shilling. Marie, please come to stage. Marie, once again, you know it. Let's clap for her. We have clapped, but I think we can clap again. Well done. And her growth journey has been great. She's selling skincare products in Gulu, and we love the traction. She has a unique approach also in training refugees to do most of the tasks that need to be done in the business. And 50 million shillings since July, that's not too bad, huh? Congratulations, big round of applause once again. Amazing. So we've seen that there's so much potential in manufacturing, and students seem to be really embracing Bubu and seem to be really excited about building products that people love. And this is really something that we're looking into, especially at the universities, and we will see how we can support this more deliberately, because there's a lot of potential, and finally also the manufacturing sector will be employing a lot of the workforce of Uganda in the future, and there's a lot of great ideas and products out there at the universities in the students' minds. We have 3 to go, and at this point there's no particular order. I mean, we're going the award money is slowly getting more, but this is really based on the needs of the students. There is no bad business, there is no better business. For now, they all have to prove and build traction. For now, we are going once again to stay in the central region, and we are going to go into the agriculture space. a company that is already selling their product. Oh, there's 2 agriculture companies that pitched. They're both probably thinking now, is it me? Is it me? Is it me? Let me not tease you further. It's Agroworm. Please come to stage. Well done, ladies. Yes, Jean, thank you for standing up. Standing ovations for our ladies. Come to stage. You have a first supporter, maybe a first investor. Jean, do you have some money to spend? She will find it. Great. So we already found your first investor. Congratulations once again to Agroworm. Agroworm apologies. Agroworm is using recycled material to produce different fertilizer solutions for different crops, and we will also help you to tailor these different products that you have better to specific farmers that need a specific profile of fertilizers. So congratulations and keep pushing. It's amazing to see how far you've come in such a short time, and that's well deserved. And thank you for the support here. That's also much appreciated. We'll get back to you. There's 2 teams left. And that's always difficult because you're wondering, damn, I thought I would win, but now there's only 2 spots left. So is it you or are you? So who thinks, of those that haven't been to a stage yet, who thinks that you're a winner? Please stand up, please stand up. Okay, 1 team, 2 teams, okay. We are going to the west. We're going to Marara University of Science and Technology, and one of our winners is Kanga Care. Please come to the stage. Ladies, please come to the stage. Well done. You will get 2 million Uganda shillings. Kanga Care has built a product. Congratulations. Kanga Care has built a product for mothers and to prevent early childhood deaths due to hypothermia through a tailor-made, how do you call it? The carrying bag? How would you call it? I think she has to do a short elevator pitch for 2 million shillings, right? Yeah. 20 seconds. What is Kanga Care?
So we make low-cost, locally knitted, double-layered premature carrier that embrace the kangaroo skin-to-skin mother care technique of generating warmth, and it's uniquely fitted with vital reading sensors that can detect the body's vital signs like the body temperature, pulse rate, and oxygen saturation. Thank you.
Wow, that's amazing. We didn't even need to cut her off, right? And the doctor in the hospital can see the temperature data that is sent through their product. That's amazing. Congratulations once again. Now there's 1 team left. If they listen carefully, they probably almost know that they are the winners. Who's the winner? Who thinks they are the winners? We don't have winners in the room, so we can go home. Now we're going to the east. We're going to the east. We're going to Busitema University. Net Technologies, please come here. Please come to the stage. You're a winner. You will get 2.5 million Uganda shillings. Congratulations. Please, a big round of applause to our final and 6th winner from Busitema from the east. Congratulations. Well done. Well done. And nice. It's a great example of how we can solve problems for companies. Talking to engineers at Umeme, oh, that's difficult. Let me just call it. Do you also want to give a pitch? I think for 2.5 you also have to give a pitch. 10 seconds. Can you do 10 seconds? It's okay. 10 seconds pitch. NetTech.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. NetTech in full is Network Technology Uganda. We provide tailored IoT solutions to business entities. And this time around, we are looking at Umeme that made an approximate of 50 million Ugandan shillings loss. That is Toro Umeme branch. And the major effect was breakdown of power cables at joints which were not monitored efficiently. Therefore, we came up with a solution that is a network temperature sensor that is installable on grids to do automatic detection and send global position of affected grids to control substations. Thank you.
And that was all in one breath. Big round of applause, please, for Net Technologies. It will help you. They have 2 product lines for Meme and also companies in the manufacturing space that need technology, temperature sensors. So we will help you to push into the market faster. Congratulations to NetTech. And with this, thank you, my fellow judges and Stella, for organizing this amazing event. It's been a great pleasure, and thank you for listening and encouraging all these students, and we will make sure that you will see some of these companies on bigger stages soon. So thanks all for the applause and for the encouragement. And what we will do with all the teams, with the judges, we will gather outside later. If you want feedback, if you want to know something, come to us. We will explain all the judging decisions. We will give you more feedback. And then, yeah, we are anyways in touch, and we'll get back to you about the next steps. Thank you so much for everyone. It's been a great pleasure, and let's enjoy the rest of the evening. And I think there are cocktails coming up, so good evening and thanks.
Thank you very much. We're going to run very quickly with the rest of the program. Our time is fast spent, and your attention span is also beginning to wane, I can tell from the chatter while people are up here. I'd like to call Mr. Dennis Aguma to speak on behalf of the committee, the Uganda Innovation Week committee that put all of this together. Mr. Dennis Aguma.
So easy.
Thank you, DJ. If you had started before, I would have come dancing, but here we are. Hi, everyone. I'm really excited. My name is Dennis Aguma. I'm a business incubation consultant. I research on entrepreneurship. But today, I'm here in one capacity and one capacity only as the chairman of the Uganda Innovation Week Working Committee. Yes, very much deserved. And I actually want to first and foremost thank, I don't think very many people know Startup Uganda, you know? So Startup Uganda is an umbrella organization that puts together, I think, the best of Uganda's enterprise support organization. And that list is long. I need to recognize it. One is where I work, NACE Africa, Obugalo. Actually, it would be interesting every time I mention one of these, if you are attached to any one of these hubs, just shout, you right? So, NACE Africa, Start Hub Africa. I think that they've just given you awards, eh? More noise. Hive Collab, Response Innovation Lab, NFT Consult, Outbox, Innovation Village, Refactory, Amarin Financial Group, United Social Ventures, Design Hub, Growth Africa, Makerere Innovation and Incubation Center. Oh, wow. SINA, Einstein Rising, Tech Buzz Hub, Finding XY, Africa Autos Capital, Zimba Women, Media Challenge Initiative, and just as I'll sneak this one more, NACE Africa. Anyway, Startup Uganda is run by a group of individuals, and these people do this voluntarily. We call it the EXCO, and that is headed by our chairman, Richard Zulu. If you'd like to stand up for recognition. That's the chairman of Startup Uganda. And Richard is deputized by Jean Maki. Thank you. On that committee is C.K. Japheth of the Innovation Village. Matthias Mobius from, Matthias was right here, was he? Yes, there he is. Alan Lule from Makerere Innovation Incubation Center. And all our work is supported by two very, very important ladies. We are driven by Donna Sava and Esther Shachira. So I don't want to give a speech, but maybe for the benefit of those that only attended today, we know that Uganda is the most entrepreneurial country in the world. Yes, however, and I think most of you will be familiar with the typical journey that an entrepreneurship project goes through. One, you start with the inspiration stage. Someone somewhere must have inspired you to come up with that particular idea. The next stage is coming up with the idea itself. After that, if you're lucky, you will join one of our incubation hubs where they do what they call incubation, essentially giving you a hand to move your idea from one stage to another. And not everyone makes it through that incubation phase. Beyond that, we have what we call acceleration, where we put you through a particular, very quick pace so that you can be ready for funding and investment. And we've been seeing quite a lot of that happening within our space here. So ESOs, or entrepreneurship support organizations, the incubation hubs that I've mentioned, play a huge and significant role. When Startup Uganda started, I think there was about 5-8 members or so. But now it has grown to almost 30 members. And we do quite a lot of work, not just in here in Kampala, but also across the whole country. And we face significant challenges, one of which is funding, and I'm delighted that someone who's sitting on a huge pot of funds is here, the Executive Director of UCC. We do a lot of heavy lifting. You know, we were talking earlier about the various key players within our ecosystem, one of which is government. Government has a huge role to play, but their role really is not to do business incubation. We are the engine that does that, and we hope and pray that more effort and support is given to organizations like ours under the auspices of Startup Uganda. We've done a lot of work this year around mapping our ecosystem. There was a report that was shared looking at our ecosystem, the kind of challenges. There was also a startup survey that we've done. So there's quite a number of things, including the regulatory impact assessment that is ongoing to see how government can support us more. So we hope when these kind of initiatives come to you, that you support us. Maybe, again, for the benefit of those that didn't make it for the 3 days, day one was focused really on industry and academia. Higher education institutions, and I'm very happy to see university students in the building working on real products and services. We've done this a lot as NES Africa. Quite a number of organizations do this amount of work. They say in Kabare that akatiki ni kwa kachiri kabisi. You start when you're young, and Uganda has a very young population, so it's very good to see a lot of these ideas coming up from universities. So day one was dedicated to that, making those linkages. Day two was focused on women entrepreneurship, and again, Ugandan women are more entrepreneurial than men, so we thought that it was very important to dedicate something to that. Day three was about financing, which is today, and we see a lot of struggles and challenges for businesses that are trying to reach the last mile. So, what would I like to see next year? I would see a slightly more hands-on approach. I want to see robotics, you know, artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things. I know these are like concepts that are very far away, but we are promising next year when you join us, there will be some serious innovation at display. So, lastly, but by no means, I wanted to really thank the participants. You guys, this is the biggest turnout we've had for Uganda Innovation Week. So thank you very, very, very much. And for all the 3 days. I want to thank our exhibitors, very many young people doing great stuff. You should clap for yourselves. I want to thank our panelists and speakers. And also want to thank the media. You know, this week we've been trending. And when you're trending, when World Cup is on, you know you're doing something right. But of course, this would not have happened without our funders and partners. And please allow me to read all of them one by one. UNCDF, NSSF High Innovator, MasterCard Foundation, Outbox, the Innovation Village, JICA, Village Capital, the French Embassy, International Trade Center, Conrad Adenauer Stiftung, Hive Collab, Youth Startup Academy, Bob Inc., and Response Innovation Lab. We are so grateful for all your support for making this possible. I want to thank our guests of honor, but I noticed that Engineer Irene has left, so maybe I'll leave that one. But I meant to understand that they're also inviting the minister who is coming to grace the occasion. So while they are coming in, I happen to be the chairman of the working committee, but I was not alone. Believe me, there's a huge team behind. So I'd like to invite each and everyone that has been a part of this to please come on stage for a well-deserved photo opportunity. So I know that some of the colleagues have gone out, you know, Richard Zulu and others, but Donna, please come on stage. Esther, I don't know where Esther is. Or maybe we'll do this later. But really, you come on so that people can see who you are. This is not really me just doing this whole thing. Everyone's been involved and it's all been hands on deck. Other than that, I would like to thank you all for having come and graced the occasion. But most crucially, keep doing what you're doing. We are putting Uganda on the map. Not just Kampala, but Uganda on the map. So thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next session is going to be rather quick. I'm going to invite the gold partners to each speak to us. I know the minister should be walking in any minute now. But as we wait for the minister to come, I'd like to start inviting the gold partners to speak, and I'll start with the Innovation Village, Mr. C.K. Japheth, the team lead. If you could just give us a few words, and we'll just speak through all the gold partners.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Yes, thank you very much, Josephine, and thank you for being here. I'm very, very excited to stand this evening as we celebrate Ugandan innovation, as we celebrate Ugandan entrepreneurs, as we celebrate creativity to showcase all the amazing things that you're doing. I know I'm standing between you and the cocktail, so I won't speak a lot. But personally, I'm really excited because, like I said in the morning, we started this journey almost 3-4 years back, and Innovation Week was a small thing happening in a small room somewhere. But to see that it's become what it has become is really humbling, and it's all thanks to everybody in this room. But I'll naturally like to call out a few people who made sure that Innovation Week becomes Innovation Week that you're seeing today. I'd like to just recognize and thank Brenda from Village Capital. I know she'll say something later, but they were one of the first supporters of Innovation Week. Richard from UNCDF, they really helped us power the first Innovation Week. I know John from ITC is here. somewhere. We worked with ITC in the second Innovation Week, and they flew in 15 investors into the country just to connect with entrepreneurs. So I'm really confident about the direction we're going into the future with Innovation Week. And I know we've done a lot of work. We know next year will be bigger and better. One of the most important problems we are focused on solving for entrepreneurs over the coming year is sustainable financing for entrepreneurship. Because if we're not able to back our most promising entrepreneurs at early stage, then they will have problems hitting the next stage. But for me and the team at Innovation Village, hi guys, just thank you for being here, and I'd like to thank the team at Startup Uganda that has led by my brother Richard, that has made sure this is a fantastic event. Looking forward to an even better one next year, and let's keep building throughout the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japheth. Next, I'd like to call, and before I call the next person who is going to speak, I'd like to recognize the presence of Honorable Kabyanga Godfrey Baluku, the Minister of State for National Guidance, Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. Thank you. He's not yet here, but he will be joining us. Also in the room at the moment, we can clearly see the Acting Executive Director of Uganda Communications Commission, and she will be addressing us a little later on. So for now, I'd like to call Mr. Uchiyama Takayuki, the Chief Representative of JICA.
Good evening, or good evening. My name is Takayuki Uchiyama. I'm a Chief Representative of JICA Uganda. I'm very much excited and honored to be here today with you. JICA is relatively new actors, stakeholders in this sector. We just started 3 or 4 years ago to be connected with startups in Uganda. And we are so excited with the potential and also talent of this country. But on the other hand, we also realized there are a lot of challenges. Startup ecosystem should be strengthened. So at JICA, I'd like to continuously be part of this sector, and we are committed to contribute to strengthen this platform, and I'd like to promote Uganda regionally, globally, and also especially to Japan. And some of you know that yesterday Japan beat Germany. And the day before yesterday, Saudi Arabia beat Argentina. So this means nothing is impossible unless you don't give up and unless you continue to prepare yourself. Everything is possible. So let's work together, let's be connected, and let's strengthen startup ecosystem and enjoy the life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Youth Startup Academy. Rita Ngezi, the National Coordinator. Rita? Okay, if Rita is not around.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robert Bob Okello. I'm definitely not Rita, but I'm here instead for Rita. And on behalf of the Youth Startup Academy, we just want to say it's been a wonderful pleasure being a part of the Uganda Innovation Week. We want to first of all, begin by thanking our partners. I know we've been working very closely with NITA Uganda to support Ugandan entrepreneurs. The Youth Startup Academy is on a goal to support 1,000 entrepreneurs between now and December 2024. And this Innovation Week has been a wonderful platform for some of the entrepreneurs we're working with. They've been exhibiting. On day one, they were here telling us the stories behind their enterprises. And this is something that we want to see moving on as well. So we want to thank the organizers behind the Uganda Innovation Week for making this platform one that's about entrepreneurs. And I think that is something as YSA would like to see moving forward, that entrepreneurs should be the center of this event, and that we shall continue gathering the ecosystem to see how we can better support entrepreneurs moving forward. Thank you very much, and we wish you a very wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you. I like the speed at which this is moving. If we can give the speakers a bit more attention. There's a lot of chatter at the back, so it becomes hard to listen when people are speaking here. Next, I'd like to invite John Dabarasa, Startup Growth Lead, International Trade Center. John.
Good evening, everyone. Rob has so much energy. It's not easy to speak after him. My name is John Dabarasa. I work for ITC. We are the United Nations and World Trade Organization Development Agency. And we have been very good partners to the Innovation Week for, I think this is our 4th edition. And I can confidently say that we have seen growth, we have seen collaboration, we have seen partnerships. So I want to thank Startup Uganda, NACE Foundation, Design Hub, the Innovation Village, UNCDF. You guys are the best. But also thank the startups, the entrepreneurs, the ones that were exhibiting. And we can only hope for Innovation Week to become more regional, more international. So thank you so much. God bless.
From CAS Uganda, Conrad Adenua Stiftang, we have Nicholas Opolot, the program manager. All right, Nicholas is not here. John Dabarasa has already spoken, so we'll move to Village Capital. Brenda Wangari.
My name is Brenda, and I'm here on behalf of Village Capital and Bopping. So, funny story, I started my career in Lagos around like 9-10 years ago, and this was the time like Uber was launching and all that, and I think that's the time also like innovation like hubs were setting up here. And so like this trip for me to Kampala, this time has been like it's made me reminisce on my time in Lagos, and I've seen like a lot of comparisons. And so we're just talking with CK, and I think we have come to an agreement that Kampala is sort of like an undiscovered Lagos. If you want to know more about it, come talk to me later. And in Lagos we have this saying that says, when life gives you pepper, you make pepper soup. So I don't know what we'll say in Uganda. Is it when life gives you groundnuts, you make peanut sauce? Is it when life gives you bananas, you make matoke? Whichever one. But thank you for having us. It's been a great time. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Esther. We have really enjoyed our time here, and if you'd like to learn more about what we do at Village Capital or at Bopping, I will be around. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. That covers all of our gold partners. I'd like now to move on to the award ceremony, the second award ceremony, and I'd like to invite Einstein Rising, Mr. Pius Kifiji, the Business Development Associate for Einstein Rising. Pius? Okay, there he is, he's coming. Pius will take us through this session on the Startup Awards, Startup Uganda Awards.
Hello. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bias Chifiji, the Business Development Associate at Einstein Rising, like earlier introduced, and I'm here with my colleague.
Well, my name is Patrick Soreba. I want to welcome you guys for joining us on the Startup Uganda Awards 2022. Just to let you know, we come from Einstein Rising, and we are an active member of the Startup Uganda, and we are a social enterprise ecosystem builder. We work with entrepreneurs, and also we run the first ecosystem television, which is SETV Africa. I want to join you to be a part of this moment as we recognize, appreciate, and also award startups and different stakeholders and actors that have contributed in the startup ecosystem. So we are going to be going right into those categories. Don't forget, the official hashtag is UIW2022. You can tweet and congratulate the winners.
All right, thank you so much, Patrick. And now the long-awaited time is now here, the Startup Uganda Awards 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the Startup Uganda Awards 2022. What an amazing audience you are. All right, so it is now time that we get to know all the nominees under each category. And just to let you know, we have 9 categories in total, and each category has nominees. And I will ask us all to turn our attention on the screen as we get to see the nominees under each category. The technical team, whenever you're ready. Startups in agriculture, that is Apinet Uganda. Agroboard. Next is Chimacho Enterprise Limited. Easy Agri. And we have Just Know Your Coffee Cup. Sea Valley Technologies is on the list. Great Habib Smart Farm Academy is a nominee. And next is Uganda Spotlight Limited. Ifungu Coffee. And Young Farmers Champions Network. All right, so those are the nominees we have under the Startup of the Year in the agriculture category. So now, we shall not start the awarding right now. Our guest of honor is on his way and should be joining us in a few. So in the meantime, I will ask us to still get our eyes on the screen, and then we can get to see the other categories that we have on the list. Let's roll it. Startup Uganda Awards 2022, and this is the creative industry category. We have Moya Stream Music, and there is Jewel Trends. Bele Beauty Uganda. Next is Wape. We also have Reuters Hub on the list. We also have Kafunda Creatives. I like the vibe. Trillion Look Store is also on the list, ladies and gentlemen. There we have Reform Africa. Create Uganda also made it to this category. And then we have Mawete Creations. Yes, That is the Startup of the Year in the Creatives Industry category, and we have seen all the nominees in that category. So, ladies and gentlemen, I like the vibe you have. As we mention these nominees, we need your response. All right, I just got a simple communication right here that the guest of honor is very close with us. So we can commence with the Startup Uganda Awards 2022, and then we shall get back to our very first category, and that was the category, the Startup of the Year in the Agriculture category. So now that we know who the nominees are, the technical team will work with me on this. Okay, so let's roll it. Let's roll the agriculture category again as the drums beat as well. Long awaited time is now here, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, that is the Startup of the Year in the Agriculture categories. Happiness Uganda. Agripod is on the list. Chibajo Enterprise Limited, where are you? There goes Easy Agric. Just know your coffee cup is on the list. There is Seal Valley Technologies, Great Habib's Man Farm Academy, Uganda Spotlight Limited, and there is Bifungu Coffee. Young Farmers Champions Network is on the list. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the nominees we have under the Startup of the Year in Agriculture category. So, yes, as we read the winner, I will first ask, I will call upon Mr. Uchiyama Takauchi, the Chief Representative of JICA, on stage to give out the award. Yes, whenever you're ready. Coming on stage is Mr. Uchiyama Takauchi, the Chief Representative of JICA here in Uganda. As the awards are getting ready, you're most welcome, sir. Hello. I also call upon, in the category of Startup of the Year in the Agriculture category, we have Easy Agric. Easy Agric team, come on stage. Someone from Easy Agric, wherever you are, show yourself up to the stage and receive your award. Easy Agric, any representative? Easy Agric is not in the building, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I'm going to call upon one of the Startup Uganda members. Do we have Easy Agric? Oh, right here, right here. Easy Agric is coming on stage. Easy Agric made it as the Startup of the Year in the Agriculture category.
African music
pause for a picture. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And it is at this time now we get to see what we have in the next category. Patrick Seremba, are you ready for this?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's roll it.
Well, looking at the next category, we have already seen the nominees from the creative industry start up there. So, media, you can roll that. Monya String Music, Duo Trains, Bell Beauty Uganda, Wape, Reuters Hub, Kafunda Creatives, Trillion Look Store, Reform Africa, Create Uganda, and Maweje Creation. Benuel joining us on stage to hand over the award for the Startup of the Year in the creative industries is the Senior Programs Manager from Village Capital. That's Madam Brenda Wangari.
Round of applause to Brenda Wangari as she steps on stage, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, before we proceed, you can allow me recognize the dignitaries that have joined us right now. We very much appreciate your joining us. Like we all already know that we were expecting the Honorable Minister to join us. Well, as we proceed, the winner of the Startup of the Year in the creative industry is Create Uganda. Create Uganda, you can join us on stage. Congratulations. Anyone from Create Uganda who are representative? Give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, Create Uganda. Congratulations, Create Uganda, and keep doing what you're doing. It is the reason why you made it on stage here today. Yes, it is now time we get to the next category, and that is going to be the Champion of the Year in the development sector. Let's roll it. Champion of the Year in the development sector, we have MasterCard Foundation. We also have United Nations Development Program. There is also Uganda Development Bank, And there is International Trade Center, ITC. Oh yeah, those are the nominees we have under the Champion of the Year in the development sector. And now, it is now time that I call upon Okay. It is now time that I call upon Honorable Kabyanga Geoffrey Bauluku, the Minister of State for National Guidance, to join me here on stage.
Uganda.
Yes. Just to re-echo it again. All right. Here comes the Honorable Minister of State for National Guidance, Honorable Kabyanga Geoffrey Baluku. You're most welcome, Honorable. Yes. Now looking at the Champion of the Year 2022 in the development sector. Ladies and gentlemen, let's let the drums roll as I call upon MasterCard Foundation to come take their award for the Champion of the Year in the development sector.
I don't want nobody to be my Matatu. For this life I live, I want to be celebrated. Don't wanna waste my days, I want to spend them on
This is MasterCard Foundation. All right, MasterCard Foundation, before you go, MasterCard Foundation, before you go, the audience are requesting for a brief word under 30 seconds.
Good evening to everybody. Good evening to you all. On behalf of NSSF, I am Julian Mulindwa. I work for National Social Security Fund, and we work closely with the MasterCard Foundation. So I had communicated to my colleagues in case they are receiving an award. I will represent them, but ideally I'm not supposed to speak on their behalf. But we are all working closely to empower the ecosystem, to change how entrepreneurs are doing things. We would like to create 4.3 million jobs, and our pledge to you all is to work with us. Let's get in as many partners as possible so that we can change this economy and create jobs for this Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those words. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being also an amazing audience. It is high time that we switch to the next category.
Right, there is no development without education, and next is the education sector. And the nominees are Kau Smart, Izere Education, Zazu Technologies, Shareability Uganda, Mihasoft Academy, initiatives for moto ya shule called Impact. And the winner for the startup of the year in the education sector is, no, right before we do that, I'll welcome the team lead at the Innovation Village, Mr. CK Japheth, to join us in awarding the winner for the startup of the year in the education sector. You're welcome, sir. Well, education has had a number of challenges the previous years, and this startup has done interestingly very well. And the winner of the startup of the year in the education sector is Shareability Uganda. Congratulations to Shareability Uganda Limited.
Yes, before you go, you have 20 seconds to say something.
This award is dedicated to the teachers who wake up at 4 a.m. to prepare that lesson, to prepare that exam, and they are creatives. Every day they create content. At Shareability, we know your pain, and we are here to make sure that content is easily accessible to you, the teachers, to the learners, to the parents, and everyone. Thank you very much for the support.
Congratulations once again.
All right. We move to the next category. Ladies and gentlemen. Let's roll the screen. And for Startup Uganda Awards 2022, in the Startup of the Year, in the health category, we have Midlife. We also have Medex International. There comes My Musaro. And then Dr. Medical Consultancy Limited. Medibars also made it on the list. Here comes Digital Woman Uganda. And then we have One Stop Uganda. Clinic Master International also is on the list. And then we have Wabibi Parts. All right, looking at that list, I will call upon Rita Ngezi, the National Coordinator for Youth Startup Academy. And we all know that she is being represented by one smart gentleman. Please make your way to the stage. Yes, as a disclaimer, he is not a she. He is representing Rita Ngenzi, the National Coordinator for Youth Startup Academy. All right. So it is now time that I also take this honor to call upon My Musao. My Musao are the winners for the Startup of the Year in the health category. Come some vibe. Do that vibe, yeah? Yeah, that's good.
But you must hustle if you want job. You don't finish, they won't fight us. If them they run, them no fit catch up. I know they form say I too righteous. No con they form say you too like us. Me no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Come my mind on my mind.
That is my Musao for you. Before you go, you have 20 seconds to say something.
Thank you guys for all coming and being a part of this. My Musao is simply a startup creating a solution that is trying to bridge the gap between medical services and you, the people. Simply as that.
Yes, I like the way you're so timely. You maintained the 20 seconds I gave you. All right. So, my colleague Patrick, could you be ready?
Yeah, congratulations to my Musao. Well, Africa, if it is to go to the next level, we need to leverage technology. And the next category is Startup of the Year in the technology sector. Let's take a look. All right,
Yes, there you go.
We have Sumic IT Solutions, Trample Technologies, Safe Water Harvesters, ChargeCore, Loft Technologies, Kakebe Technologies, Sophie Cash, Kau, Mihasoft Academy, and joining me on stage to give out the award for the Startup of the Year in the technology sector is the Startup Growth Lead at International Trade Center, Mr. John Davarasa. Thank you for joining us. All right, the long-awaited moment, and the winner of the Startup of the Year in the tech sector is Sumic IT Solutions. Congratulations, guys.
You have to come with a 5. Yeah. All right. If I gave you only 20 seconds, what would you use it for?
Thank you so much. I want to thank Startup Uganda and all the partners. This one is just an inspiration to all the young people in technology that it is possible. And I would love to say that this is a signage that we are going to double our efforts more 3 times so as we change the world with technology. Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations, a song. Yeah, DJ, they request for a song as they step down the stage. Yes, whenever you're ready. Yes.
So many
congratulations. category. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it so happens that we are still on one category, and that is still the Startup of the Year in the overall category. So this category so happens to have been a tie between two giant companies, two nominees, and the other winner for the Startup of the Year in the overall category is, yes, let's first get to know who the nominees are again. Okay, Startup Uganda Awards 2022 in the overall category. You wanna know who they are? Okay, let's check out Samic IT Solutions. We have Safe Water Harvesters. We also have Belle Beauty Uganda. My Musao. Church Co made it on the list. There is also Loft Technologies. And then Sophie Cash. Yes, those are the nominees we still have under the Startup of the Year in the overall category. This is the only category where we have had two champions winning with exact same total votes. Now, I will still call upon Hey Patrick, who do we call next on this same category to give out the awards?
All right, I think we'll call out the Digital Country Lead, UNCDF, Mr. Chris Lukolio, to give out one of those awards.
Amazing, thank you so much. All right, so in the Startup of the Year, in the category of the overall, as the second winner, we have Safe Water Harvesters. Safe Water Harvesters, wherever you are, show up on stage. Safe Water Harvesters. We only have seconds to see you on stage. Safe Water Harvesters, wherever you are. If not, I'll call upon a representative from Startup Uganda to come and receive this award on behalf of Safe Water Harvesters. All right. Our chairperson, Startup Uganda, has represented Safe Water Harvesters. And that is none other than Mr. Richard Zulu. Yes, we hope that it is delivered to Safe Water Harvesters. Thank you so much for representing. You can take it. All right. All right, I just got a short notice. Yeah. Yes, we are moving forward to the next category as we wrap up. That is what we have. Whenever you're ready.
Right before we move into the next category, this was a tie. So there is another winner for Startup of the Year in the overall category. And I will request the project manager, NSSF High Innovator, Madame Julian Monindwa, if she's around, to join me on stage to give out the other award. Well, it was a tight race for Startup of the Year overall, and another tie was with Sumic IT Solutions. Congratulations once again.
second time. This time around, we are going to only offer you 10 seconds. But this time around, we are dictating. And we really need to understand what Sumic IT Solutions does. 10 seconds.
Thank you so much. Well, Sumic IT Solutions, I would say it originates from a brand called Sumic. Sumic IT Solutions is just a subsidiary of Sumic Group. And at Sumic IT Solutions, we develop technologies for companies. We enable startups to develop their technologies, as we realize that very many startups have, very many people have ideas, but they cannot bring them to reality with technology. So what we do, we build their technologies. We enable startups to see that they come up, we build their MVPs, so as they come up with real products in the market. But Sumic is a brand of now 5 subsidiaries. We have Sumic Online, the e-commerce wing. We have Sumic IT Solutions, the technology wing. We have Sumic Productions. We have Sumic Air, and we have Sumic Women in Tech.
I am going to charge you for going beyond the 10 seconds. So, as you go, everyone must dance for us. DJs. Must dance. If you don't dance, you don't take the hour.
You want to bamba? You wanna G with the big boys? Now you the wrong, kitty, you the wrong, get up, we drink with a drop cup. Hey, can you see how the thing goes? How the thing goes? Oh, you're telling me who and you?
Well, congratulations for scooping 2 awards. Well, time is fast spent, but the next category is Champion of the Year in the private sector. Well, the nominees are Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, Uganda Communications Commission, National Information and Technology Authority, NITA, All right, the category that has been reigned is Champion of the Year in public sector, not private sector. And I will invite the Acting Executive Director of Uganda Communications Commission, and that is Madam Irene Kagwa Sewankambo, to join us and award the winner.
Uganda.
Well, thank you for joining us and honoring our invite to have you award the winner in this category. And the winner of the Champion of the Year in Public Sector is Uganda Registration Services Bureau, URSB.
Make we, roll the carpet, smile up for the self, lay up everywhere. Done what service the general Bible come through. Boundary adjustments, roll the carpets, red carpets everywhere.
Congratulations, URSBS. Uganda Registration Services Bureau is coming on stage. If you had 20 seconds, what would you say to us?
Thank you so much. This is an honor to us as Uganda Registration Services Bureau, a government agency in charge of business registration, intellectual property, insolvency matters. We are very honored to receive this and to know that people outside there appreciate our services. This will go a long way to energize us, to support the innovators, the inventors, and the creative sector better. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome, and thank you so much. Congratulations, Uganda Registration Services Bureau. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming close to a wrap-up of this session. And next is the Champion of the Year in the private sector. Let the drums roll. Okay, we have Stanbic Bank. We also have Airtel Uganda. Uganda needs more of you. There is Private Sector Foundation Uganda. And then Enterprise Uganda. That is Sophie Cash. Yes. All right. Those are the nominees we have under the Champion of the Year in the private sector. And now, all right, we also have Curad on this list. We may not have seen that on the screen, but we also have Curad on the list. And ladies and gentlemen, I will call upon our Deputy Chairperson, Startup Uganda, the one and only Jean Maki, to come on stage and give out this award for this Champion of the Year in the private sector. And as Jean is here with us, I call upon the representative or the team from Stanbic Bank, Uganda, to come and collect your awards for the Champion of the Year in the private sector. Stanbic Bank. Stanbic Bank, do we have a representative here? Okay, Stanbic Bank is being represented by CK, the CEO and founder at Innovation Village, is representing Stanbic Bank. Thank you so much for that representation. We highly appreciate. And now, I take this honor to also appreciate everyone in the building for sparing time and coming and joining us here for the Startup Uganda Awards 2022. It's been an amazing experience from day one up to this last day of the Uganda Innovation Week. Patrick, you have something for us?
Yeah, I just want to thank Startup Uganda for trusting us with this activity, congratulate the winners, and continue to encourage those that haven't won to contribute, because your impact is absolutely felt. Thank you very much. I remain Patrick Soremba. Bye-bye.
Yes, bye-bye. Indeed, this is Team Ancient Rising. We appreciate you. Startup Uganda, we highly appreciate you as well for trusting us with this chance. And as I sign out, my name is Pius Chifiji, and representing Ancient Rising and SETV Africa. Goodbye, and see you when you see me.
Thank you very much. We are very close to the end of the event. And after that excitement, I'd like to invite the Acting Executive Director of Uganda Communications Commission, Irene Kagwase-Wankambo. She possesses a vast experience in the ICT sector, spanning policy development, research, regulation, and implementation in various aspects, including internet development, licensing, universal access, quality of service. Irene, with the way you're dressed, I don't want you jumping over this place. Okay. Numbering, resource management, as well as promotion of research and innovation. Engineer, you're welcome.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Our chief guest, the Honorable Minister, Honorable Godfrey Kabyanga, all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. Firstly, I would like to thank Startup Uganda. You know, this is a very interesting journey. We were joking with Richard because in 2013, we had around just 3 incubation centers or hubs. I won't name them for not seeming like I'm promoting. But today when we look at that screen, that shows you the power. They are not competing. These are all partners who appreciate the importance of incubation. I always tell people, we talk about innovation, it's important for this economy, but do we actually appreciate what innovation is? In Uganda, we have this copycat, culture. That's not innovation. Innovation is about creating new ideas, new practices, new procedures. And tonight we've celebrated winners, even those who did not win in those categories. I still think all of you are winners. We were talking with Joshua earlier when the rest of us were at university. I won't say in what year so that you don't calculate my years. But when we finished telling us to pitch, that might have been a tall order. But we all recognize that there is so much that comes out of the universities in terms of the research that is done, in terms of those projects that all the students are made to do. And the unfortunate thing is that they then sit on the shelves. In papers, you know, you defend, get your first class, second class, and that's why it stops. But these incubators, innovation hubs are saying, no, turn that into a money-making opportunity. For many technical people, that is a challenge. You have your idea, and that's it. But many of us don't know how to make money, and that is where such partners become key. As the government of Uganda, this is something that has been a priority, because we all appreciate we have indigenous knowledge. We're talking about universities today, and I'm so happy that all these innovation hubs are working with universities. But we need to extend this to other youth across the country so that we tap into the indigenous knowledge. You know, the one that used to make the wire bicycles that we no longer see, and those toy cars, that is indigenous knowledge. And that can be used to get us out of the challenge of employment. As Uganda Communications Commission, yes, we treasure, we applaud innovation. And this to us is something that needs to be driven. We will not, when you look at all these tech companies, for example, that we talk about the big tech companies, when you look at, you know, today we talk about Meta, but, you know, Facebook, Google, Apple, how did all these start? They did not start as big companies. They started as ideas. So each of you out there have a potential to become tomorrow's, you know, big company of Apple or whichever company you become, but you have the potential to scale up. So to all the winners, let us not see you stop there. Yes, we saw the dance. We want to see more. We want to see the contributions. We want to see you grow and actually become the solution providers. As Uganda Communications Commission, we are strong believers that the solutions will come from among us. They won't come from people outside us, because it is us that know our local challenges. And the solutions are only relevant if they are addressing local challenges. So to each of you, inspire someone. Let it not stop with you. Inspire someone. Let them have hope. Let them appreciate that there is actually value to follow through with their innovations, so that ultimately we have an economy being grown, solutions being developed from our indigenous knowledge, from our persons who understand the local challenges. Tonight is not for me to talk, and I will again thank my friend Richard Zulu, my new friend Dennis, and all of you here for inviting us to be a part of this ceremony, and for keeping on, not losing hope, year one, year two, but keeping the torch going. And we look forward to this growing and expanding across the country, so that it's not just a Kampala event. It would be nice to see regional chapters of the Innovation Week, so that this ultimately becomes a climax. Thank you very much. And I think, with the permission of the MC, it is my singular honor to invite Honorable Godfrey Kabyanga. He's the Minister of State for National Guidance in the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. Please put your hands together to welcome the Minister.
Good evening to you, ladies and gentlemen. the Executive Director of UCC, all distinguished innovators, our development partners and sponsors, government representatives present here, colleagues in the media, and those watching us online, ladies and gentlemen, I observe all protocol. I would like to say I'm greatly honored to be here this evening to mix up with innovators. This morning, today has been an innovation day for me. In the morning by 7, I was officiating at a launching of the Uganda Human Rights Commission app. Now you can register your complaints online. And after that, I met 2 young people. One of them had come to present to the ministry another app. It's called Zetu, which I think, if supported, will replace Facebook. I know all of you are about to ask, when are you allowing Facebook to operate? You ask Irene. Is the one in charge of Facebook. But it will soon start operating. But I would like to assure the nation that its closure has been a blessing in disguise, because young people have come up with apps which are now replacing Facebook. And today, I was talking to one of them. Their app is called Zetu, and we are going to support them. After that, I met another young group of innovators. This one is coming up with an innovation of a camera which will be used by blind people. And it will be used without internet, offline. It takes a photo and then transcripts into words. And the blind person will know where to pass, can even read a book. And I was so intrigued to see that young people are coming up with such innovations. And now I'm here meeting another world class of innovators. I'm so happy. And I would like to thank my friend Zulu for this innovation. And you are young, and that's what we want. Young people shouldn't waste time demonstrating. You should demonstrate here by showing us innovations, and you leave politics to us who have grown up. For us as a ministry, whenever there are new innovations, we are working, because our ministry is in charge of digital acceleration. And the more you do innovations, ICT related, then for us we are working. At the end of the year, they will ask, what did you do? We shall say, we facilitated Zulu with a good environment, infrastructure to support young people to come up with innovations. Because you can't do them, you can't come up with this if there is no conducive environment to do it. So for us, you are doing our work, and as a ministry, we are very proud of you, and we shall continue supporting you in all possible ways. And that's why I have come. That's why I come here to encourage you and to congratulate all of you. This Innovation Week is one of those initiatives that has proven that indeed as a country, we are aware of the importance of this pillar, and the need to support it. And I would like to urge all our agencies to support these innovators. I'm happy NITAU is here, UCC is here, I don't know whether UBC is here. We really need to support innovators by all means. And I urge all of you who are here, our agencies, to give maximum support. For instance, NITAU, reduce internet for Zulu, and Eshua is connected. So now, Zulu, I have directed. They have to hook you on the NITA-U internet. And when a minister speaks, he has spoken. And in order for these innovations to thrive, the innovators need the government to create an enabling environment, just as I've told you. And that's what we are trying to do as much as possible. I would also like to congratulate Uganda Registration Services Bureau, because in the past, people would think a government agency can't be part of innovation. But I have to say here that Uganda Registration Services Bureau is growing very fast. And you have eased business, because I come from Kasese, and you already have an office there in the one-stop center. But when I reach there now, people can register their businesses online. And I was so impressed. I'm also happy that Zulu, you can recognize the public sector and give it an award. Because some of you think it's only the private sector which is doing very well. But we are also doing very well. Next time, assure you award even UCC and NITA-U, they are also doing very good work. But don't make them compete with us. If you make NITA-U and UCC to compete with the ministry, then you will get problems, because they can't win us. When we are with them in a competition, we must win. But I know if they compete, they themselves, they will win. They are doing very well and good work. Lastly, I would like to thank all the participants here, and more especially also thank the one who organized this Innovation Week, Zulu. And Zulu is one of us, because he's a member of the BPO and Innovation Council. And I know he's here representing the BPO Council. So I would like to thank you and all the innovators and our ministry, which is well represented here. I can see the one in charge of the Innovation Hub. I can also see UCC and NITA-U. We are well represented. I thank you very much, all of you, for participating in this Innovation Week. And I would urge all Ugandans to set up innovation hubs everywhere. It shouldn't be our role as government to set up these hubs. Set up the hubs. And I would like to appeal to you scientists. We have enhanced your salaries. So what you should do, please create jobs. Then we who started storytelling, as the president says, we shall use what you have already created. So for you, go in the cookhouse, create jobs. Then for us, we do the what? The jobs. And that's why you have enhanced your salaries. But so far, so good. Continue with these innovations. So I would like to thank all participants in this week's event, the exhibitors, the organizers, and those who are attending physically and virtually. We hope that the various seasons that have been held, the various sessions that have been held in the past 3 days have been of great importance to you all, and we hope to see many more innovations. I went to Kenya this year, I think, and they had organized an innovation week. And it was attended by around 1,200 youth. And I think over 500 companies were displaying their innovations. I came back and told Irene that next year, 2023, we should organize such an exhibition, because it brought together so many young people, and they were showing real talent, innovations, and I was so impressed. I thought if we can bring all these young people together, they share ideas, this country will change within a short time. Because here we are still, I think, at 39% in terms of research. It is still low. We need to increase on that if we are to develop. And without science, innovations, we are going nowhere. We shall continue assuring we put in place an enabling environment. We are trying to improve internet, both in accessibility and affordability. And then we are trying to change the laws so that we can even have better laws which will be conducive for you to come and invest. I thank you very much. Please enjoy yourselves, and I wish you all the best. Let me end here, because I know people now want to go into small, manageable groups. I thank you. I say all this for God and my country.
Won't you listen to me? Oh girl, you are the pearl of Africa. Oh yeah, none in the world like you.
Thank you, Honorable. There's a group photo. If you could just come and call the people that you'd like to call to the stage. But that's a wrap for Uganda Innovation Week. For the rest of us, please make partnerships, network, speak to the people around you, and then you can set off for the evening.
Thank you. If you could have all the partners here, please, and the entire Uganda Innovation Week committee, if you could please come over here for a quick group photo. Thank you. If we could also have the winners, please. All the winners, please come. Okay, winners, please wait here. Let's take this photo first, and then we can come back and take one with the winners. Now the winners, you can please come and join us. Stay, please. Winners, 1 second, please dash to the stage. So come and join us.
Don't sleep, wake up.
For a fantastic 2022 Uganda Innovation Week. There are a few drinks. Please help yourselves. Most importantly, network. Thank you very much. We'll see you again next year. Over.